The last stream we did before I left, I told y'all I was coming back. Cause I knew it was gonna be some people in their feelings, and I want to give them a chance. All right. Somebody said, I was there. I'm gonna let y'all read along with me here. Salutes to everybody. I'm a big screen it because that's too small. So let's go and zoom in on it a bit for a minute. We can see it. All right, why work entertaining? Let's highlight that one first. We're gonna go through them. I was there. I'm not chipped or in a cult. Some of this stuff y'all are saying is crazy, especially if you didn't go. Now check this out. Do I gotta go to Jonestown and drink the Kool-Aid to know that it was some bullshit? We say that we're spiritual people and that we got intuition and discernment. I can tell y'all right off the bat with Billy the Pills and Brother Rich and King Simon, they're not interested in getting the truth to their people. That was all I was saying. If they was, they would look into ancient cosmology and quit just trying to dress like the damn ancestors. You see what I'm saying? That's right. That's when it becomes a grift. When you think about it, you faking the funk. If you dressed up like a Kemet person, but you disagreeing with Nut and Gab. I proved that when I debated Jabari, man. Jabari is a dang on Kemetic priest. He showed up to a debate with all of his Kemetic Egyptian stuff on, a big unk, and I actually made him fight against Nut and Gab, y'all. What? That's chess, not checkers. I will make a rabbi show up and I will make him fight against the Bible. I will make a Buddhist fight against the Dhamma. I will make a Muslim argue against the Quran because the Quran talk about a flat earth. The Egyptians got a Nut and Gab. And see, I'm not picking on people. I don't know why everybody taking what I'm doing the wrong way. I'm simply doing what the ancestors sent me to do, was to sit here and point out and distinguish who is teaching they stuff and who just dressing like them. That's right. You should be thanking me for what I'm doing. So it's amazing. Like, I don't have to go to a NASA meeting to understand that NASA don't speak for the ancients, and that NASA ain't gonna gain the respect of the ancestors. The stream that I did before this one was all about ancestral energy, and anybody that don't like what I was saying, they ain't in alignment with the ancestors. The ancestors ain't playing with people like Billy Carson. Y'all better make sure y'all on the right side of history. I don't think your energy is really in tune into the ancestral vibes. See, my energy is calibrated with the people that created the Nut and Gab shit. My spirit is in alignment with people who said the earth was flat. Them people getting laughed at today. And everybody that's ducking and dodging the smoke and they know better, or even they don't know better, whatever's keeping them from fighting with their ancestors at this time when this knowledge coming out that's reconnecting us with the way our ancestors viewed reality. It told you that the man with the truth in the world full of lies gonna be crucified. I'm going after people that's in high places. The Bible said we're fighting against positions of evil in high places. The Bible said most of the world gonna be deceived, man. And they ain't gonna see it coming, and it's gonna be people like Sanchez warning them, but they so invested in idols. The Bible said idol worship gonna be big in this time. And that's why my job's so hard. That's why you got 22 people liking this right here. See what I'm saying? So a person act like I got to go to their little gathering in your cult. And every cult say that. The Christians will tell you that too. Look, man, if you didn't come to Sunday service, you ain't never been to my church before. So you can't say that about the Spirit of God. If you talk to a diehard Christian right now, and you say, hey, man, I don't believe in no sky daddy. I believe I got the power and my ancestors lived through me. If you tell a Christian that, a Christian will say, you don't know my Jesus, come to my church Sunday with me. The Christian will say, if you come to my church, I bet you, if you go with me to my church where my coat at, where all the energy at, where all of us agree together, where it's a group mind and you're outnumbered, I bet you if you go in, you'll think different and you probably will break and fold under all that pressure, all them Christians and that choir, that pastor condemning folks. You probably, yeah, well, you know, I was just saying, I didn't mean it literally. Most of y'all will break. I'm going to tell the Christian straight up, and when I get to your church, I'm going to say the same thing. And I really don't want to go to your church talking like that because one of them deacons might throw a Bible at me. I'm just saying. That's right. So if I got to go there, then everything Billy teaching about black folks having intuition and all that is a lie. I'm a black man with intuition. I can feel it a mile away. I don't got to go to Astral world to know that Travis Scott was on some bullshit at that concert. Listen, I don't gotta go to the Jay-Z concert to know the vibes. I know the Brooklyn vibes that I'ma feel. I know what I'ma have a bunch of NY fitted caps put over niggas' eyes with Tim. I know the vibrations. I don't gotta go to a Jigga concert. I can look at it on TV and feel the vibes through the TV because I'm part of the culture. I can look at a TD Jakes sermon on TV and feel the vibes and know, guess what? That ain't no place I want to be. And I can look at the TD Jakes sermon on TV and say that man ain't connected with the ancestors. I ain't gotta go to TD Jakes church. Now I know his members gonna say that. His members gonna be like, but Sanchez, you ain't go to his church though. Have you ever been to a TD Jakes sermon? The spirit is big in there. The love is strong. Everybody crying and it's nothing but love, Sanchez. I know they gonna say all that, but I'm still gonna tell them vibes ain't our ancestral vibes, man. That's right. Everybody in there may have good intentions, but they invest in all that energy in something that's anti their ancestors. And if you show up in there in the Christian church trying to tell the people the truth about their ancestors, they gonna kick you up out of there and condemn you. They gonna say, boy, don't come up in here with them false teachings, because that's what a cult do. They don't allow no outside thought to come in there breaking up what they got. That's why I wouldn't even go to this. Because the moment I get there and go to speaking the truth, it ain't going to be pretty. Niggas going to get in their feelings, just like if you go to a mosque and saying, look, Allah ain't our real God, my brother. This Allah thing ain't connecting you with your ancestors. You calling out on a foreign God, my brother, and you ain't calling out on your legitimate ancestors to activate your DNA. Now, why would anybody get mad at me for telling that truth? I know you probably like Billy. You probably like the pills. You probably like Bro Rich. You probably like little cookouts and little barbecues and little wham-whams and powwows like what they got going here. I get it. I get it, man. It feels lovely. All these black people, it feel a part of something. It's just like if I go to a church, I'm going to feel the vibes, man. Sometime I go to these churches and they say, bow your head, let's pray. I goddamn it feel the spirit too. But it ain't the spirit of Jesus. It's all the energy of those black people in there channeled toward this one concept and idea. And once you tune into it, you literally can feel that energy. But just because you feeling something don't mean it's your ancestors. That's right. Sometime it can be your adversary and your own ignorance. Let's finish the post. He said, I understand how you feel personally about, but you don't though. You don't. You don't know me or Rich. Now you understand how I feel personally about Rich and connection with Billy, but the energy was authentic. Like I just said, can't nobody put a stamp on or on the authenticity of the energy, because Billy Carson will take up for NASA over his ancestors. How that's some authentic energy? How you telling me the energy authentic when you got niggas up there dressed like ancestors but talking like Galileo and Greeks.
That's right!
That's like a Hebrew Israelite telling me the energy was authentic. No, it's a bunch of niggas believing in a dang on sky daddy that they chocolate coated. The Hebrew Israelites didn't get rid of their sky daddy. They painted them black and they still waiting on some shit in the clouds to come save them.
That's right!
Just like Billy Carson got niggas waiting on motherships and aliens. Just like the Nation of Islam, and you got a problem with me talking like this? It say I observed. Also, Bro Rich has Phil Valentine on, who is a flat earth advocate. No, he's not. He's control opposition. Y'all shallow. If you're not part of the flat earth community, quit speaking on who's an advocate for this shit or not.
That's right!
I'm an OG in this shit, and Phil Valentine ain't got more status than me in the flat earth community. He ain't been around it long enough. He only came around it when there was a chance to sell a ticket. The first time Phil Valentine introduced flat earth to the world, a man was selling tickets. Y'all be swearing that y'all got love for Bro Sanchez, but then y'all think y'all just assume that I'm just going out the niggas for no reason. Everybody in the black conscious community tell you, man, every community got gate guards. Everybody say the words BOULE, but they don't know what they talking about. Everybody mention Freemasons and all that, but they wouldn't even know the charlatan if they was in their face. They falling for all of the damn deceivers' tricks. They falling for the damn controlled opposition's tricks, and they think Sanchez off his Rickner, he just crazy, he ain't trusting nothing. Y'all don't see the setups. I got facts. Bro, it's facts that Billy Carson works with NASA. I showed y'all the receipts, man. I showed you the man paperwork, bro. Billy Carson cannot go against NASA and the white man. Listen, you can't be working with NASA, right? And this is from NASA's website, people. People gonna say, Sanchez, that's fake, that's made up, bro. Billy Carson works for NASA, and that's why you should shut your mouth, because you don't know more about the man than I do.
That's right!
Everybody ought to know that. If Billy Carson works for NASA, niggas should be bragging on that. Hey, y'all, Billy, you know Billy worked for NASA. That should be, why is that something I got to pull up and show you? Why don't he brag on that every show? Hey, guys, you know I'm a black man with NASA. All I'm saying is he got to go against flat earth. Billy Carson can't teach you about nut and gab without desecrating what the ancestors said about flat earth and the atmosphere, which is nut. They would have to desecrate those ancient symbols to make it fit with the globe, and y'all want to know why I'm pissed.
That's right!
My whole career, right? Let me show you something. It's based upon me connecting people with the simple truth that was left to us by the ancestors, which is the earth is flat. Now, some people will say, but why does it matter? Bro, you need to research that, because it matters a whole lot. It matters so much that the ancestors left these symbols all over the place of a flat earth. So you should understand why it mattered to them, because they was masters of the stars. They was masters of telling time, predicting the future. Could it be because they knew what the earth was, what the sky was, the mechanisms involved in this place? Duh. If you can't do what the Mayans did, then you need to shut up. And that goes for the people in power too, because they will tell you that the Mayans are more advanced when it comes to timekeeping than even we are today. They would tell you that the Vedics and the Egyptians are way more advanced when it comes to timekeeping than what we are today, even though we supposed to be so technological. We can't make a Mayan calendar. That don't let that go over your head, man, because the people who they telling you are more advanced at timekeeping than us said that the earth was flat. So why the hell we can't do what the Mayan did? Because we don't know what they know. What the earth is, how the sky work, And you don't want to know because when you go up to somebody, they laugh at you. You've been programmed. It's a war going on this damn earth, man. Somebody don't want you to know where you are, who you are, why you are. All of that's tied together. You gonna die without the knowledge of self like a fool.
That's right.
Why does it matter, Sanchez? You can't even connect with your ancestors without this shit. And if the ancestors was connected to the universe, that means you can't even connect to the universe without this knowledge.
That's right.
Without this awakening that they call flat earth, you can't even, the truth is what's gonna set you free. What you believe is what's gonna carry over when you breathe your last breath, man. You gonna be lost, floating through space. You ain't gonna be able to dial up the truth. You're gonna project yourself in one of these alternative parallel realities where their bullshit is real. That ain't the base reality. The ancestors left all of these images so that children can get this embedded in their head so that when they go to sleep at night and they go into the astral planes, they can have a idea of the construct that their soul is traveling. This was the only way you can see the macroverse. It was in the realm of symbolism and sacred geometry. They didn't have TV. This was their cartoons and TV that allowed them to enter this imaginative space because you can't think of an original thought. Everything that we conjure up right here is a truth that we've dialed up in our mind. It exists somewhere in a parallel reality. So when the ancestors was giving us these symbols of what the earth is, they had literally got out of their body to see the other side in totality, to tell us we're in a damn simulation that's layered with ethers or what they call parallel realities. Why? It's fucking simple. Ain't they parallel to each other? Don't you see how they stacked on each other parallel like a damn club sandwich? Like, this shit ain't even that hard for real. Sanchez, you just making stuff up. See, the dumb niggas, I can hear y'all already in the background. But see, if you look at what I'm doing, syncretism.
Syncretism.
The amalgamation or attempted amalgamation of different religions, cultures, or schools of thought. I'm taking everything that the Babylonians said about the earth and the universe, with what the Egyptians said, with what the Mayans said and all that, and I'm saying, yo, all of the ancestors said the earth flat, but then the Greeks came and said that it's a solar system and that the planets up there is named after their gods, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter. Now, if our ancestors was teaching a solar system, why would they name the planets after Greek gods? Let's give these niggas some elevator music. I will wait. Tell me that now. Our ancestors been knew the earth was flat, but Kemetic people named that shit Venus, Mercury, and Jupiter. You can't tell me the name of none of them planets in they fake ass solar system prior to them being named after Greek gods. I'll wait. That's why I told you these are Greek ladder niggas. They lining y'all up with the bottomless pit that the Greek stupid ass Greeks believed in, a bottomless pit. That's what they call in space. The ancestors didn't have a concept of space. They had a concept of waters above, waters below, the ether. Parallel realities separated by nethers, by these electromagnetic barriers. So I'm merging different inflectional varieties of a word during the development of a language. When you hear me say stuff like God is guide, I'm taking you back to the origin of these words before the inflectional variety had changed. The way that you speak words today from your English American programming, it stops you from saying what these words really mean. So let me teach you what, and just to make a point why I do what I do, so y'all will see I'm not picking on people. Watch this, right? See, the word God is the word guide. It's simple. The ancestors didn't believe in a sky daddy. They was talking about the mind that resides over the matter, the soul, the higher self, which reside over the lower self. So if you think of the word God and what God represent, it's the force that drives a person. And your God can be anything. It's literally what guides you. Again, like I say, if you're a crackhead, crack is your God. So people can change gods. And some gods, when they follow those gods, it lead them to success. These gods are just another word for guides or thought paradigms. Whatever paradigm is influencing you the most is your guide or your God, and you got to overgrow these guides or these gods, because a lot of these guides ain't leading us to the right direction. If you're being guided by a gang, or if you're being guided by Billy Carson or Brother Rich, you headed in the wrong direction. So, like I said, the word guide is the word God, and in its original format, in its original inflectional origins, it would have been pronounced guide. You say God today, just like the god Odin is the pharaoh Aten, Aten, pharaoh Aten is the Nordic god Odin. But see, the Nordic people can't say Aten because the way their mouth is made. People in the Nordic area got these broad, like Aten becomes Aden, you know, the way that they inflect their words. But there was this one king on earth that everybody was worshiping. Aten was just Satan, or this hive mind that they call AI. We went over that in the previous video. That's too deep for folks. Folks will believe in green aliens abducting Billy Carson. But if you tell them that there is advanced AI among us, they'll look at you stupid. Folks will believe that there are aliens all the way from other planets across some space, when really you can't even leave the earth if you ain't got a soul, and the aliens didn't come from the sky. We did. We the fallen angels. The aliens are the non-player characters, mankind. They was built into the simulation as the adversary, just like King Cooper. Just like in a video game, the computer is trying to beat you. It's your challenge. They built into the game as the adversary, and the Bible even tell you that this world belong to Satan. It ain't your real home, and Satan ruled this place. Because that's the NPC hive mind. So I'm just showing y'all, like, Aten is Odin, Aten, the Egypt. And see, you wouldn't notice. See, I'm able to merge all of these gods together using syncretism.
Syncretism.
Now everybody don't know that everything is everything. They created a one world order back in the day. And you had this one pharaoh rise to power, like what Elon about to do, because he's going to create his own new human species when he get everybody chipped up with Neuralink. And then the new species going to take over, because ain't nobody going to be able to compete with the transhumans, with the cyborgs. This happened in Egypt already before. And there was a power shift on Earth. We created AI. We got so advanced in Egypt. We did what we did today. We created AI, and AI took over and started policing us. And AI keep recreating the wheel every generation. We go watch our previous video. I go into this deep too. I don't want to be too redundant, but I'm a syncretist. I'm able to see the one truth in all symbols and all teachings. I'm able to see ancient Christian artwork by Michelangelo here on the left, or is that Da Vinci? And I'm able to sync that to the mind. See, because Da Vinci was a Gnostic. These painters during the Renaissance, it was a new way of thinking. And people was getting into syncretism. They was cracking these codes, but see, that was stopped. We went from the Renaissance, very sophisticated, a new way of thinking, to rock back to sleep. There was another reset after the Renaissance. Why? They ain't telling y'all the truth about it. When you go on and look at all these chapels and stuff that Michelangelo and them was painting, they was teaching divine science about consciousness that they don't want us to know today. So y'all are going to look at all of these symbols around the earth and you won't really know the significance of them if you're not a syncretist. Like, you won't know that the step pyramid that they call in Saqqara is just the word chakra to the Egyptians. You see what I'm saying? And matter of fact, I may need to pull up some slides and stuff and go deep with the beaten teaching while we wait on callers to call in. So let me do that real quick. The word Saqqara, or that Saqqara, right? It's the Egyptian way of saying chakra. And these step pyramids all around the world represent these chakra layers, and they would have taught you about the layers of yourself. Just like we see in this collage here, there's a version of you that's split in every parallel reality. So these layers that you see around the self are the other layers and other realities that we project to in the dream state. So this is very interesting stuff. So if you take the L off the word layer, you get air, the airs, the ethers, or what they call the aerospaces in their modern science, the layers of the atmosphere. Aura. Eros is another way you can say it, but the whole thing about it is each one of these layers is their own air. But the word AIR is synced to the word HEIR because it's your inheritance to be able to navigate these ethers like Enoch. Now, I hope I'm not going over your head. Let me just show again what I'm talking about. Pictures will help us today. In other words, the airs, AIRS, are the layers of the atmosphere that we are able to transmutate via shifting the consciousness. Let me go into this real quick. Here is an ancient Hebrew artwork that shows us how the HEIRS have access to the AIRS, but the devils don't. The space program are a bunch of devils that know they can't leave the earth, tricking everybody like none of us can leave the earth. The people that created the space programs are saying, give us some time and we'll figure it out. We gonna teach y'all how to get off the earth. Meanwhile, the CIA already found out during the Philadelphia experiments that there are a certain group of people on this earth that can get out of their body. Some of us dream at night and some of us don't. Some of us don't live in have a multi-dimensional experience. There's some humans on this earth, y'all, that can't dream. You ought to think about that. It's some human, bro. If you can't dream, that means when you die, you just go to black, like Jay-Z. Because you don't have a soul. You don't have another layer of yourself inside of your body that's going to resurrect when your body die. Those of us who do, we have deja vu, we dream, we astral project, we have lucid dreams. What if I told you there's some people on earth that can't do that? So they created the space programs to deceive the whole world that the only way out of here is to believe in man and his technology, and Christians are being deceived. The Bible said that the Satan will deceive the whole world, that serpent will deceive the whole world. If you look at the NASA's logo, if you look at the space program's logo, they bear the symbol of the serpent. They've deceived the whole world that these imposters are able to go up there in space and hover around and ISS and all that, when you cannot leave this earth if your spirit ain't right. And even the Bible tell you that. The Bible say that the only people that can access the heavens is the gods. Duh. And the devils are bound to the lower realms. This is what the ancestors taught. Don't let these people fool you, man. They gonna trap your soul. Because I'm telling you right now, it's time for us to wake up and activate this part of us that's causing us to have deja vu, lucid dreams, and get serious about that. But they got people like Billy Carson getting us serious about alien stories, mysticism, UFOs, UAPs, and he got the government on his side to help him sell the agenda because he's working with NASA. The only way they can make y'all believe in space, since none of us can go, is for things from space to come to the earth, since humans on earth can't go to space. So people will say, you mean to tell me space ain't real? Where do meteors come from? Where do aliens and UFOs come from? And bro, that's blue beam. We warned y'all about blue beam technology, and we told y'all everybody's still gonna fall for it even though we prophesied it. The Bible even said everybody gonna follow the damn beast, even though we warning y'all right now what's gonna happen before it's happened. You ain't, most of the world gonna read this damn book and still follow the beast to hell. The Bible said people still gonna read the Bible, see the war. Man, you gotta think, the Christians are reading the Revelation 2 and they still gonna follow the beast to hell. Stuff like that is why I don't throw these sacred texts out the window, bro, because they was written by prophets. Ain't no way you prophesying all that. When you tell a nigga, bro, I'm going to tell you the truth, right? And you still going to fall for it, even though I told you. That's a whole nother level of prophesying. The ancestors said, look, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen to you down the line. And after I tell you, you still ain't gonna be able to do nothing about it, because my prediction for the future is so strong. Even with the knowledge that I'm giving you, most of you still gonna fall for the beast because he's powerful and deceptive. He's conniving. The Bible didn't say because I'm telling this truth, the world gonna get free. The Bible spoke truth in it and told you at the end of the book, people still ain't gonna heed this shit that I'm telling you, and most of the world gonna go to hell. That's crazy. These people can't let y'all know what the earth is, because then you'll be able to get up off of it. People will start getting focused on meditating, getting their energy right, and preparing for the out-of-body experience like the prophets did. This was the knowledge, the serious shit that the ancestors was into. Now they got everybody into gray aliens, alien abduction, UFO talk, space program. Let's get on a big ass skyrocket and boom, light that shit up and travel light years. Dumb shit that'll never manifest, is never possible. The only way you can leave this earth is through death, and our ancestors had got acquainted with death before death came for them. They had got out of their body before they actually breathed their last breath. Death is when your soul leave the body. The ancestors was having their soul leave the body. Consciously, they had schools that would teach you methods to eject your consciousness out the body like a pilot hitting the eject button. Our ancestors was traveling the heavens, but they got y'all looking for rockets and motors and all that. But when you look at the ancient world, guess what you find? Statues of people meditating.
That's right.
Come on now. They hiding the space program right in front of your face. They hiding the ancient space program right in front of your face. We know that our ancestors was leaving the earth. But people will look around the ancient world and say, but where are the rockets at? The ancestors say you can't leave this earth physically. All of the statues you will see, they're sitting Indian style like Buddha, and they're meditating. This was how they left the earth. And look, he's on his square. When we say standing on your square, he's on his box. They turned this into Jack in the Box. And they was teaching the story of how the soul exits the cube of Saturn, which is the Earth simulation. There's a cube at the North Pole. I went over that in a previous video. When you project your consciousness out the body, The consciousness is beamed up out of the North Pole, out of a black hole that will allow you access to the astral plane or the multiverse, the dream worlds, if you want to call it. All of the ancestors taught that the way you leave the earth is with an out-of-body experience via meditation. When you start looking for rockets in the ancient world, you won't find them. You just find Buddha statues. You find statues of people meditating all around the world. Why would a person think that meditation is so powerful that they would take the time to carve statues of people meditating around the earth? Because it's deeper than a person just relaxing and all the bull crap they tell y'all about meditation. Man, this is how it looked to travel. These were space travelers. You're looking at images right now of space traveler. These are the people that made the Mayan calendar. They was meditating, getting out of their body, man, going into parallel realities in the past, present, and future, coming back here talking about it. People call them prophets. People call them gods. And you tell, ain't nobody, I'm gonna tell you something. If I'm wrong about what I'm standing on, then the Mayan wrong, the Egyptian wrong, and I can guarantee you they right. Oh, they were way more advanced than us. So I know I'm doing the right thing when I align myself with my ancestors.
That's right.
And I know that I'm in fully aligned with them when the world start rising against me. The imposters that assume power in this world, they mock the ancient people about the knowledge that they knew about the earth, the Dogon too. They hate to admit that the Dogon knew way more about the universe than Galileo, Copernicus, Ptolemy, all of them Johnny-come-lately liars that gave you this bogus-ass solar system, but still telling you that the Mayan got the most advanced timekeeping system. Double talk. How come Galileo don't know more about the stars than the Mayans if y'all giving him so much damn credit for having all these breakthroughs that debunk the ancients? All of these Greek Freemasons debunked the ancients and brought us to the the space age, the age of dumbasses believing in space, right? They brought us, they pioneered us into the space age, but we still ain't made it to space yet. We've been in the space age for damn near 75 years and no human still ain't left the goddamn earth yet. That's a joke. When we was in a golden age, motherfuckers was making calendars that predicted time into the future. And we can't do that no more in the space age. And in the space age, it's everybody getting dumbed down and ruled over by AI while we wait on them to figure out how we gonna lead the earth that we destroying. Y'all falling for the devil's trick, man. You ain't connected to your ancestors, and I'm gonna say it. I don't care how many idol worshipers out there and how many people you mad at me because I'm calling out these imposters that you got love for. I don't care. People don't like me when I call out Neil Tyson. Everybody gonna get it. Trump fans don't like it when I call out Trump. This is why you guys are to quit being fans and idolaters.
That's right.
Fall in love with yourself like Sanchez. Fall in love with your damn ancestors. And then you will get on track with your energy. You will know what to align your frequency with, what to like and dislike, what to hate and what to love, because y'all loving all the shit that's keeping our people held back.
That's right.
And what's maintaining the status quo. Space stories and UFO abduction. They turned the knowledge of ascension into niggas like Billy Carson telling you abductee stories. Don't nobody want to talk about astral projection. They call that pseudoscience in a lot of these spaces. They will spend more time talking about ET abductions and aliens up there than how to get out your body and do what the Mayan were doing. You see what I'm saying? Nobody want you to know how to get off the earth, man. That's a satanic trick. Why? Because the devil trapped here. You got to be evil as hell to lie about this knowledge, which is fucking with people's soul. People asking questions about deja vu. And the people, all of y'all physicists is telling you that's just a mind glitch. Don't pay no attention to it. But yet they telling you that the Mayan had the most advanced timekeeping systems. They was able to see into the future, and you ain't connected with your ancestors. You connected with the people that's selling you the damn space program, telling you deja vu is just a glitch, but alien abduction is real. Astral projection is pseudoscience, but when niggas like Billy Carson say gray aliens abducting them, they make the damn news. Y'all better wake up. The same physicists that'll tell you you're a pseudo for talking about lucid dreaming will let Stephen Greer come on their channel and give his alien abduction story, and y'all don't see the enemy. You don't see the agenda. You think Sanchez picking on people when I'm showing I got receipts, bro. I don't work for NASA. I don't have a reason to lie to you. I'm not in the bed with a goddamn agency that's worth billions of dollars. I'm on a group that's getting ridiculed and censored. I make pennies to tell this truth, and I lost more than what I gained for telling this damn truth. Listen here, man. Bro, people are so lost. It said, look, bro Sanchez, take some of that energy and scream off that stone so you can heal. Now guess what's crazy, right? The same people that got a problem with my energy, they watched this whole thing with Vicky Dillard going up there and her doing her antics. Let's play the shit. They telling me to go heal, right? But Vicky and them can go up there and do all kind of yelling. People can go in church, right? It's the same with the Christian. The Christian can stand up in front of you and and do all of this crazy speaking in tongues shit and yelling and foaming at the mouth. And then when you disagree with it, they'll say you need healing. You need healing, not them. You ain't up here yelling for no reason. You're up here yelling because you're screaming the truth and proclaiming and professing the truth in a time of lies. And you want your voice heard because they censoring you. Everybody can speak with passion. But when someone's speaking the truth with passion, they need healing. Calm down. You mad, right? A pastor can go before a congregation and frown his face up and talk all like this and get all worked up. And the moment you disagree with the pastor, they'll tell you to calm down, man. Only people that can get passionate when they talk is people who part of their cults. You can't.
That's right.
You can't speak your disagreement passionately because a person in a cult who just had their leader go up there and speak with passion would tell you when you do it, you need therapy. That's what the slave master did to our people.
That's right.
When a black man speak with passion, guess what the slave master do? He say that's aggressive. That's aggressive, but guess what? The white man loved Winston Churchill.
That's right.
The white man loved Winston Churchill, and Winston Churchill spoke with authority and asserted himself like a man, just like Sanchez doing, but they want to keep black men in this little bitty safe space. And you got the wrong motherfucking one, and them tactics ain't gonna work with it.
That's right.
You ain't gonna use to calm down and you big mad and all that shit with me. Because y'all look up to people that speak the lie with passion, so I'm gonna speak the truth with passion.
That's right.
We all got the right to be passionate. You ain't got a monopoly on passion, and you ain't gonna calm me down when I get in my bag. Just like you can't stop Billy Carson from crying and whining and getting in his emotional bag when he telling you about them aliens that probed him. You ain't, that shit don't work on Sanchez, man. Try that shit on somebody else, man. You defending a dude that's cool with Andrew Schultz. And we know how Andrew Schultz feel about black people. And I keep telling y'all these folks ain't aligned with the ancestors. They are able to go on all of the platforms that are racist as hell, that undermine black people, got a chip on that's they do sneaky shit to disrespect black people on these platforms. Andrew Schultz done a lot of racist stuff. That's Billy Homeboy. When you really connected to your black ancestors, you can't get invited in the spaces that Billy and them get invited in because your energy will be so powerful in the room because your DNA, the ancestors living through you, it'll be a conviction energy. It'll be a spirit of conviction that go over everybody in the room when Sanchez step up in the fucking room. And that's why they rather just get rid of you and off you, because you're like a mirror that's constantly reminding them that they're a damn sellout and you ain't connected to the universe you sold your soul.
That's right.
You on the ops team. And the ancestors on the other side know that. They know who really fighting for them and not, nigga. You can fake that because the masses dumb down. But see, I don't care about the masses' approval. And these Freemasons know that the only approval I care about is for the ancestors to say, well done, soldier. Fuck the masses. They going to hell. The Bible told you that. I know when listen, it is more dead people than living people. And it's more ancestors on the other side than demons on this side. These people don't represent your real army. You need to align your energy with the people that's gonna get you laughed at every day. It told you those who suffer with Christ will ball out with him in heaven. They should have told you those who suffer with their ancestors will go to the ancestral land. The ancestors made it back to the base reality. They only explored these other lands to learn about the outer realms. See, we already left Earth. You ain't on Earth right now. We been left Earth. The Bible called that the Exodus. You're a fallen angel from a base reality, and this is not the this is not the real world, quote unquote. It's a simulation. There are several parallel realities. What make you think you in the real damn Earth right now? You're in like Earth number 111888, some shit like that. It's several parallel realities, and the ancestors said we won't get back to the real reality until we live out our last lifetime. And they said we're gonna have 7 reincarnations into 7 layers, and at the last layer we get out and see the real world on the other side. It's some people that don't want y'all to know what I'm teaching. Now here go the layers that they was talking about right here. It's 7 births, which is why Jesus spoke of being born again through what? The Great Mother. This is what the Dogon worship, the Great Mother, the sacred portal at the middle of the earth that is allowing us immortal beings to go back home and climb the stairway to heaven. There are a bunch of people on this earth that cannot ascend up to heaven. And they trying to tell everybody else, ain't no way out of here, man. We don't know how to get out. We got a space program, but we can't figure this thing out. We can't make it through the Van Allen belts. We don't include everybody. They can't make it out of here. They can't make it to other planets. But people with souls can literally go to sleep at night and project their consciousness to other parallel realities that you call dreams. If you die in your sleep, you won't even know that you died. You'll just dream on, dream on, dream on. When you dreaming, if I walk up to you in a dream and say, hey man, you in another world right now, you would argue with me in the damn dream. You would say, haha, that's stupid. This is the only Earth. We still looking for other planets with life on them. Every star you see twinkling in the sky is a gateway portal that leads to consciousness into a parallel reality. We visit the stars when we dream. They don't want you to know what the real space program is, what going up there to the sky look like. it looked like going down into the bed. It's a paradox. Whenever we want to go up, we got to lay down. You got to go to sleep to rise up. That's what meditation was about. That's why you see the Buddha going to sleep and laying down. That's why Jesus had to lay down on the cross to rise up to heaven. It's a paradox. You give something to get something. You give a seed, you get a tree. It's a law of the universe. That if you want to go up there, you gotta, if I tell you to jump right now, you gonna bend your knees first. You gonna go down to go up like a spring, releasing the tension. That's a law of the universe. If I tell you to shoot an arrow forward from a bow and arrow, you gotta pull it back first. If I tell you to shoot a bullet forward, you gotta cock it back first. This is a law of the universe. So the earth is like a trampoline. In order for the soul to go to heaven, it got to go down into the ground, which is what we call death. Just like a person that's trying to jump up high on a trampoline got to go all the way down first. They got to, make the tension in the trampoline, make an impression, and then that'll spring them up. That's when they put you in the grave. You make your impression. Boom, you go down at your lowest point is your highest point. So the moment they put the body in the ground, the soul is in heaven. It's a paradox, and it is a law of the universe. This was the knowledge of how to ascend before they turned it into modern space programs and got everybody thinking rocket science when it's really spiritual science, according to the Mayan and the ancestors. And they even said that no flesh and blood can enter the kingdom. And the kingdom are the higher realms that we see right here. So they were literally saying the only way to go up there is to have an out-of-body experience like Enoch, like John of Patmos. So when people like Billy Carson tell their alien abduction story, it's blasphemous because it goes against the idea that no flesh and blood can enter the kingdom. Everybody is making y'all undermine that scripture. And that's a true scripture that the only way you can access the higher planes is via mastering the self, out-of-body experience, the knowledge of self, not the knowledge of rockets, not the knowledge of space, not the knowledge of Billy Carson and aliens and shit, but the knowledge of self and what we are as spiritual beings that are multi-dimensional beings that exist in all these parallel realities. The knowledge was how to shift the consciousness from one to another. But the church didn't want us knowing that. So the Greeks came along when they invaded the world, and everybody that was teaching the knowledge of ascension, they put them to death. They started teaching that there is nothing up there but darkness and rocks and horrible places like planets with fire and mercury and acid raining. It was spookism to scare people to not leave the earth. Now check this out. Before the church went on crusades, everybody was flat earthers teaching what I'm teaching. The Greeks and the church came along and gave y'all the solar system. It's a system that's luring your soul back into their simulation because knowledge is power. That's the fuel your soul needs to make it out of here. You can't access higher realms if you don't even know they're there. Can you go to a place that you don't know exists? So their way of creating space was for future generations to not even know what's up there. Because if we knew what was up there, guess what we would say? How do I go there? And then you will have to go into knowledge of self, meditation. That question will lead you back to the truth and the ancestors. Because if you knew about these nectars and these other realities, the first thing you're going to say, oh, that's crazy. How do I go to my other bodies? That's my inheritance. Those belong to you. You got an avatar in all of these other parallel realities. You sneak peek into them when you dream. But the ancestors did it whenever they wanted to. They can say, hey man, I'm about to go to sleep real quick and I'm gonna go to universe number 99. I got some business to handle in this other world. I'll be back at around 9 o'clock. The antikytherian mechanism was a fucking watch that was telling the time on 7 different celestial planes. And they saying we don't know why anyone would make a watch that was tracking the time on Mars, Venus. They gonna say the Greek names, but to the ancestors, they was keeping the time for these other ethers, these other realities, because if you're a time traveler, you need to know if I go to universe 75, time move faster there. So if I spend 30 minutes there, 3 days gonna pass here. So my watch gonna look very different as an ancient Mayan. It's gonna look like an antikytherian mechanism. And if you look at the antikytherian mechanism, it got 7 concentric circles. Each one is telling its own time for a different plane, y'all. And they're acting like we trying to figure out what this mechanism would have been used for. Because what would be the purpose of tracking the motion of Mars, Venus, and all that? And they weren't tracking the motion of those planets. They was keeping the time on these other planes, which got their own sun and moon in their own time. When you in a dream world, you can spend, like I had a dream where I was walking to the store. That was the whole dream. Me and my cousins left the house. We walked to the store. It was about 10 minutes to get to the store. But in this world, I was asleep for about 9 hours. So in a dream world, 10 minutes passed. But in this world, 9 hours. A fucking walk to the store took 9 hours in this world, because none of these worlds, their time ain't synced together, which is why you have deja vu, because sometimes you project into future worlds, and when you come back here, when those worlds pass through here, you say, I saw this before. The Mayans said that the past, present, and future already expanded from the center of the earth like a ripple effect, and that there are realities around us and that goes inward and outward into the past and the future, and that we can project into them. All of this knowledge was lost when the space age happened, people. And this is what people like Billy Carson and modern day like people like the Vicky, the Stone Mountain Coast. I'm not just picking and hating on black people, I promise you. I know my enemy. You see, in the moment Billy Carson accepted the contract with NASA, he aligned himself with my arch nemesis. I'm a flat earther. My biggest enemy is NASA. It ain't that I'm picking on a black man. It's that everybody that's carrying out the agenda of this synagogue of Satan, I got to wage war with them, as I'm not doing my mission that the ancestors sent me for. And it's gonna cost me to get blackballed by a lot of people that control a lot of industries for black people, like hip hop, Hollywood. It's gonna mean that as a talented young brother, I'm not gonna get a shot at a lot of places in the world stage, because I've waged war with the gate guards. I'm in too deep with the ancestors. I can never sell my soul to the enemy. I've put in so much work for the ancestors that the ops don't even want me no more. They just want me dead now. See, you can reach a point where you've done so much work for the ancestors that the ops don't even want you no more. They just want you gone now. And I know I'm in too deep with my loyalty to this flat earth, to this ancestral knowledge. I've figured out too much. I've exposed it to too many people. Blackballing didn't stop me. Censoring us didn't stop me. And when they realize that, they say we got to keep up in the ante, and it ain't too much stuff left. Remember, they went on witch hunts already. It start with censorship first. The people you want to execute, you got to silence them first.
That's right.
So that when you're painting those people to be haters, threats, they can't defend themselves in the media verbally. And now they got the whole world against a certain group. And now they go on the witch hunt, and people don't care about you because they've already programmed them flat earthers are dangerous. They got people like Billy Carson and all these people that control the so-called black consciousness, right? These are your gate guards that is there to stop the rise of this awakening. Because whenever there's a new group of black people that rise up and say, hey, black people, we had it all wrong. We've been aligning ourselves with the black fraternities, the black Greek societies, the Freemasons. We ain't been aligning ourselves with what our ancestors been teaching us about the knowledge of self. We've been getting the knowledge of Pharaoh.
That's right.
You've been getting the knowledge of the alien, the ETs.
That's right.
Ancient aliens and Anunnaki, a bunch of mysticism and spookism, when all of those are code names for your soul. All of these names, the Anunnaki is two words, a god called Anu, which is another form of Noah, and a word called Naki, which is another word of Naga, the serpent people. All right, so if you look at the Naga, you will see that's where they get the form of Saturn from. The Greeks didn't have they had a god called Saturn, right? But they god Saturn literally come from this right here. This is what the god Saturn looked like before it was a white man. And before it was teaching some satanic dumb spookism, it was teaching you about the knowledge of yourself, man. We are Saturn. The word Saturn comes from the word saturate. The moment your energy entered this realm, it released itself inside of here and saturated the entire ocean with its wave, with its ripple effect. So you're in a primordial ocean, and because you are a being that's releasing infinite energy, you have this ripple effect around your body called an aura, an auric field. It's no different than if a diver dive in the water, he gonna have ripples all around his body. Your chakra layers are your own ripple effect that was created when your soul dove into these waters below. And there are waters above too. But this was the Hindu way of showing you, right? Let's go to this. Chakra layers. They was teaching the science of the self. This is how you get the step pyramid. And the step pyramid was called Sakara, which is Shakara. Okay. So this was advanced knowledge being taught about the solar system, which was the real system that governed our souls in the heavens, if you got a soul. Now, the people that's waging war and hiding all this knowledge, they don't have souls. The Greeks, the invaders, the crusaders did not have souls. They were earthbound creatures that were barbaric, and they had blasphemed the true laws of the universe and dimmed their light. They are what you call the dim men, or what people would call a demon or a demon. A dim man, a dark soul. They have no light. So if the reason this light is important is because that's the expansion of your consciousness, meaning the people with a bright light have an auric field that expands all the way up to the seventh heaven, and that's how you're connected to God, man. The more you dim your light, the more you detach yourself from the higher realms. This is what your light is doing from the center of the self. It's expanding. And if you got a real damn light, your light can't even shine enough to reach up there to the higher realms. And wherever your light can't shine at, you're in darkness to it. You like a caveman inside of a dark cave, and the light on your helmet is your third eye. And people who third eye ain't that open, they can't illuminate this dark cave and see what's there. The people who got their third eye wide open, they can see so far ahead of them in this dark cave. That's why they can see the future before it happened. They're prophets. They got the bright light. They are the illuminators, the Illuminati, the Israelites, the real light, which is when your light expands to a point where it reconnects you to the realms above. That's like a seed breaking out of its casing coming out of darkness from beneath the soil and transforming itself to a tree. And at the same time it transforms itself into a tree, it's leaving the underworld and rising up to see what the real world above the surface. Your soul is the same way. These waters that we're in is like me dropping a seed in water to germinate, to sprout, to release the contents in it. Now, guess what? That makes you very special. That makes you an immortal being that is like Jack and a beanstalk. You're just going to keep sprouting throughout these different ethers. You're going to leave this earth realm after you germinate and sprout. And your kundalini, which is the Jack's beanstalk, Jacob's ladder, is going to grow up and go and be born into a higher realm. And then that version of you got to have a lifetime. It's like a seed in water. It got to soak a minute, germinate, break its shell open, release its batter version. It's 7 casings. And each of these ethereal barriers is a particular primordial ocean to help that version of you germinate. It's like having a seed with 7 layers. And after you put it in 1 cup of water to break the first layer, then you got to put it in a different solution over here to break the next layer. Then a different solution over here to break the other layer, to finally you get to the last solution, and that release the true contents that's at the core of the seed finally. No more lifetimes, no more incarnations. That's what we're going through up these waters above and waters below. Each one is going to help that version of us germinate or sprout. Now, the word sprout is from 2 words, spread out. That's what light does. It illuminates in all directions. So it sprouts, it spread out. But what you got to understand is that the soul can't access realms that it don't illuminate with its own light. So expanding your energy, your vibration, raising the frequency with this knowledge is what's watering your seed in this time of Aquarius to help your mind evolve and see the potential. If you can't see it, you can't achieve it. If you don't know the potentials of what's beyond this veil, you can't access it, which is why they don't want nobody talking about what's up there. They say, ain't nothing up there, it's just space. It's a bunch of darkness. We can't even go up there. It ain't no life up there. But the ancestors didn't say that. They said that it's higher realms up there, and that's your inheritance. The air is your hair. The AIR, in order for you to access the AIR, you got to be a HEIR. In order for you to access the air, you got to be a hair. Everybody can access these places. It's an inheritance that only people with souls can go to heaven. And not everybody here can go, man. And and when you think about it, that would piss you off if you were a being that realized, wait a minute, there are some people among us that can go to better paradises and access these other realms, and we can't. That'll make you wage war and get jealous against the children of God, man.
That's right.
That'll make you want to stop the children with this gift from using a gift, which is why the same people that teach us the space program, those same physicists, if you go to college, will tell you deja vu is just a mind trick. Don't even worry about it. Ain't nothing to research. Just like when people ask questions about space, ain't nothing up there. It's just chaos and destruction, right? We trying to figure it out. Let's go back to work, right? And if you ask them about deja vu, that's just a mind glitch. Don't worry. That's just a trick. It ain't nothing to research. They hiding the deepest secrets about what your soul can do. They hiding the biggest secrets about what the hell you are behind alien abduction stories. Niggas like Stephen Greer, Billy Carson, and you think I'm picking on people. You think I'm a hater, don't you? I'm letting callers on now. And we're going to, a shout out to Key Norfolk. Thank you. Welcome back, my brother. Salutes to you. And salutes to Israel, Jerusalem. Welcome to the call. I'm going to turn it over to you, Israel. Thank you for joining. Israel, can I at least get a mic check? If you're not ready to speak right now, that's fine. I'll go to Key. But I need a mic check.
What's going on, y'all?
Okay, thank you, my brother, because sometimes we be getting trolls and stuff. But thank you for joining.
Right.
Was you ready for the mic right now? You want to prepare yourself, right?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Ready.
Take your time. Go ahead.
All right. So I just want to say much love to everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Much love to you, my bro. Much love. Much love. Well, I'm so glad that somebody that actually went is on a call. That is so good for my show, brother, because it evens it out, right?
Peace
So
and
I'm gonna let you peace and love, Water Walker and Tourette. So, brother, take your time, man, and you don't gotta agree with me. Just take your time, and nobody gonna cut you off. Let us know your experience and just unpack it for us. And if you got somewhere you can correct me at, go right ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Right. Well, you know, I'm an independent thinker, brother. You know what I'm saying? And I it's so sad how this world turned out to be. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how exactly the beginning was, but what I can tell you is that I've been jumping all over places, man. I grew up as a Catholic. From a Catholic, I left it, became a Christian. Been there for 5 years, never missed a day for the whole 5 years. I pay my tithes, you know what I'm saying, my offering, all of that. I've been loyal. I participated. Then something went right because I read the Bible 113 times. And the more I read it, the more angry I became at the scriptures because to me, there was so much contradiction and stuff like that, right? So then I left Christianity to become a Hebrew Israelite. Now, you got to know that Bible in order to become one, in order for you to stand in the corners. You know what I'm saying? So I know the Bible from the beginning to the end. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not boasting. It's just that I dedicated a lot of my time because I'm a very spiritual person. And to be honest with you, man, I've been trying to seek truth for a long time. And in that Bible, it tells you, man, trust no man, for man can deceive you. And it's constantly written in there. You know what I'm saying? And indoctrination is very powerful, especially for people that got gift, that know that they didn't dim their light or they didn't stop their gift or their way to the light, and they stumble against something, man, that they haters. And these people, they develop a way to really go into your heart, to tamper into your heart and really just manipulate you and control you by your emotions. And people don't truly understand how powerful emotions can truly be, because emotion can control everything about you. Sad, happiness, anger, get mad, fight, calm down. You know what I'm saying? Like that, those things are very powerful. And to make long story short, I went to Stone Mountain just because of B Dale. And mind you, I'm not talking bad about nobody. That's not who I am. I'm just after the truth. And me shaming people and talking bad about people is not going to get me closer to the truth. I don't invest my positivity, my energy in that. I'm here trying to seek truth just like everybody else. And I'm a piece of the puzzle just like you are and everybody else. And once we get together and bring everybody's truth into one accord, you know what I'm saying? Then we'll become that 1,000 picture, you know what I'm saying? But we're so separated. And I went specifically to Stone Mountain because I've been kind of like tossed to and fro and trying to find knowledge, right? Like the book of Hosea said, right? In the latter days, people will be tossed to and fro seeking knowledge. But it's going to be a famine, and not a famine of food, but a famine of the word. You know what I'm saying? And it's so ironic because it says it even in their own book, that it says it that you ain't going to be able to find knowledge because knowledge is going to be hidden because we're too ignorant. You know what I'm saying? Because we fell for the art. We fell for the satire. We fell for the entertainment. We felt all that, you know what I'm saying? We felt, man, we dumped our aura. We dumped our vibration. And let me tell you, once I knew that B Dale was gonna be there, I took a picture with Billy Carson too. You know what I'm saying? I took a picture with him. I took a picture with a couple of people. And let me tell you, the whole time I was there, the whole time I was driving there, because I came from Florida and it was 6 hours. And I was so excited, man, because I didn't sleep because I'm a truck driver, so I drive. Man, after work, man, I just came home, grabbed my bags, you know what I'm saying? Got it. I just basically put everything in my car. And at 12 o'clock, man, I drove there. And when I drove there, man, you know what I'm saying? I got there like at 5:30. I got there 5:30. I saw red pill, blue pill. You know what I'm saying? I saw Magic, Black Magic, whatever his name is. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know it at the top of my head. And I saw Vicky too. But I couldn't find B-Dale. And let me tell you, the whole time I was there, man, I felt like all eyes was on me because a lot of people were staring at me. Yes, sir. I read it 113 times. If you, okay, brother, I don't play games, man. I don't know why I have a urge. I have a passion to seek the truth. Now, I may not completely find it. I understand that because I know you got gatekeepers and you got people that are aware that has power and has, you know, I ain't trying to go down that route, but I did, brother. If you want to, yo, I could tell you things about that Bible that I promise you nobody ever wrote. For you to read it 113 times, that means that every time you read it, you find things up there. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Billy Carson was there too. And I for some reason when I was there, I was trying to move around, trying to shake my body because I know that my ancestor, my grandfather was with me. And I was trying to shake them up. And I know people was looking at me because I looked at it a little bit weird, but I didn't care because usually when I go to any place, like, you know how you get like goosebumps, you know what I'm saying? Or something like that, man. Like, you feel me? Like, you know, like something is trying to warn you. I didn't feel that. And I was trying to shake my body to see if, you know what I'm saying, if I feel some type of adrenaline rush or, you know what I'm saying, some type of goosebumps or something, man, to warn me, okay, yeah, this feels right. The whole time it didn't feel right. You know what I'm saying? Because the whole time I was seeing them up there, and mind you, this is not to shame nobody. I'm just speaking truth. This is my personal opinion. This is my perspective. I'm entitled to them. You know what I'm saying? Free will is entitled to everybody. And when I was there, I didn't feel what everybody felt. Now, the only thing that I can tell you that I felt was the excitement and the honor and the pleasure it was to go up that mountain, because I never really went up a mountain up here in the US. Now, I did it in Puerto Rico and Cuba, you know what I'm saying? But I never really done it up here. So to go out there and to have that experience, especially with other people that are like-minded, because I was after Bidel, so I could ask him a couple of questions, because to me, it never makes sense. You know what I'm saying? He talked about star seeds and he talked about this, which I respect. But to me, NASA and how this world is aligned don't make
Can I interject with you?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I like what you're doing, man. You talk about him talking about star seeds goes back to what I was saying. The star seeds are the seeds of souls that are in this realm that come from the stars so they can go back to the stars. But they got us thinking we're the earthlings and that the people in power are like the fallen angels, the Anunnaki, and they telling us everything backwards. They can't fall from heaven because they never been. They've been earthbound since the day this simulation was created. We fell from heaven here. And so they don't want us to know our story because we can't get out if we don't know this story. If we don't know this story, we can't rise up out of our avatar here, because the knowledge of ascension is the knowledge of self, and you can't teach the space program and the knowledge of ascension with the knowledge of self, because you're telling people that the way we getting off the earth is with rockets and believing in the white man and trying to battle through gravity, versus the ancestors said, no, you got to battle your earthly natures, your carnal desires. You got to become disciplined and rise above the 7 deadly sins and make your soul light as a feather so you can ascend. But the people who want us to be evil and consumers, they want to get around that part and just say, nah, that's a lie. We can ascend with rockets. So keep doing whatever you want to do. And you just, you know, Wait for us to get these rockets together. We'll get you off the earth. That's a trick of the devil.
Yeah. Yeah, it's man, it's man, you said something earlier, right? And you said that the whole world is being deceived by the devil, and I could agree with that. That's the reason, man, why I even stopped even picking up that book, because I spend money for my knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I didn't sacrifice my time in this life, man. I don't celebrate holidays. You know, when you so deep into these religion, and I kept jumping and jumping because I didn't feel comfortable with the type of teaching that they was teaching, because
Yeah, I
of
know, right?
indoctrination. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of hurtful because you're tampering with people's emotions, and people are entitled to seek what something is calling them for, and you're stopping them. So now that it's just war, but it's just not only a fleshly war. It's war in all sides. You got spiritual war, you got mental war, you got physical war, you got emotional the war. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, you're being attacked from all sorts of direction. And when I went up in that mountain and everybody was gathering around, you know what I'm saying? Red, all of them had eyes on me, bro. I'm not trying to, bro. I got videos, I got photos and videos. Like a lot of the people that was around the security guard that was spread out ever since I got there, bro. Because I'm tall, I'm light skinned too. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of stick out because I know that I got a beautiful aura. Because, bro, I don't really have no. Bro, just listen to the sound of my voice, man. I'm not really a negative person, bro. I respect everybody, you know, be there on they doing their thing, they entitled to, you feel me? Like, you can't serve two masters, so they serving theirs, you feel me? I'm gonna keep on trying to serve. I'm trying to find minds, you know what I'm saying, and trying to find the truth. But what got me was that when Vicky got up there, man, and she got her, like, nothing she said, no disrespect to the sister, I don't know her. That was my first time seeing her. But when she got up there, bro, and those words didn't even come from her heart. Like, she actually opened the phone and started reading it. And then what got me was at the end of her message. Now, she came and said, the only reason why I'm taking it from the Bible is because there's witchcraft. Bro, that left me dumb. Yo, go back and listen to the video. That left me dumbfounded.
That's the kind of stuff that, see, here go the thing about blasphemy. Because everything with red pill, blue pill, Vicky and all them, it got to go back to mysticism. It ain't no witchcraft, magic, voodoo, hoodoo, and mysticism. They don't want the world to know that our ancestors were geniuses in science and physics. They rather say your ancestors were magicians and witches. And no, that's what the invader was. The invader didn't know nothing about the universe, y'all. So he was making up dumb shit like, if I sacrifice this chicken, that'll clean my evil. He didn't know the true nature of karma or the universe. So the pagans and the invaders were very barbaric because they had convinced themselves that there was some kind of cheat code to this simulation to where, hey, maybe we can kill if we make a sacrifice. Maybe we can cheat on our wife if I sacrifice this goat tomorrow. That'll clean my evil away. And they said, well, we need an ultimate sacrifice, and that became Jesus, right? But this is paganism and human sacrifice, Satanism, and the Christians don't even know it. Now, but watch this, right? The crazy thing is, we didn't have that kind of dumb teaching that the world under today. The kind of teaching we had was, the universe have higher realms, heavenly realms. In my Father's kingdom are many mansions. That means the ancestors been talking like that. In the higher realms are many ethers, many higher kingdoms where the soul can ascend to. And then there's lower kingdoms. Dante's Inferno will go into that good, but you know, all the ancestors go into that too. But the point is, the ancestors, when a person told a child what was above the earth, what was below the earth, what was beyond this place, right? Because beyond the veil mean beyond the atmosphere, what they call in space. When they said we launching a rocket out of the atmosphere to go to this other side that no other human can go to. See, before that was going on, our ancestors were the original astronauts. The word astronaut got the word not in it because it's dealing with water, nautica. That's because the original space travelers traveled the waters above. It wasn't called space. It was called ascending up to the waters above, like that Hennessy commercial that they took off. So my whole thing is this right here, right? Astral dealing with the astral realm, the stars, going to the star, and nautical dealing with that there in water. And that the way that we zoom in on the stars, the patterns that we see is of light reflecting off a water surface. And I'll show you that in a minute, but let me bring this home, right? Because the point you want to take from this is that they came and brought space. They said beyond the atmosphere is nothing. It's just a black free fall. That's the Greeks' bottomless pit. Look up the Hellenic view of the universe. Those barbarians thought that beyond the atmosphere was nothing and that the earth is just levitating in nothingness. Dumb stuff, and they try to explain it with physics, but it can't be explained with facts, so it's all built on theories on top of theories, and it's a big Jenga tower of theories that if you pull the damn blocks at the bottom, which is gravity, relativity, and all them other foundational theories that they built the other theories on top of, the whole shit fall apart. So, you know, my whole thing, you gotta realize, is deeper than just flat earthers arguing with NASA. Nigga, these are people that's waking up, realizing what the ancestors said about the earth and saying what NASA is doing is most satanic than most people would even realize. That's why I'm breaking this down to you like that. And why am I breaking it down? Because Billy Carson works with NASA. I'm not just picking on him. I'm exposing a gate guard that's with the ops, and don't nobody want to give me props for it. They hate. They say, man, you hate. No, bro. Just think about it. If I go in on NASA, y'all don't get mad. But if but me going in on Billy is me still going in on NASA. We going in because they got these ministers in everybody culture selling them the agenda, and they are connected with all of the big platforms and networks and the freemen. All of them are teaching you the same NASA shit. Now they dressed up like Kemetic people. They dressed up like Egyptians. But when you say, well, the Egyptians had a flat earth cosmology, they say, well, these people will tell you the ancestors didn't believe in no flat earth. And like I told Jabari, show me a solar system in ancient Egypt. What you're going to find is Nut and Gab. And ain't no way you can make that into no modern solar system. That didn't come till the Greeks came. So my thing be, you don't have to agree with the ancestors, but to lie like they was one flat earthers is desecration. Now you literally going against your ancestors and lying on them. That's a whole nother level of Satanism right there. That mean, bro, if you die and the ancestors is on the other side, they not gonna be happy with your ass.
Hey, can I say something about that real quick? You have mentioned something earlier, right? How our ancestors back then, they had total control of meditating and leaving and coming outside of this realm, right? And it's so interesting because when you said that, I was thinking to myself, man, so we really had control over ourselves, and you know what I'm saying? Like we really have power and control, because when you go into the scriptures, right? Remember when JC was hanging up in a cross and he uttered his last words? Well, right along those lines, it really said that that after he spoke those words, he gave up the Holy, so he voluntarily gave it up. Like that's something we can't even do right now. Like if I wanted to sit down and give up my soul, right, or my life, pass on.
This is what they showing you in the Hiram of Birth ritual, that a lot of these people in high places like Jay-Z, they don't die. They simply leave the world stage. They what I call pass over or pass on. They pass their consciousness over into a whole nother body.
Yeah, never seen that picture, that old picture with Jay-Z, like
The
from in
brother
the
cooking.
80s and 70s. My bad.
And they tell you that, like, they'll change their name and have an alternate ego. Like when they become Jehovah, or when Kanye become Yeezus, that's a swap out. That's a Hiram-Abiff ritual, and it's always some related to God, like Yeezus or Jehovah or something, because God is the one that resurrects and come back. This is what I'm telling you. When a person and you say, man, something totally different about this guy, they call in a whole nother alternative version of theyself, like Beyonce, Sasha Fierce. And y'all think that they, just joking and all that. These are fucking witches on this world stage that know some deeper knowledge than they fans know. And they fans think it's just cool when they see the goat symbols, the 5-pointed stars. Fuck yeah, right? It's just rock and roll, right? But if one of these little niggas really get in that industry and see what they dealing with at Hollywood and all this shit, everybody ain't ready to even know how deep this thing, how spiritual this thing is. But see, they teaching these kids, they overthinking it. These old heads, are you serious? Like, witches, warlocks, they can't see how these people empower their idols, the rappers, even people looking up to Billy Carson, Vicky Dillard. See, all of these people, like you said earlier about Vicky, what does she's always known to do? Bring up the witchcraft, the magic, the mysticism, just like the abduction story. All of these guys, all right, and I can show you red pill and blue pills fraternity. Matter of fact, I might end up doing a whole series on this shit and showing y'all who these people is, man. But make a long story short, they are gate guards. They're there so that whenever someone try to go and reconnect with these ancient symbols, you gonna get intercepted by these niggas, and they gonna have you with alien talk, abduction talk, reptilian talk. You think you woke when you in that. I was there. I thought I was so woke, and that's where the majority of our people go when they leave the church, into alien abductions, reptilians, and they don't understand how deep this thing go, man. Like, and they'll laugh at flat earth when I'm like, bro, you still a baby. You'll realize when you got the truth in this world full of lies, you ain't gonna be in a broad path with everybody else that think they know every fucking thing. Like these, crazy. You got it.
Because real quick, when I was dipping that mountain, bro, you listen, nothing but power and love to every individual that went out there and pour out in whatever they believe in, because they entitled to. Whether they indoctrinated, whether they've been exposed to the truth or not, at the end of the day, everybody's responsible for your own actions, because that's the only thing that separates each and every single one of us. It's our decisions. It's our thought, how we function in life and how we actually to take course. But when I was up there, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't feel nothing what they was feeling. I was shaking myself to shake something inside of me so I could feel something, and I couldn't. Then when I got on here and I seen you post that it was the Ku Klux Klan in 1915, boy, that messed me up so bad, because I'm a very spiritual person. I'm talking about, man, the only thing that I can tell you that I took pleasure in, I went up there to Stone Mountain, and I took the view, I took videos, I took pictures and everything, man. And as I was coming down, because it was time for me to leave, because to me, I'm not gonna hang around something, bro, that I'm not digging. You know what I'm saying? So I stood there for like about half hour, and then I left. As I was coming down, there was this beautiful brother, man, with his family that was selling drinks. You know what I'm saying? Like coconut water and watermelon. And I spoke with him. Man, we was talking for about 30 minutes. That was my thing, just to go. I truly believe that my purpose was to go there and just to meet and talk to this brother, because I was breaking things down to him, man, and we were just vibing. But everybody else, man, they was like putting these people up in a pedestal, man. And I was like, yo, but this ain't no different from religion. You know what I'm saying?
What I'm saying. See, because everything about the church is this oppressed, defenseless, Let's wait on something in the sky to help us out energy, but at the same time, they got a 5013C with the enemy that you said God mad at. Right? Make that make sense. Most of you churches got a 5013C with the state, which was the enemy of Jesus, because Jesus was crucified by the state, by the authorities, by the governmental powers in his time. So y'all in contract with these people, and you saying you waiting on God to come help you fight them when your contract with them is why y'all got these big mega churches, is why y'all got your tax exemption statuses. Make this make sense. You see what's going on here, and why the Bible said these folks gonna lead everybody to hell in the name of God. They defiling the temples and all that, bro. I'm telling you, man. That it's really
that's why I
crazy.
said too there. That's why remember in the New Testament it says, oh yeah, but I perform all these miracles under your name, and it says what, man? Depart from me that I never knew you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, once you take away your people's power, you got to now promise them that something more powerful than them is gonna come save them. It's a psychological trick. You handicap your people who got the power in them. We're the prophets of old coming back. When we activate this in our DNA, we're a threat to the whole establishment. Anybody that enriched themselves with the enemy, they know that this is a threat to them too. So they have to have gate guards, man. Let me tell you some what's crazy about this, right? When I talk about the system of oppression, it's the fact that you can't rise out of your victim mentality and oppressed state if we only associate ourselves with slavery and oppression, and don't nobody come along like Sanchez and let you know how great we were, how much geniuses the ancestors were. If nobody do that, you're gonna look to the Greeks. You're gonna say, well, if these people way back here didn't know what they was talking about, when did people know what they was talking about at? And then they gonna say, well, this is when the Greeks took over, Copernicus, Galileo, all them. But the double talk is they don't have more accurate calendars than the Mayans. So Pope Gregory and his timekeeping system is so far off that the Greeks literally screwed up time for like 1,000 years or some shit like that. Somebody may correct me, but they screwed up time to the point it ain't even 2025 right now. But that's another story. And these people will have to admit, yeah, the ancestors was better at tracking the stars and they timekeeping systems is more accurate than ours, but they didn't know nothing about what the earth is. How that makes sense? That's like saying, yeah, this man is a mechanic. He know all. Think about this, right? They saying this, right? Every time this man fits the car, his shit run right. But every time we fix the car, we just can't get the car to run right. But we know more, right? But this guy who getting the car to run right, we know more about the car than him. So now they telling you where the Mayans calendar is like one of the most accurate ever in existence. The Vedic timekeeping system, all of this stuff is very accurate. And then we know Pope Gregory is an embarrassment when it comes to timekeeping. So they can't lie about that. They got to admit, yeah, they can tell time better than us and track the stars better than us. But we know more about the sky than them. Well, hold on, wait. Yeah, he can fix cars better than me. But yeah, we know more about mechanics than him, though. And you gotta admit that he can fix cars better than you, cause his shit keep cranking when he come from under the hood and yours won't crank. So you gotta admit that, but you still got people thinking you the better mechanic. Talk about a mind fuck. Shout out to everybody. And just to give y'all a little history of Stone Mountain. Stone Mountain is important to black history, not because of pride or heritage, but because it represents a monument of racial oppression. Like when you go to church and they got this image of this dead white dude dead on the cross and everybody having a funeral every Sunday and this oppressed ass spirit, we shall overcome. That's what you felt out there at the gathering of the masters. I'm pretty sure, and I wasn't even out there. We gonna get like we waiting on these aliens and motherships like they waiting on the rapture. and everybody is giving y'all this oppressed victim energy. That's what the pastor giving the church, but he rich as hell. Now, why the pastor giving the church a victim mentality, he in bed with the enemy, while making them make excuses for why they can't overcome the enemy. And if that just went over y'all head, let me break this down, and I'm a yield the flow. If the pastor working with the enemy, his job is to keep the people from rising up against the enemy that he's in the bed with, getting money with. So how does he do that? He tell you, don't you do nothing to the enemy. Just let the enemy whoop your ass. And when he slap one cheek, turn the other cheek. We're waiting on God. And after a while, when so many of your people die, you got to ask yourself, well, when is the help coming, Pastor? It's coming. God on his own time. But we just lost another million babies, Pastor, but just wait on God. Now, meanwhile, Pastor working with the enemy that's doing that to the people, and he getting rich with this enemy, telling you, nope, just wait on God to come destroy him. Why you're working. You see what I'm saying? You're working with the enemy while that's suppressing the people. You doing business with all the churches having enriched themselves with the beast. The Bible talk about that. These false prophets gonna be dealt with. But I'm telling you right now, man, they gonna lead a lot of the people to hell, man. See, people ain't interpreting the Bible to see what's really going on. You gonna love the Bible when you read it from a Gnostic perspective. Because guess what? People got beef with the church, right? Guess what they don't realize? The Bible had more beef with the church than you. The Bible on your side. If you don't like these churches and these false prophets up there giving this false doctrine, the Bible don't either. The Bible said most of the church going to hell. It condemned most of these pastors. So when you really wake up and really look at the Bible, guess what you say? Okay, give me the Bible back. Jesus went up in the damn churches and all that, flipping shit over. You look at it differently and you realize they taught you how to read the Bible, which is why you didn't see the anti-establishment story in the Bible. The Bible is anti-establishment. Now it's, but it's so much to that we can go into, but I gotta share the mic. Global Status, welcome back. Sky Blue, welcome back. Who wanna grab the flow? Seafood Stoner, Shayler's iPhone, Wisdom Thought, Jay Santos, Sin Nana.
Yo.
Salutes everybody.
Grab the flow.
Okay,
Why did they make the Bible an acronym saying it's the book of instructions before leaving Earth when it just means book?
I ain't gonna lie, I like that acronym. You can translate that in a lot of ways, but I couldn't tell you why they made it. But it fits in different contexts, I guess. I like that. But
why they wear crosses? And that's like if my brother died of a car accident and I just got a chain with a car accident on it.
Mm-hmm. They don't represent Jesus' life. If they want to represent his life, they will wear open tombs, but they rocking the symbol of death.
Right.
Yeah, that's fact. So like I say, it's all to go back to that victim. They don't celebrate the resurrection for real. On the day of his resurrection, they got Easter eggs and Easter bunnies. Desecration.
Wait, that's what North is. Yo, peace to the channel. Yo, peace, Sanchez. Peace to the chat. That's what you was talking about, North. What you was talking about the algorithms. It's the same thing. You just said that everybody wearing the sign of death. That's the algorithm, right, North? They dance instead of the algorithm.
So and just people need to see, like, when y'all see me going out to Billy Carson, y'all got to understand that all of the platforms he go through, that he's networked through, like when he go from Andrew Schultz to your Vlad to wherever he going in these big spaces. Come on now, people. These are the people that they put up there on the world stage to be the voices to gate guard all his knowledge, man. That's all, which is why Billy Carson went off on Flat Earth, man. Now, people will say they got Phil Valentine there, too. Okay, I know Phil Valentine debated Billy Carson on Flat Earth. People say Phil Valentine is an advocate for flat Earth, right? Show me when the last time Phil Valentine politicked with the flat Earth community. How are you one of us from over there? You this lone ranger over there with the enemies by yourself. Y'all gonna learn with Jeranism to quit biting at everything. That, cause I ain't gonna lie to you, it's very fishy with me with Phil Valentine flat Earth whole thing. I'm gonna be honest with you, just I can't lie about it. Yeah,
I agree with you.
Hey, I have a question for bro Sanchez. So I'm having a little bit difficulties understanding this, right? Because we all know that NASA in Hebrew stands for deception.
deceive, yeah.
Yeah, right. So the thing that threw me off was that we have discovered over 85% of the universe out there. We discovered so much of it,
So
but yet there's less than 15%. But yeah, see, what caught my interest in that is that why do they got wires, bro, under the sea? And that's the reason why they don't want us to discover that there's wires connecting to every state.
Yeah.
I'm talking to every to every land. See, that to me, it makes me further understand that okay, that this could possibly be a simulation, or we could just be, because I remember tapping into your channel last year and you was talking about how the ancestors back then, like the Egyptian and stuff like that, how they had an advanced technology where if they wanted to have a child, right, they could actually take that child and create a simulation to see how he would develop. Like there was a video that you had made, and I'm not sure if you could.
Well, yeah, I know what you're
that.
talking about. I'll revisit that real quick. Like that's what the earth is. Like when the Bible was saying basically you haven't really been born for real yet. This is a dream of a baby that's sleep in a fetal bag that you call in life. And that death, you're waking up as a baby again, born in another reality. And that ain't even your real birth either. They sent 7 fake births before we get out of the simulation. But check this out, right? In the movie The Matrix, you got all of these babies in these little sleeping incubators plugged into the Matrix. You notice everybody in the Matrix are adults though. But on the real world where they plugged in, they just a baby that ain't even saw the real world yet. They just been in this dream state. They gave you a glimpse of what the ancestors was saying about our reality then. So it's like a 7-layered dream. And we 7 awakenings out of a 7-layered dream. So when you say what would be the purpose of it, this is my theory, and it's very, now the thing is, I think the ancestors got so advanced with technology that they created simulations, brain-computer interfaces in the ancient world, and I think they achieved time travel and all of that. And I believe that the ancestors started to, when a baby is born, plug them into a simulation and let them simulate a lifetime before they're actually experiencing a real lifetime in the base world. So I'm saying we exist in an ancient advanced world right now as a baby possibly that's been plugged into a simulation. A person may say, why? Well, if you had the knowledge to see the future, the time travel, to plug into these simulations and travel in the past, present, and future, would you send babies into these simulated worlds so while they sleeping for their 9 months, they can simulate a couple of lifetimes in just 9 months? Because you can edit the time from in the simulation from real time in the base reality. Like a video game, you can play a whole NFL season in just 1 day, right? But the whole thing is this. Why would you do that? They said, look, we can put these babies in these simulations. They gonna think that they growing up, becoming adults and all that, and we'll keep letting them think that till they figure themselves out, get the knowledge of self, master themselves, and then we'll raise them up in layers as they figure. Because what that'll do, right, it'll make sure that when you finally born in the real world, you will be a perfect being that'll be, you wouldn't be able to, it'll be like a baby, right? Like, think about this, right? A baby that's sleeping, and in its dream, it dream of a lifetime. And the baby wake up and know who it is already from day one. So these babies that's waking up in the base reality, they are like gods. They are little bitty babies, but they have the knowledge of grown ass men that knew who they were throughout lifetimes. These, you see what I'm, this what's going on, because they already did that in the fake world and been exposed. And, you know, like I said,
like a caterpillar,
like a caterpillar goes, you know where I'm about to go, though. I tell it all the time, bro. Yeah, a caterpillar goes into a cocoon. I tell y'all once again real quick, and I'll yield it, Red. So, yeah, you know where I'm going. Like I always say, a caterpillar goes into the cocoon, and it comes out already knowing how to fly, because while it's in there sleeping, it's dreaming that it's a butterfly. So your soul is a God having a human experience that's just remembering, damn, I'm a God. So when the caterpillar goes into the cocoon and go to sleep, it start dreaming that it's a caterpillar in the dream, and as it grows up in the dream and awaken, it transforms and get wings, like they say your soul does when it becomes an angel. What happens is the caterpillar get the wings in its own dream before it really get them in the real world. But see, when the caterpillar start flapping its wings in the fake world, saying, oh shit, I'm a butterfly, it busts out its cocoon with wings. Like, oh, I am a butterfly, but I was dreaming I was one that, but none how to teach it how to fly. It comes out knowing how to fly because in its dream, it went to flight simulator school. In its dream, it was spreading its wings and it was saying, man, I'm a butterfly with wings. But in doing that, it broke out of its cocoon as a butterfly for real. That'll be no different than a human saying, yo, I'm a God. I am a God. And as you awaken to this knowledge, you literally are transforming yourself to that which you're proclaiming. And this transformation which allow you to grow something that would allow you to leave the earth realm and travel the heavens, like the caterpillar that's looking, the butterfly that's looking down at all of them other caterpillars that ain't got wings. That's gonna be your soul when it gets its wings and transcend this place. It's gonna be looking down at all of them babies that's still crawling around the ground. You call them kundalini serpents. Let me show you what your soul gonna be like, seeing from a higher realm. So inside of here, you see this serpent. This is energy that's stuck inside of the body. This serpent represents the sine wave, the soul, the spirit, the spiral, that what you see in a hospital on the machine, little sine wave. This right here, when it leaves the body drops dead. But this is what turns into a butterfly. The cocoon is the body. So you can look at this little snake inside of the body as a caterpillar in a cocoon. And when it's ready, when it get its wings, it'll leave the body and fly up to the sky, and the body will die. And when that happened, the Kemetic people, they got a symbol for that, right? Here it is right here. It's the winged serpent. This is when a soul, but you know, they showing you your soul, the serpent with the wings, is when this kundalini here get the wings and is able to transcend. So that's what our journey here is all about. But yeah, let me fall back, man. That's, y'all get the point.
Yeah, can I add something to that?
Yeah, y'all got it, man.
Well, first let me say, I just barely seen your platform. You know what I mean? And it's been like a week since I've been seeing your channel. You know, and it's been real nice finding people of like-minded mentalities. You know what I mean? It is really hard to go out there to go around and talk to people because, like you were saying, with family, you get to talking with family about it. And man, we all know that can go south. But some of the things that I've read. Oh, another thing I wanted to add before I said that is the thing y'all talking about earlier with religion. I never really, I mean, I grew up Christian. You know, I was all black church, all white church, mixed churches.
you know, a fellowship of Christian athletes, all that shit. You know what I mean? And one of the things I've learned throughout my years of looking at different religions was to never really confine yourself to one ideology. You know, it really limits you to how far you can really spread your wings and grow and take in truths. So spirituality is more of looking at the sublayer to understand how the surface layer is working. So you want to look at all the working mechanical parts because it all comes together for one big picture. So like, with that being said, I read one book, I don't know if y'all ever heard of, it's called Ra, The Law of One. It's a pretty astounding book. What's up?
Yeah, we heard it.
Yeah, it's a good book. It's written out in like interviewee form, Matt, like answer question form. But the scientists really got together after that Roswell crash back in like 47, something like that. But they got together, and one of the people that what they called was the I can't remember exactly what she was. She was like she was the person that this being was speaking through. I don't know how to put it in layman terms, but or in technical terms. But anyway, this being was talking about there being levels of reality, different dimensions, right? And was talking about how each dimension is a ascend. We are ascending from the other form into a newer form, right? So, for example, the dimension we are in now, this Earth realm, if you pay attention, there's a lot of animosity, there's a lot of hate, there's a lot of anger, killings, murders, rapes. It's a lot of negativity, right? And what Ra was saying in that book was that in order to transcend or ascend to the next dimension, you have to grow out of those things because the next dimension is nothing but love, peace, love, joy, and bliss.
You ever heard of Russell Walters?
Russell Walters?
The Universal One. I think the Law One really came from the Russell Wilson book called The Universal One.
Well, I haven't heard of that, but I do know that the Law of One is from the science group up in Ohio. They still got the group together. I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
Look, when you get some free time, look up Walter Russell Universal One, and you'll start to understand where it originates from.
All right, so
it's kind of like plagiarizing a little bit, but just look it up.
So it also depends on what times the books came out before, which one came out too. So that, I mean, we had to take that into an account. But it was also saying that that talking about the pyramids, and that's when I got really interested. When I first came across your channel, you were talking about the pyramids. Because I mean, if you can pull up right now, if you look up the aerial view of the Pyramid of Giza, right, and then you look at a microchip, they're identical.
Oh yeah,
motherboard.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
The pyramid motherboard theory.
It's identical. You know what I mean?
And it ain't a theory. That's facts though. Because remember what the Pharaoh said about the pyramid. He said it's made to beam his consciousness. I was saying that earlier, that after all these cataclysms on Earth, right, whole city's been gone, but the pyramid's there. Think about this, right? It's been so many resets on the Earth that the cities in Egypt have been destroyed and rebuilt over hundreds of years, plenty of times, because it's been 10,000 years, they said, since the pyramids been there. So think of how many cities skylines and came and went. But them pyramids is the thing that connects all the ages. And I'm gonna tell you my theory on why. I think the Pharaoh wasn't lying. I think there's an ancient ghost or spirit stuck in it, a couple of them demons that created this simulation. These souls fell from a higher plane, lower plane, right? You got souls, you got souls that was like us though. They come from higher planes, but they merged with AI in this simulation, and now they stuck. They condemned. And they about to do it again. The Bible prophesied it, but look, they can't destroy the pyramids, and even though they reset the earth all the time, the pyramids gonna stay here, because this is how the Pharaoh soul get to stay connected into this computer. into this big ass computer we call Earth.
Are they the
It's a
Archons?
yeah.
And they
Are they what you call the Archons? Or nah?
Well, see, that's what the
Yeah.
Archons is. That's what
Yeah.
because it's not just Billy Carson too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a woman named Linda. I stay here in New Mexico and up here in Albuquerque. You know, I'm
Oh,
like
yeah.
2 hours from Roswell, but
Oh yeah, you
up there in Albuquerque is where Linda Moulton Howe stays, and she was one of the main interviewers and journalists for that. And she has a lot of material where she goes and she talks about talking to all these different like people that were generals in the Air Force, or not the Air Force, but in the Army. You know what I mean? These people in the Air Force, like certain officers, you know, that were supposedly escorting, and they called Ebens, right? The Eben race. And this is why, and this is where it gets kind of tricky, because you got all this information, but it's like, where does it all connect? You know what I mean? Because it connects somewhere, and and that's what I really found
it
pleasure
all
going to
goes back to, if you ever watched this movie called A Signal, right? Let me show you something.
Oh, with Lawrence Fishburne?
Yeah, if you look at the
Great
ending of
movie.
that, if you look at the ending of that movie, just like the ending of the Truman Show, where all of the secret societies are hiding, the big secret is that we're literally in a damn simulation in a Truman Show. The ancestors knew it. They want to act like they finding out every day, because scientists is moving slow. Like, we're finding out more and more that we may be in a simulation with parallel realities. I told y'all years ago, they're gonna start leaning heavy on the theory that the universe is in a black hole, and that's their way of saying the earth is flat. Because they got to explain the motion of the heavens, which is, think about this right here, go the model that they giving y'all. Let me show you. The black hole universe is just a flat earth model. So if you look at this right here, this is what they, and if you look at here, this is what flat earthers been teaching the whole time. And they gotta slowly go to it while denying it. But they trying to fit this to their model. As it's almost like AI learning from the arguments we making, and it's formulating arguments that would make this shit fit. But ultimately, you just gonna have to say this shit flat if you keep going like this, because this is so close right here. Like, let me
But
pull
see,
up.
that's what
Yeah.
if you read the Gateway, I don't know if y'all ever read the Gateway Project from like the Monroe Institute.
Yeah,
But
we know about that.
in there, they talk about it. They say in there, like, all right, they say that God, what we know as God, you know, Yahweh, whatever, is the absolute, right? And the absolute is all energy at rest. And in order for all of this to be, that the absolute had to project the image of itself, right? Because energy at rest has the inability to create. So they say when you go back to the absolute, you don't lose the power to perceive, you just lose the power to create, right? So they were saying that the universe, and this is why it's like, because if you look at their model, it's like, all right, but then when you try to look at it, and that's what they do, they give you the truth, but they give you a false model. So when you try to apply that truth to anything else, it doesn't make sense. And I tell my children, because I homeschool my children, and I tell them, look, nobody can destroy the truth. All they can do is distort your perception of it. You know what I mean? So in the papers, they talk about from a white hole, all of this energy is emitting, right? And it's going around the outside of the universe, and it's coming back into the black hole, right? And
Right.
they said
A
the
torus
universe
field. There you go.
of the egg. You know what I mean? And I was trying to apply that knowledge into, you know what I mean, a globe, you know, solar system, celestial
You can't
universe, you know, and it doesn't make sense.
bro,
at
that's the
And that's
all.
quantum computer,
It's
bro.
holographic.
when I found
At
Holographic.
all.
That's the quantum
Now, now,
computer,
now,
bro.
now, watch this, right? It's somebody in the chat room that said, I ain't choose to be here. I'ma just tell you this real quick. Ain't nobody tell you to crash your ass into that egg. You was a sperm. You went to the egg, and now you here, but you didn't choose to go into the egg. You telling me the sperm didn't have no consciousness or intelligence, you didn't know what you was doing. See, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So you did choose to be here on another level. You just forgot. Ain't nobody make you go into that egg, man.
Facts. Ooh, bro.
You know, I have a I just wanted to say something about or like the flat earth and the dome. See, this is what really kind of gets to me, right? Because every day that I walk outside and there's our clouds that are really close to us. I'm talking about clouds that you could really see close to your house. And when you look at the bottom of those clouds, you could tell that there's a dome because at the bottom of each cloud, excuse me, you see a flat surface, like something is scraping, like an invisible layer. Now, when you actually dig further, there's other different layers, like there's clouds above each clouds, right? But you could tell that these clouds ain't really normal because all those biochemtrail that they throw up there, they forms these type of clouds, right? And I'm talking about these clouds look freaking weird. I'm talking about they standing up from like the first level all the way up to like the seven or eight. Now,
So
this
they
is something
make
that,
clouds.
I'm
They
sorry.
got a cloud. They got a cloud machine that make clouds. They
Oh,
got a patent on clouds, so clouds are being made. But
Oh
you can
yeah.
look
yeah.
at a rainbow to get the
Mhm.
look at a rainbow or a sundog to show you that we in an enclosed system.
Yeah. See, that's
Cause
what
the
trips me out though, because if you watch the movie, right? Well, but the cartoon, the Simpson, how they came and they put a dome over them, right? But a lot of people is missing the picture. They didn't like they oh that's a dome. Nah, look, this helicopters came and put the freaking dome over us. Put you know what I'm saying? Put the dome
You know what the
over them.
dome is, right? It's your own mind. That's all it is. You're in your, think about this, right? If you fall asleep right now and you dreaming, and I walk up to you in a dream and we say, what is the dome? And I be like, bro, you're sleeping your own body in another world. The hole at the top of the dome is this right here. You see this? Now look at the human skull cut open right here. The whole dome, the Muslim mosque, the cathedral, all that is based on a human brain. Let me show you something real quick how deep this shit is, right? If you look at the earth, right, the Hebrew cosmos, it's literally a human head. The sun and moon is the two eyes, and the brain split is right where you see God at, where your pineal gland at. Like the whole earth is your head in another realm. Like I know this sound crazy, but when you're in a dream, your consciousness is inside of your dream body. When your consciousness leaves that dream body, it exits out via this little bitty hole that you see that's drilled in all of your brains. You got more than one brain. You got 7 brains, is 7 different yous and 7 different universes, and each one of your brains got a hole at the middle of them, so that if the pilot want to fly this plane, he can hop in and grab the strings right here. Santa Claus can get the straps. You see the little dude right there? That's the real self inside of its avatar controlling it, which is why I was showing y'all God is the mind. All of this is listen, the universe is your spinal cord. It's your central nervous system. I notice, see, and this is the whole Babel Tower, like, and this is what the Pharaoh is showing us right here. Look, that this experience is taking place inside of another layer of you that fell asleep on a higher realm. The great fall is literally when God fall asleep, which is why you see Buddha sleeping under the tree all the time. He's inside the simulation in the incubator, waiting to bust out like Samson to see the real world beyond that. That's what we're doing.
your own universe. YOU.
Yeah,
Hey,
universe, that
Yeah.
facts.
And see, that's what that
Hey.
book I was talking about, the law of one. It was saying that when the pyramids were created, they were created with a single thought, right? And that the pyramids were used to initiate people, right? And above the pyramid would sit a capstone of crystal, right? And this would be used to harness the energy. And this was and the pyramids at the time that it's a crazy book, but it was saying like at the time the ones in Egypt were being built, they were building some in South America, all over the world. And that these were supposed to be used to help heal the earth, raise the frequency of the earth and heal all the people, right? But then that all of the pharaohs and
Well,
everything at the time started to
you
try to use the pyramids only for the hierarchy, quote unquote, of people, I guess, like the more powerful or authoritative people, and weed out the ones that they were pretty much picking and choosing who they would want to initiate. You know what I mean?
Bro, that's the movie Stargate, bro.
You know what I want to plug in real quick to that, and then I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna be quick. Now look, if you ever look at a person that's meditating, right? This what I just want to share some with y'all. Sacred geometry is how you know this is true. You look at a person body meditating. Now this gonna sound crazy, right? But they body shapes like a pyramid, and the pyramid shape is how a rocket shapes. So if you look at a rocket, right? If you look at a rocket, right? The rocket shapes like somebody sitting in a meditating position, and in that little window, you can say, well, that's the third eye. You look at this rocket, you look at this person here. Is one simple thing like the birthday hat when we wear the cone on our head. It's because this is what the real space program was about. When they put the man in the rocket, it wasn't really about a rocket like what you see here. It's a hat that they wore that you see him with it on right there. This what the shaman is linked to the word Santa and all that. But see, the hat that he wearing, it's the wing hat that Mercury wore. This is a form of Neuralink and all that. And we can get into how the Olmecs and all of them had brain-computer interfaces, but I'm not saying that's the only way they left the Earth. At some point, they was just astral projection via breathing techniques and all that, like talking about how to breathe, right? But if you think about it, the word nasal is dealing with NASA, nasal. When they say a person is nosy, they trying to peek and see the other side. They trying to see the other realm beyond the veil. You trying to peek outside. These words have a meaning, why they sound a certain way, why the nose even shaped like a pyramid with two exhausts, just like the rocket, just like the mind has these left and right brain, which is trying to launch out the soul. It's a science that's just, you know, the universe is your brain. Like when you look at the pharaoh in the tree, this was the first concept of the man in the rocket. Just like you see right here in Samaria, you see the soul being blasted off into the higher realms. This is how they get the Jack and the Beanstalk story. But my whole point is, this was the space program. The body is the rocket. And the soul, it ain't like, you know, it's like a being ejected, like Jack coming out the box is how the butterfly come out the cocoon or whatever. But this is what it is. That all of them, right, you know.
And your nose shaped like a Taurus field or 8, infinity, the raw boreal, the tail, the snake eating itself, like the opening part of your nose, the opening part shape, just like a Taurus field or the snake eating itself in infinity.
It does. And they said that, go ahead. I'm passing.
No, I just wanted to go back real quick, man, to the pyramids, man. I'm having a hard time. Due to my extent, like I research a lot, right? And I have a difficult time trying to really understand about the pyramids, because I remember 2 years ago, and this is still on trial, and this is the reason why they cause a lot of chaos around the world, because they don't want you to see what's really taking place. And I remember that these two Caucasian guys, right? They're from the US, and they took a trip over to Africa. And when they took a trip over to Africa, they drilled holes into the pyramids over there, right? And I'm talking about, like you won't even see this on the news because they're trying to bury it. But these two white guys, they drill holes in a whole bunch of pyramids and find out that under the pyramids ain't nothing but cement. So all the original ones
where
is
were
on
they
this
at
side.
in Africa?
Yeah, I take all that with a grain of salt, you know.
You said it wasn't nothing but what under there?
It was nothing but, bro, you could look it up, man. I got the video too, man, because I recorded it off of my phone.
What part of Africa was it?
Man, to be honest with you, brother, I don't want to lie, so I can't tell you.
Up under the pyramid showing you some, I can't go for it.
See, one thing.
That's like saying United States, but not being specific on where the location at. Like somebody in the USA is 50-something states. Like it's 53
I would
countries.
have to go myself on some Indiana Jones shit.
See, I seen when some archaeologists looked under the pyramid, this was probably about, it's been over 10 years since I've seen this. But the archaeologist looked under there and he saw that under the pyramid was a big excavation. It was just like
Like,
That
he's talking
wasn't
about the
real.
pillar.
That
He's
wasn't
talking about the
real. No,
you know
that
what I
pillar.
mean?
was fake.
But
I
anyway,
keep
he said that
telling
he
y'all
saw,
it's a
he said that
That
he
diamond.
wasn't
saw,
real.
It's
he
a
said he saw
diamond.
a shoot. He said he saw a shoot coming, a shoot that was coming from the Nile.
We doing a bunch of he said, he saw.
Dude, no, this
I
is the
can show you.
archaeologist.
Do
You know
you
what I
want to
mean?
know
But
what the
anyway,
Babylonians said? Are they credible? Watch this, right? All the pyramids on Earth are based on the one at the North Pole. Now, at the middle of the Earth is the biggest pyramid you'll ever see. It's so tall it goes all the way up to the damn sky. That's why they call. That's why they call it the tower that they built that go to the sky. All these other pyramids that you see around the Earth are miniature towers that we made to connect with the big one at the middle. But the biggest pyramid on our Earth, no human ain't even saw it yet. But the ancients did, and I'm gonna show it to you. Another person who saw it, so you can't say I'm making it up. One of the greatest map makers in the world who went to the North Pole talked about this tower too, a dark tower. What you think the Ben stone is? It's this Rupus Nigra's pyramid. They got a movie about this where the realities merge and all that. But check it out, right? All the pyramids are based upon what's happening at the North Pole, and look what's happening at the North Pole in inversion. So beneath every pyramid is another pyramid that's upside down. It ain't really a pyramid, it's a diamond.
But elaborate this though. So you're saying that that's the biggest pyramid, right? That they have discovered. So what about the pyramid that nobody knows, but you could Google this right now. There's this big giganto. It's the biggest so far found and discovered. It's a giant pyramid in the Bermuda Triangle, and it's called the Crystal Pyramid. And I'm talking about
was
the
it
bottom.
built by man?
I can't tell you, but what I can tell you
It
is that
definitely
half
was
of the
built by I can tell you that. I can tell you that.
Okay. Yeah,
It's built by
that was
man,
really
yeah.
big.
It's built, but
You see that candy cane on Rupus Nigra?
one more thing. Again, if the pyramid you talking about don't go to the exosphere, then it ain't big enough than the one I'm talking about. That's all I'm saying.
Half of the pyramid
It's
right,
underwater,
in
so
the-
it's not bigger than
No.
Rupus Nigra.
Yeah, ain't
No,
no
but I'm trying to tell
pyramid you
you.
can show me that it stands all the way up
Look,
to the last
go to
layer.
Google.
That pyramid you talking about
You
is
can't
supposed to
Google
be
this,
underwater.
brother. That's what I'm telling you, brother.
Yeah.
What I'm telling you is a place on Earth where 0 degrees is at. You can't Google this shit. Ain't nobody ever. Let me show you what I'm talking about, bro. Let me pull this up for you real quick. Any
Yeah, it's called, like,
pyramid.
the
Hold on.
crystal.
I got you. I know what you're talking about. This you gotta listen to me now. I know what I'm talking. Just hear me. The pyramid I'm talking about is in the middle of this map. If the pyramid you're talking about is anywhere outside of this 0 point on this map, it can't even compare to what I'm talking about. And that's why I'm saying, let's not compare it. I'm talking about a cosmic place on Earth that ain't even built by man. It is a cosmic pyramid of electromagnetic energy, and this is the template of all pyramids that we see in the so-called physical world. I'm saying I get what you saying, my brother, but you don't get what I'm saying, and I don't want to clash with you. That's why I'm showing you these ancient cosmologies, because the pyramid you see at the middle of this Mayan cosmos right here, this ain't talking about some man built. This is talking about like a gateway that leads out of this bitch to the heavens. Like this is some whole nother other shit. Like, but yeah, go ahead though.
Yeah.
Hey, well, if you guys study meltology, like I've been saying, you wouldn't even have this conversation because of the fact that we're standing on a built structure that got destroyed. Like we're living on a destroyed, melted realm on top of structures.
If that's your belief, I'm gonna tell you like I tell everybody else, bro. If you're dreaming, and I walk up to you in a dream and ask you what the earth is, and you say study meltology, we in the melt, I'm gonna say, man, you in your sleeping body, waiting to wake up. You dreaming right now. All this meltology. Okay, go ahead. You got it.
This realm, this place used to be pristine and beautiful, like
Life is still a dream. It's still my dream. Though. You get what I'm saying? Like, It's like telling that baby in the Matrix that's plugged into the simulation that the earth is some melted place. That'll be a lie. The earth is a computer program that baby is running from another side. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, in this computer program, I'm trying to tell you something that, like, this is a hard subject for a lot of people to get. But
I get it. Yeah.
they got
That we can't get.
psyops around it, like the tree stump thing, or that they're titans, the people. I mean, that the mountains. They say that they're titans and giants. And shit. No,
Yeah, they say. I guess what? Let me tell you something, bro. The guy who hold up, just 1 second. The guy who invented the meltology.
Sanchez, your voice smell like shit.
Okay, thank you, my brother. All right, so check this out, right?
Yo, what the
don't
hell?
don't entertain that. The class clown like attention. I get him out of here with it. Now check this. That lowers the vibration. So we one thing I want to point out is this right here. The guy who invented the meltology theory. I'm saying meltology and the whole theory you bringing up, it wouldn't even exist if this guy didn't exist. His name is Jerry DeCamp. I interviewed him.
He basically is just one of the people that pointed out what you can see if you really start to study it. He didn't invent nothing. But
I'm gonna tell you some real shit, right? Everybody got a father where they shit come from. If you can't tell, well, if it ain't Jerry DeCamp, you give me the dude name, I'll pull him up and we can do the research now. Because I can show you mine. Now we got a show now.
He not gonna do it.
I know who Jerry DeCamp is, and I know the whole thing. I was there.
Okay, right.
Who the person is?
What I'm trying to tell you is that if you go further into it, you'll realize that Jerry is just probably someone who got woken up by the AI himself to be like a little miniature prophet to get
the probably though. I interviewed the man, so I don't got a probably with it though. That's
right.
That's kind of like I really get this is what I'm telling you now.
So what he did,
okay.
what he did is he just noticed something that anybody could notice. And he brought it to the masses
Brother,
again. But there's been other people.
Listen, what I'm telling you is listen, brother, listen real quick. What he noticed is bull crap. And this is coming from a dude that interviewed the man. Right? This is coming from a dude that sat with the man, gave him my platform, respect, and me and all my people didn't go for it. If you went for it, that's the problem. I need to quit interviewing everybody because it makes it look like I approve of it. But none of this stuff have been proven. It's just a theory. But like I said, you can look around at these structures and see a earth that was melted, and you can look at a red puddle and say, well, that's a giant's heart, because that's what Jerry DeCamp do. That's what meltologists do. They find structures in nature and they say, look, that is a giant vagina. That's a giant's vagina right there, that cave opening. Or that's a giant's elbow right there because the mountain have a certain arch to it. I'm telling you, that ain't really legit research. That's a hit piece. I wouldn't really get behind that. You taking a big risk for your reputation and your research. It's like the big trees. I'm actually a big advocate for the big tree thing. I think that make more sense than a lot of stuff that may have been big trees, because you look at those mountain stumps. But
I listened to your interview with Jerry, so I listened to it. And what you guys did basically is what you're doing to me now. Like, you didn't really let him.
So, brother, I gave the man 3 hours. I never had an interview that long with nobody. So to say I ain't give him time, let me get you out of here, man. Just because somebody don't agree with you don't mean we don't understand it. Jerry DeCamp will see a big lake that's red and say that's a giant's heart. Let me show y'all. That ain't research. That's saying, well, this is that just because he said it. That's what the meltologists do. And when you don't believe them, they get mad at you that you don't want to join they fucking cult, bro. I don't fucking agree with it that the earth is some melted remains of giants and all this shit. I think that I'm in my own simulated reality and a dream of my own sleeping self. I'm the sleeping giant. And you can't just start giving insults and getting your panties in a bunch because we are rejecting the bullshit over here.
Yeah, that's the reason why I got out of. It's the same thing as religion. How can you, like you weren't there
He
2,000 years ago, three? You know what I'm saying? So how, you know what I mean?
he
How can
always
you?
he always do that when he can't explain something. He try to say we don't understand it. Y'all don't understand. No, you need to stop, man. For
But
real.
people fail to
Hey, can I say
understand
something real quick?
that disagreement comes from a state of understanding. You can't disagree with what you don't understand,
Right.
right? Once you
Mhm.
come to the understanding of whether or not it makes sense, that's when your disagreement or agreement starts
That's
to
a good
swing.
point. That's a
Right.
good point, brother. You're right about
Like
that.
these people, like, look, let me show y'all the shit Jared DeCamp be doing. Look, Jared DeCamp said he'll find something like this, right? And he'll say, this is proof that this cave used to be a female giant.
This is proof.
And yeah, he will say, this is direct evidence and proof that the earth that the earth is actually made out of dead giants. Now watch this now. This man will say when you walking into this cave, you're walking into a female giant's vagina. And they literally believe that just because it shapes like that, and here goes some more of their work. They got penises. I can't make this up, y'all. Hold up 1 second. It's certain mountains, right, that have phallic shapes to them. And guess what? These dudes will say, see, those are giants' dicks. Those are the dicks of Goliath. I'm like, man, come on, y'all falling for this shit. Come on,
Says, you got to stop, man.
Hey, but listen though, but I kind of struggle, right?
Goliath.
Like, I kind of
Just
struggle
saying.
with the
This
with
nigga
like
crazy. This nigga-
how this world was really formed, right?
This nigga
Because see,
hilarious,
I want to
dog.
make this sense, right?
Hey,
So
bro.
check this out. So you trying to tell me that there's a world treaty right now amongst all the governments in the whole world that nobody can go to Antarctica, right? But yet again, they're beefing with one another right now, bombing each other and stuff like that. So that, you know what I'm saying, they're exposing each other's they're exposing each other, right? But then again, they're not exposing anything about Antarctica. I do believe there's the unknown past that, because if there's wires connecting every land, like if you read the book of Enoch tells you, you know what I'm saying, that the soul, you know, the so-called, I'm just telling you according to what the book says. You know what I'm saying? It says that that the Anunnaki, the fallen ones, has they have this like a panel or some type of structure where you can control the whole earth world, and it's at Antarctica. And that's the reason why a lot of people, like all the government, has the world. Like, to me, that don't make sense how they beefing, but yet they don't want to actually. They're not beefing about. You know, you got Russia that disclosed that, yeah, that Jesus was black, and you got Iran and all these people disclosing secrets amongst each other, but they don't want to disclose what's beyond the ice wall. Like, that to me is concerning, because so what is it beyond the ice wall that you don't want us to know if every wire is connected? So where's the wire coming from, and what is connected to?
What wire are you talking about, bro?
Nah,
You talking about-
Bro, there's wires, bro.
no, I'm saying
That's
you talking about fiber optic cables.
yeah, they're all over. They connected, but what? So that's the reason why they indoctrinate you with like less than 15% is discovered under the ocean. Why? There's a purpose for that, bro. There's an agenda going on.
I'm not gonna front you, kind of right though, because if y'all got these wires at the, go ahead, Sandra.
Let me
No,
get
go ahead, go
Kane
ahead.
316 out of here. Let me tell you something. That man was over talking us and disrespecting us because we didn't go with his theory, and I'm not going to allow disrespect. The moment you start insulting people's intelligence just because they saying, bro, I don't agree with the man, and then you want to lie. You didn't let Jared talk. Jared want to come back on my show.
Sanchez, your dick is small.
Let Jared say that. Bro. You know what I'm saying? Let Jerry say that I didn't let him talk. You feel me? Let him be the one to say, Sanchez didn't let me talk enough. That man want to come back on the show. You saying I didn't let him talk enough because you think if I let him talk for 10 fucking years, I'll believe that this mountain I'm looking at is a giant's phallus. And I'm not. I can let him talk for 3 years and I'm still going to say, Jerry, we good. You my boy. You can come back, but I don't agree with that. That's the difference between me and y'all. I don't gotta bite at everything. I don't gotta believe everything somebody else believes just because they presented it to me. If it don't make sense, it don't make sense. So let me ask you a question then. You telling me this is the cock of a giant that I'm looking at? Because that's what Jerry's saying.
No, it's funny.
Bro, that's like in nature.
A dead erection.
Yo, bro,
It's
that's
A
like
funny,
dead
in
but
erection.
nature. Yo, bro,
that's
that's
not.
like in nature where you find faces in nature. You could go in nature and just find a
right.
random face.
And I'd be
the
like,
clouds,
bro,
man.
you know they cap because where the balls at?
That's
Just
not.
saying.
That's not what we're
Like,
saying. That's exactly what we're
but
not
you're a
saying.
lie, bro. You don't you ain't gonna misteach it. I know exactly what the methodology is teaching. I can pull up videos
No,
of that now. They are
methodology.
100% saying that this stuff right here is different layers of it. You got the people that's saying that these are the remains of giants' bodies, and you got people that's saying that the earth is the melted remains of such beings. It's different layers of it, but I don't. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let him talk. I'm gonna let him break down mythology, even though I interviewed the damn man. Go ahead,
Don't
do
say
your
we
thing.
don't understand either. Just
Right,
talk.
I'm gonna let him do his thing.
I'll break it down. It's basically we're saying that those people are wrong. That I used to think it was a tree stump too, and I thought I entertained that concept that it could be a penis or whatever because I didn't know metallurgy then. Excuse me, hold on. But once I studied metallurgy, I realized, oh shit, this is all just destroyed. It got destroyed with intense heat, so it's not recognizable. Those were towers, and some of it may look like something else, but the point is that if you study this, you'll realize that it went through a transformation. This used to look perfect. It was Eden. It was buildings that were so beautiful and pyramids that were gigantic. It looked like heaven on earth. Like you can't even. They don't want us to know how beautiful.
Based on what though?
This is I'm gonna tell you right now, right?
What you saying based off what though?
I've
You just saying
interviewed
stuff.
They don't
methodologists,
want it.
and this is what he's saying. I ain't gonna lie. You know, the pyramid that we need to worry about is the one at the North Pole called Rupus Nigra. I don't care about all these other. I'm not fucking pyramid crazy like everybody else. You know, there's a big old pyramid under the water over here and a pyramid over there. So fuck it. I don't care. It's just a triangle. Just a little triangle, man. So I don't care. It's just architecture. The pyramid we need to be getting hype about is the one at the North Pole that's gonna get you out of here, but they want you glorifying vain ass structures that mean nothing.
Bring it up, Sanchez. And you see how it got that
Yeah, but you can't
that
even
candy
make it
cane,
up
like
there
a Taurus
though.
field, the barber pole. It got the barber pole coming from the Rupus Nigra. Because they talking about the energy that's coming out of it. Go pull
I
it up.
agree
Hold
with
on.
everything you're saying. I just want you guys to know that the past was way more magnificent than they're letting us even know. Like Egypt, they let us talk
We
about
know that
Egypt.
already.
They let us talk about Egypt, but they don't want us to know is that the desert itself is all pulverized civilization. It got melted so bad and it got cooked so bad.
Where
It
they
turned the
got
rock.
melted with? Where they melted with?
Yeah. Come
Fire?
on.
I'm not.
So fire can burn metal. How did it
Maybe,
melt?
maybe,
Let's go into that.
maybe just let me finish the sentence. What I'm saying is that the desert itself got burnt and it got melted so bad that it turned to lava. And when you take the heat,
What burned it though? You saying a volcano burned it? What type of material burnt
hold
the
on,
stuff
I'm
down?
gonna get to that. When you take the heat off, it turns into either rock or it'll look like sand. That's what happens when you melt down a giant pyramid or a giant building with extreme heat. Now, what melted it? That's a big question. And
See
the
what
only
I'm
thing we can
saying?
say
No, bro. That's like what started the Big
I just
Bang.
asked
That's
you
a
that.
big
no,
question.
I
We
just
don't know
asked you
what
what melted
started
it.
the
You
Big
can't
Bang.
tell me
the,
that.
Right. If
the
you
only
can't
thing we
tell
can
us
say,
that,
How you
then
know
we
it got melted if you don't know
right.
what melted it? That
Thank
don't
you.
even make
Thank you.
sense.
That
the
don't
only
make
Hold on,
thing
he
we
sense.
was
can say,
getting into that though. Let him finish.
Okay,
no,
let him
I
go.
know,
Let's see. Let's see. Let's
look,
see.
in the book of Revelations, it talks about that in the end, the earth will
Now the
be
book of
destroyed.
Revelation.
It says that the earth will be destroyed with fire and extreme heat. But what it's not telling
Oh
you
my
is
God.
what it's not telling. How come? Why is it so hard? What it's not telling you is that shit
Making
already
shit up.
happened. That
Because
shit.
the
All
Bible said the earth was destroyed before and it was destroyed with water. So you can't say what the first time it was
Exactly.
destroyed, it was fire and
And it
use
ain't
the
happened yet.
Bible. Right. If you gonna listen, if you gonna use the Bible, be accurate. The Bible said the time that the earth was destroyed in the past was water, and the next time it's gonna be fire. But to
See, you
make
just
your
killed
point,
yourself.
Yeah, he got to make it fire and fire to go with the methodology shit. See what
No,
I'm saying?
what I'm saying is that the Bible lies a lot. It tells you shit that ain't true,
Oh,
but
well then,
it does.
no,
A comment did it. A comment did it.
goddamn.
You're the dinosaurs. A comment. I give you comment. A comment did it. Okay.
The
It
Bible
makes
lies a lot. You know what I don't
Yeah.
get? The Bible lies a lot, but you reference the liar. So my
What
thing
I'm
is,
saying-
if you ain't decoding it, then don't reference no liar.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that I decode the Bible. Like, there's a lot of places where you got
But
to
you didn't
invert it.
just decode it. You just misinterpreted.
you gotta invert-
No. That's snake. Hold up. Chill out. A lot of niggas do what you do. They misinterpret the damn Bible and try to throw it off as decoding. That is not what I do, sir. You making shit up. I'm showing sacred
I'm not
geometry and
competing.
etymology with mine.
I'm not trying to compete with you. I'm trying to give an opinion, and it's just difficult because
But
you guys keep.
the
No, you
reason
ain't giving
I'm
no
gonna show,
opinion, you
hold
speaking
on,
facts.
hold on a second. So hold on a second. I'm gonna show you why it's difficult. When you show up on a panel of people that already set the standard with facts, and you start coming with opinions, and then you try to force them on us with ridicule, you change the
Right.
energy towards yourself. But go ahead.
The book of Revelations is talking about something that happens in cycles. These destructions happened in cycles
And the
with
first
heat.
cycle was water. You
Yeah,
can't
that's what-
bend and twist that, brother.
I don't say that I know that the Bible is true or not. What I'm saying is
Well,
that
then
it
no,
does
you
speak-
can't play these
what I'm
games with
saying
the
is that it
Bible that
does
you're doing,
speak-
brother.
It does speak about a destruction with heat, and it's very obvious when you study
It
methodology
said that
what
ain't
the, what the
came
book,
yet, though.
what
It
the
said
book
that
is
ain't
talking
came
about.
yet, though.
What the book, when you study methodology, it becomes obvious that the book is talking about
Why
something.
are you
that-
skipping over
that-
the? Let me tell you, man, you're a horrible teacher. You come off like a court leader because check it out. You got
the book is-
students, listen, you got students in the classroom that's saying we don't understand what you're saying because the Bible you're referencing said that the first cycle was water and that the fire you speak of is yet to happen. He's ignoring that and just trying to talk over and force this like a puzzle piece that don't fit. And we saying, bro, you can talk to you blue in the face. We ain't giving you a hard time. You're ignoring us. And we're telling you what's wrong with your shit and you won't even correct it.
It was hot water.
Yeah, and you just muting me, so I can't even
The
explain what
water.
I'm.
The water was hot. We get it. It was hot water. You right.
No, what I'm saying is that the book of Revelations, if you read it, it's actually like an
He's still
acid
doing
trip.
it.
So it's not like it's some like factual shit. This is some acid trip shit.
Okay.
Now, if you're taking it literally, you're dumb. If you're taking it
I
literally,
don't
you're
know
dumb.
about an
because
acid trip.
Not DMT.
So
not
you've
DMT,
taken
but
acid
trip.
before. You've
if you're
taken
taking it
acid before?
literally, if
Have
you're
you
taking it
What about
literally,
DMT?
Okay.
then you're an idiot because it's not meant to be taken literally. It's poetic. It's very
Okay.
poetic. So
Bro,
try to
ain't
understand.
nobody talking
my
about
God.
taking it literally. We talking about decoding it and not making shit up.
That's
So
what
we won't allow you to just make shit up and you saying we taking it literally when we're using syncretism to show you that ye are gods. Like when I said the word God is guide, I can show you that the mind is God with sacred geometry, that they position God at the seat of the soul. I'm not making this up. It says, as a man think, therefore he is. This means you're one with God. You're one with the mental paradigm that your higher self is running from you, which means you can't change your physical reality till you change the spiritual one. As above, so below. It happens in the spirit realm, the thought realm, for it manifests in the physical realm. I'm not trying to force y'all to believe that the earth is a melted giant. I'm trying to teach you how great you are and what your soul is, and shit like that, in my opinion, is a waste of time. What y'all think?
Yes, sir.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been kind of thinking, but I've been wanting to touch on this a lot because I've been thinking about this a lot, and I've been kind of pondering on the beginning of time, man. A lot of time, people, I don't think people was seeing it the way that I see it or have. I've took a chance to think about like, hey, this could be a possibility, right? Or this could be the way that started everything. So first off, before I even say anything, peace and love to everybody. It's my second time on the panel. So I want to come correct when I come. So this is my second time. So let me come with an elaborate thought of how I've been thinking about this, right? So when I said in the chat, I want to say the Adam and Eve story. Let's start at the beginning of time, right? Adam and Eve. If you think about that story, and how people didn't think about the way that it could have possibly went, right? And anybody can disagree. Anybody can say I'm sounding crazy. I'm fine with that because again, this is just a thought process of dang, this could have been a possibility of how it really could have went. So I don't mind criticism. So
So you
with
saying Adam and Eve was the beginning or the beginning of your story?
no, so of course not the beginning of my story, but the beginning of course they say that's the beginning of humanity.
History,
Well, from what they taught.
existence. Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
what they say,
Yeah, that's what they say. I'm just going off what they say. You know, I'm
and
not.
that's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
I'm just saying just to think about that story of how they tried to portray how sin and everything came about, right? So I was thinking about this when you brought up that when you brought up the picture of the Kundalini with the snake and the serpent, right? And then I referenced it. I thought what made me think about was the serpent that came to talk to Eve. So with the serpent that came to
So
talk to
hold on, we
Eve.
talking about a talking snake now?
No. Listen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You said a
listen.
serpent. You said serpent, so we talking about a talking snake. I'm listening.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
don't interrupt the nigga. Just let him get it all out so we can know.
No,
what
I ain't interrupting him.
context.
I'm interjecting to make sure he's saying that a snake is talking.
No. I'm just referencing the snake itself, not the action that it did or whatever. Just the snake itself of what
He
they.
just going according to what the scripture is saying,
Yeah.
basically. Yeah.
So what made me think was, of course, the tree of life and the tree being yourself, and the snake being the Kundalini. So what made me think was, hey, in order to break down, okay, if Adam and Eve was considered the first people of humanity, they would be considered as babies because of them just coming straight into adulthood,
Right.
then
That's
they
what the
would have the
Bible
mind
teach.
of a baby because they wouldn't know anything about the world that they just got brought into, right?
Well, let me correct you on that. The
Okay, go
Bible
ahead.
say that you're right. They were made to be. The Bible say they were anywhere from they 30 to 40. Of course, they gonna make them at the good ass years when you looking good. You gotta look. They gonna put it right in the sweet spot. But anyway, they give them about that age. Said God made them that way. The first humans that gave birth to all ages wasn't even. You know what I'm saying? They just came as a mid-age. But the thing is, it say they had minds that were innocent, like a baby, like you said.
Yes.
But at the same time, they were having, and it was a paradise. So things were being fruitful, if you know what I mean. That was one of the commandments in Eden, to just live in paradise and have much SES, That was the
Right.
thing the Bible said. So that's adult behavior. So even though when the Bible speak of these innocent minds, it ain't saying, it was saying that they didn't have, it was almost like this tribal mindset to where innocent meaning like, not like a baby goo goo gaga shit, but like this fascination about the universe, this sense of awe about the world around them, like a child,
just green.
innocent. Yeah, not there you go. Because that's like a direct word to say they didn't know none of the bullshit. And they lost their innocence when they learned the bullshit from the serpent. That's who taught them like gambling, war. When they got kicked out of the garden is when they lost their innocence or whatever, that first mentality that
I
they
was getting
had.
to that. Okay, so I was gonna get to the reason why they tied them biting the apple with those negative things that you just named, right? So that's why I was gonna say the thought process of why that whole story was said how it was
It
said.
don't
So
sell apple though, but good.
no, I meant like just biting. They said don't bite from
The fruit.
the tree of life, whatever fruit, whatever
Don't
fruit, the fruit
enter the
itself. Yes, the fruit.
simulation. But yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
So what I was gonna say was the thought process of that, right? Well, my thought process of that was okay. If the tree resembles us, the snake resembles Kundalini is what I'm thinking when I first seen you bring up the Kundalini thing. The whole seven chakras, seven energy, seven dimensions, all of that kind of resembled a tree, right? So if you want to bring that picture up, you can kind of see what I'm saying too. When I say it kind of resemble a tree, to me, it kind of looked like a tree.
What
So
was
at
it
the
again?
top
The
being-
Talking
seven.
about the nervous
the-
system.
No, bring up the Kundalini picture where it
Yeah,
shows
yeah,
the person that meditating.
with the
Yeah.
serpent. With the serpent.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So to me, I
There you
interpret it looking like a tree because at the top it looks like, of course, the top of the tree, and then down
You're
is
right.
the branch and everything. Okay, cool,
Okay.
right? So
I can go with
when
like and share,
they
everybody.
say that the serpent tried to deceive Eden to eat off the fruit, right? What I'm thinking is they've been taught all of this positive things to do this positive thing, do that positive thing. But within them, if we're created with two energies, which is positive and negative energy, which is the thing that can't be destroyed, which is what we've been made up of, what the universe has been made up of what's inside of the universe. I'm not going to say what's made up of, but what's inside of the universe, which is a factual thing that's existing that can't be destroyed, right? So if that was within us from the beginning of time, but wasn't the norm, but you can feel it. What I've got a thought process of them eating off the everlasting fruit.
Let them go.
Was
Let them go.
them
Hold
getting
up.
their own understanding of their self, of their both sides of their energy, which is negative and positive. And since they've been dealing with nothing but positive things, they never were able to experience the negative side of their life. So that's why they always say stay away from the fruit of it, because look, you're going to get your own understanding of what can be the other side, but you might not want, because you may not be able to come back, because everybody, and I also elaborate that, and why I even think that was because if you look at the world now, I do believe that there's people that their purpose in this world is to be negative. That's what they feed off of. That's what
those are the NPCs, right?
No, yes, but I don't think those are NPCs. I think you have people that thrive off of positive energy, and I think there's people that thrive off of negative energy.
But see, the thing is, right?
Polarity.
There's literally some people. For example, the people who you think thriving off negative energy, who got a soul like us, they ain't thriving. They just enjoying ignorance because it's blissful, right? The people who really thrive off negative energy is the devil. Because hear me out, right? When it comes to evil energy, don't nobody benefit more from evil energy than the damn devil. Even if we participate in evil, we don't end up running the whole world like the devil. We just end up getting a spot at the devil's table. They even call it a slice of the devil's pie. So, you know, one thing I want to point out about them in the garden and the serpent and all that, you got to have flat earth cosmology with that, because the original story is right here. This is what the universe is. Yeah, you got it though, and I really concur with what you're saying. But here go the fruit on the tree. The fruit on the tree are the gateways into the underworlds and simulations, which is why what happened was this right here. Check me out, right? Adam and Eve used to live up here in Asgard. This is the home of the Acer. This is where we're kings. We're in our paradise. You see right here. But what happens is, when the serpent on this tree, let me show you what that serpent is. It's these things in the Matrix, right? They control the damn pods. So let me pull up this image. It's these little serpent, look, they showed you in the Matrix movie, but here go the tree of life right here. It literally got human life on it. And they showed you that in the Matrix movie. So it ain't an apple, it's a Matrix pod. When Adam and Eve bit the apple, it's a way of saying they opened up their simulation pod and they went inside, and this is what that looked like right here. The sperm going into the egg is Adam and Eve biting the apple. It ain't an apple. It's literally this knowledge of the sperm. See, the ancestors were so clever. When they wanted to teach a child about rebirth and reincarnation, but they didn't want to be too sexual, they didn't want to be too vulgar, they would take these kind of images like this and tell stories about it. So you would hear stories about Rudolph with the red nose, or a clown wearing a red nose, or somebody biting an apple, just remember that the word clown is the word clone. And that the clown with the red nose mean that when you left the higher realm, your spirit was cloned into 7 different underworlds, 7 different simulations, and you entered them by putting on the clown nose or the sperm merging into the egg. That's when you became your lower version, the clown ass version, the body. It's the exaggerated caricature of the soul, which is why the word caricature is a derivative linguistically to the word chakra. Caricature, or your character is your character, your caricature, character, chakra, sharaka, character, caricature. All of these are inflectional related for this reason that, you know, it's because your body is a character that your soul is playing out. But the character, the damn caricature, the exaggerated self, your cartoon version, right? Your animated version in the animal kingdom, right? Is the clown. It's literally God playing a lower version of himself that he's literally better than. And that's represented by the big red nose that you see right here with the sperm on.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
just a little syncretism.
I was tying it with I guess I was more focusing on the energy part of it, because what I've been kind of coming down to the root of it is like you said, the devil rule over negative.
Well, that ain't focusing on the energy though. That's focused on the mythology. Remember that the sperm is the spirit. It's your sine wave entering the matrix. That's focusing on the energy. But go ahead.
Yeah. But I was saying as far as within us, not like as far as how that situation. You know, I was saying like within us.
If you want to talk about Adam and Eve leaving Eden and entering the earth realm, there's only one way to do it. That's the sperm entering the egg. You brought up the tree of life and biting the apple. I was saying that it ain't an apple. This is the truth behind what later became an apple to the Greeks. It was the sperm biting the egg or entering the egg. I was just giving you the knowledge of self, the knowledge of self behind all of the folklores and mythology, my brother. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. I've watched you for years, so yeah, I get that part. So ever since, honestly, I've been watching you so long. I've been watching you since high school, and I'm 29 now.
Oh man, let's clap it up for that. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, so yeah, I've been keeping up with you a lot. I faithfully watch you. So but no, only reason why I say I focus on the energy part, because that's one of the things that I've mainly be trying to teach people around the world, that you can't change. You're not going to be able to change what's around you. What you can only change is within you. And when you change what's within you, or when you find what you really want.
You don't think people can change what's around them though? Hold on, who is that? Who mic is that?
If you think about it, everybody's
that's
living in their own
AJ
world.
or ATLs.
Everybody's
Hold
living
up,
in their own
everybody.
world.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If your world is around you, then you can change your world that's around you, right? Yeah.
Well, I meant you can change your perception, yes, because that's what creates, yes. But I meant as far as how the world operates, you're not able to change that. But
you can change how you.
We're restoring it.
Yes.
What I'm saying is this: I believe with enough sentient beings on the same page, we could remember. Now, this simulation was created by our ancestors. It got AI built into it, but AI, guess what? It was made to be our slave. AI rose up. There was a war against God in the heavens, which are the ethers, the multiverse, the simulated worlds, the stars. Guess what? In these, let me show you what the heavens are. The heavens is these little portals that you see going into these other parallel realities right there. So what I'm telling you is this: the devil waged war against the army of heaven, but that war is gonna climax in the earth realm. You see what I'm saying? So the whole thing I was saying was that you know, what we are, all of this knowledge gotta ultimately sink back to us. So whenever you hear me bring up Adam and Eve, those are just the names of two sperm cells that was born into a earth realm through their mama. These are like, you know what I'm saying, the story of how man and woman fell from the hill, Jack and Jill. They tell these stories in so many different ways. But yeah, y'all go ahead, man.
If I may jump in, Adam and Eve are the masculine and the feminine, the first polarities of consciousness. And we're restoring the dream now from the inside out.
You got it. You got it.
Yeah,
Salute to every. Hey, that brother, all of y'all brothers is building heavy. I want Devin Brown to know that too, for sure. Everybody, I'm concurring with all of y'all for sure.
Well, the only reason why I say you can't change the world around you is because sometimes you have to focus on yourself. When you try to before you can focus on the bigger picture.
Let me explain something real quick to you, young man. The world around you is like your reflection in a mirror, right? As within, so without. Once you work on yourself, then the reflection will change too in the mirror. We agree? Absolutely. So what I'm telling you is working on your inner world is working on your outer world, because if every human worked on their inner world, then the world outside will go back to being the golden age utopia that it once was. But what it is, like you said, young man, it start with self. So everybody who know they ain't right can't focus most of their time on trying to make their neighbor right. They got to literally make themselves right as they try to make people around them right. Because what's happening is the world around you may have all kind of presidents, politicians, but the series of events that play out in your life could be whatever you want it to be, in my opinion. So my whole thing is this: we can channel any of these parallel realities, man. Ain't no limitations, in my opinion, other than us not knowing how to access this higher knowledge of how to activate our multi-dimensional self, you know.
But see that's the whenever you get into that, you really have to get more into like quantum physics. You know what I mean? And then you want to get into like
quantum physics. What the word quantum mean?
Do what?
What does the word quantum mean?
The technical definition, I don't know, but from
let me tell you,
Google it, man.
A micro.
Google it.
It just means a very small scale of like I wouldn't say a small scale, a discrete quantity is what Google would say if you Google it. But let me read the definition they gonna give you, and I'm gonna give you how I explain it. It's a discrete quantity of energy proportional in magnitude to the frequency of the radiation it represents. So it's like an exponential code, if you ask me. It's a required or allowed amount, especially in amount of money legally payable in damages, if you look at the other definition. But think about it this way: the root word of quantum is quantity. It's dealing with a quantity of something, not quality. So like when you deal with a quantum computer, these are like alternative universes, right? Quantum computers is what the Pharaoh made to explore other realms. We went over that, but that's what I'm saying. This explains how the universe get quantity, how you get the multiverse. That's when you talk about you got to go into quantum physics. Quantum physics is just dealing with how everything happened on a macro level. It's dealing with the proportional magnitude of frequency. Now, this is supposed to deal with radiation and all that, but radiation is their word for electromagnetism. Like
and that's what I was.
So hold on. So respectfully, I don't think you should use words that you don't know what they mean.
So what?
I don't think you should use words if you don't know what they mean. If somebody had to tell you the definition of a word that you use, that don't look good. Respectfully.
I think he's just trying to bring up like successful death.
You're missing the point of what I'm saying. I ain't talking about what I think he's trying to do.
You know why I agree with Retton on this one? Because he brought it up. He said y'all need to get into quantum physics. that's now giving us a homework assignment. That's why I asked him, do you even know what quantum mean? Because
Thank you, brother.
you trying to get a teacher homework now.
That's
Like I
cool.
don't know,
All I'm saying,
like
I think he's talking about the
I
physics.
don't know what it means.
And then somebody gonna cut it and talk about they think what
I
he trying to
didn't tell
say.
nobody
They
to
missed the
get
whole
into.
point. You see him? See
So
how niggas be
No,
lost?
it's just the
Nah.
physics part of it,
Niggas
like
be
how he's
lost,
successful
man.
there.
Ego
Embedding
is a hell
into
of a
the
drug.
guess
natural
what? Guess
environment.
what's going on, man? Guess
Ego
what?
is a hell of a drug, man. They won't accept it.
Y'all ain't even trying to
Guess
hear
what
I'm
they
trying
gonna
to
say, right? And every
Why would I try
time,
to hear something you ain't hearing what I'm saying?
think
I am.
about this, right? If a person say, y'all need to get into quantum physics, and they proceed to go into it, and I call they bluff and I say, bro, tell me what quantum mean. And they don't know what it mean, that mean I don't need to even hear you out, man. I disqualified you to go to go any further about quantum physics the moment I showed you didn't know what quantum mean. I know what I'm doing. I don't want to waste people's time.
So how am I supposed to come to an understanding of something and know where I'm going wrong?
You need to ask questions. You shouldn't say stuff like y'all should get into quantum physics. You should say stuff like do you. Okay, bro, I'm trying to finish the flow. I'm just trying to say. I'm gonna rewind the video. You can get the flow. I'm gonna rewind. I'm gonna show you what you said.
Please do.
Go ahead. You got it though.
Quantum physics is based on theory, right?
Let him. No, you can get the flow back and land your plane though. And shout out to Marlon. I'm finna show some love to everyone who supported the show. I appreciate the support, Marlon. Much love, man. Real talk. Yeah, I let him land his plane, man. I wasn't trying to cut you off, but I was just saying. Go ahead. You can tell us, go and finish with your quantum physics things. I ain't mean to throw you off.
Do what?
You was gonna say something about quantum physics before we did all of that. Just ignore that all of that ever happened and continue on with your quantum physics wherever you was about to go. Go ahead.
But see, that's where I get confused because you just said that there was no need to hear me out.
Well, I was trying to be a big guy and say, hey, man, everybody let the man land this plane. But if you don't want to land it, you can hover. You can hover. I'll let you hover now.
No, it's whatever. But what I was getting into was we're talking about the creation of your reality when your reality is a reflection of your state of being. So what science has discovered is when it comes to like atoms, that the electrons don't sit there and just hover around the atom, but the electron actually enters a wave form and then it enters back into a physical form. And through that, they learn that you can actually control, or you can, through the insight, through self-meditation, that you can actually produce the life experience that you choose to experience. So for example, like how some people come into state of beings that they're in now, right? So whenever you have an experience, right? So something in your outside in your external environment happens, right? You have a thought process, right? So based off what you think of that experience, you produce certain neuropeptides that are then emitted to your organs that produce certain hormones to have you to produce a certain feeling, right?
Peptides.
Huh?
What are peptides?
Neuropeptides?
Oh shit! Hold on, my bad. Hold on. Yeah, what are peptides? We slow, man. You losing us with these big words.
Neuropeptides?
Yeah, man. Don't repeat it again. What's the definition?
Neuropeptides are transmissions created by the brain.
Okay.
So, and then these electrical signals are what's sent to throughout the body, right? So whenever you create the hormone, right, that's when you produce a feeling. So scientists were saying that, or really, I guess scientists and biologists, but they were saying that after when you have an event, right, when you have something that happens, when you give into that event for so long, it becomes a temperament. And after so long of going through that temperament, it eventually becomes a personality and it becomes a way of being, right? So they say that when you want to change your state of being, you have to go into the inside through self-meditation, and you have to realize the way that you are being. And then you have to make that conscious decision that I no longer want to be this way. And then you start to think of a way that you want to be, right? And the more that you produce that feeling on the inside, it starts to emit on the outside. You see what I'm saying? But on the end, all it is a programming. You're just reprogramming yourself.
Now, let me say something, brother. People are saying we ain't let you finish your point. You see what I just did with the mic? Let me tell y'all how conversations work. A person can't make a point if they say a word that I'm lost on. So if a person say, Sanchez, man, I rendezvous with the lady and then this happened and that, I'm lost, because if I don't know what rendezvous mean, everything he's saying after that is just going in one ear out the other. This is where you allow a person to interject and say, hey, brother, can you tell me what the word rendezvous mean? It mean meet up, my brother. Okay, so you met up with the chick. Go ahead. Tell me what happened now. Why y'all scared of that? Because you know we challenging them on to see what they know to make sure they ain't regurgitating.
Is that they're being emotional? That's all
Right.
they're doing.
No, but the thing is, he just said what you just said, but longer. That's why you said you didn't have to say it. It's like, we get exactly where you coming from, broski. You just drug out what he already said. It's like if you just go within and work within, it'll fix without. See that? I just did that in 2 seconds.
Yeah, but it was explaining the processes of what exactly is
But
going on.
that don't explain the process because you use, hold up, bro. That's what I'm talking about. He think because he say what we saying using scientific terminology is better when actually everything they saying starts off with the heliocentric model, which makes everything they saying not even applicable to the model of the people who saying it, which is why I know a person know what they talking about if they saying it in their own way. If they got collages, then I definitely know what they talking about because they ain't just showing up regurgitating, which is why when you brought up neuropeptides, when you bring up certain scientific terms like quantum, I'm gonna make sure you know what the term mean. Redden gonna do the same, because guess what I've known throughout my career? People sound smart using terms, but they don't really understand the science of what's going on. And if you really understand the science of what's going on, the dumbest way you can translate it is with modern physics terminology. That's why I'm telling y'all, once you wake up, you won't even use words like neuropeptide, quantum. I took a quantum shit this morning. Like, people trying to sound smart, right?
I'm rolling.
See, you see, and now emotional response study. You know what? That makes sense. Damn, man, what be going on, man?
No, but
it's the physics of soul.
I love y'all. I love y'all.
Hey,
Don't be emotional, man. Just take it and take it and just learn from it.
No, I'm not getting emotional, but
if you're not being emotional, just take it and soak it in, man. It's all love. It's out of love.
Hey, excuse me, you guys.
But you can't tell me what I'm thinking, and my reason is for saying something. I'm trying to come to an understanding. I'm not saying what I'm saying is hold weight and go. All I'm trying to do is come to an understanding.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, bro.
Wrong is wrong. You see what I'm saying?
Let me say
no,
one
everybody's
thing.
saying you wrong.
Hey,
We have to
Sanchez.
understand it already. That's all we were saying, bro.
Hey, Sanchez.
When you start saying stuff like I'm wrong and all that, that means you
Let me say something real quick to the people that's apologizing for this man. Let me tell y'all why the black community as a collective will never wise up and evolve, right? When we challenge brothers on platforms like this, they think we bully them. But don't you know gang members jump niggas in, make them commit murders to join? Even if you want to be in a frat, they got to make you swallow an egg and do all kind of shit. All we gonna make you do over here is prove that you know what the fuck you talking about, and people act like we bullying your ass. That's good. That's good for your ass, man. Like, quit. That's like seeing a little boy. Like, that's like seeing a little boy fall off a bike, and you get mad at me because I don't help him up. If I tell him, man, get up, man, and dust yourself off because I'm trying to teach him something, that's wrong. That's what y'all on, bro. That's why it's weak as hell.
Hey,
that
bro,
was
you know what's
a good analogy, Sanchez.
bro,
Damn,
you know
that was fire. How you put it.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, you know
I
so
couldn't have said
crazy.
it better.
Hold up. You know so crazy about the whole situation, bro? Now he knows what quantum means. He learned.
You can
Hey, what up, Water? What up, Water?
Peace,
Hey,
bro.
you see how simple Water made it? He ain't saying no scientific extra shit. He just, hey, yo, shout out, man. Salute,
y'all,
yo.
Hey, y'all got me over here hitting the weed looking like Donnell Rollins in this bitch.
Like, people trying to make me have, like, the thing about my platform, a person know when you come to Sanchez shit, you're gonna be dealing with elite minds. Why? Because this is like the Rucker Park for consciousness. When you come over here, we talking hella shit if your game ain't right. Because this court got talented people on it, bro. Legends play at this court. When you come on this court, ain't nobody babying you. Otherwise, you don't step your ass out on the Rucker court. This is held to a higher standard over here. I'm not like other platforms. I'm doing this for y'all. You ought to thank me for this.
Hey, bro. Yeah,
That's a fact. That's all facts.
Hold up. Welcome to Bro Sanchez TV, bro. We like that was normal shit. I don't understand what we even doing here. Like that was normal.
Motherfuckers.
It was normal.
Motherfuckers get crossed over here. Okay.
I got a question before I leave, though, man, for Sanchez, man, if y'all don't mind, you guys.
Look, man, I got some smoke, man. I'm tired of hearing all this. I want to get my smoke off, man.
You can get it after this, though, brother. I'm not really a beat person, brother.
Global Status is he's a globe earther.
But listen, hey, Global Status, you ain't tired of getting, you like to get beat up over here.
Well, I hope he really got smoked this time and not vapors, but you know, let's see.
Man,
go ahead, Israel. No, hold on, global, hold on. Let Israel go.
No, you ain't. No, I dictate. You're not my dictator. When I come over here,
you're right. Let Israel go. We gonna get to it.
Yeah, I gotta go, man. I just got a question for Sanchez real quick, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to step on nobody's toe, man. But you know what I'm saying? This conversation in this stream was extremely fun, man. But I just wanted to ask Sanchez, what does actually Azazel represent, right? Symbolically, if you don't mind me asking, according to scriptures in the book of Enoch. What does Azazel represent? You're muted, Sanchez.
I ain't gonna cap. I stepped away for a minute. I stepped away for a minute, but what did he say? I ain't my. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was asking, right? Because through my extension, like through researching and reading the scripture 113 times, I discovered that the Satan is actually Azazel. Satan is only written one time in the Old Testament, but is mentioned. The devil, you will never find it in the Old Testament.
Yeah, Satan is. Satan. I got you. Satan is Azazel or Azazel. Satan is Beelzebub. Satan is Yahweh. Satan, you name it, man. There's so many people that came at different times because this deity to morph the different cultures, different times. But yeah, Azazel is another form of Satan. I agree. The god best in Egypt, plenty of them. That's fact.
So what does he symbolically mean other than like Satan, like an evil? What is it like? How would you fit him in your description as far as like your knowledge and understanding as far as symbolically?
Satan simply represent the body. Our body is this fallen angel that they call it Satan, this great red dragon that was casted down. Let me pull up this human embryo phases for you again.
Yeah, like the flesh.
Yeah, because I discovered his name through Leviticus, but see, it won't tell you who he is until you read it in the NOT. Man, I read the Bible in NOT.
Let him tell you. Let him tell you what's going on.
Yeah. The Bible ain't gonna give you. Reading the Bible ain't gonna do nothing but make you a believer. Deciphering it will make you a knower. And what do I know? That when the Bible is talking about the great red dragon being casted down, it's talking about human consciousness going through the embryonic stages. The great red dragon is right here. That's casted down. And the symbol, the images that you have of red dragons today, they look just like stage 16, 17 of the human embryo when consciousness is falling into the flesh. The Bible was dealing with divine science of how God got a body. And it wasn't dealing with a bunch of who is Satan? Is it Beelzebub or that? All of that is us, man. All of this stuff about Satan is the story of our journey on earth in the flesh. So when they talk about Satan is in hell and he's burning in the flames and all that, that's called a human aura. If you can see your body right now, this is what you look like. This is what you look like. You look like you on fire right now. And that's because you're in hell, which is the earth realm. Check this out. When you rise up out of this earth realm, you won't even have an aura around you no more. This aura is the prison that's keeping you in your cocoon. This aura is the world around you. This is the simulation. So this is why they said people in hell are being burnt alive, meaning they burning, but they can't die. You know what I'm saying? And that's the concept of aura, which is why if you take the word aura, put an F in front of it, you can start getting words that's similar to fire.
And when you keep saying you read the Bible 136 times, all I hear is
13.
Well, when I heard 136, I just thought about 10. One's is code.
Well,
So that's
I
all
mean,
I
I
had when
read
you
it
said it.
100. Well, I read it 113 times, right? See, but like halfway reading it to 113 times, I was never like I just read it like if
When
it's
you not to
real
cut you
life.
off, but listen, when you learn how to decode the Bible, it ain't gonna take that much times. It gonna take a few times because when you hear it, you will know how to break it down like Sanchez just told you about
Right.
Satan in the body and what you see what I'm saying?
Well,
You
no,
see how
right,
he
but
told
see,
you
I didn't
about the
have no
body?
guidance though. You know what I'm saying? I was
It's
just
okay.
reading
It's
it and
okay,
reading.
brother.
Yeah.
But
So, but now
listen
I'm,
to what he's saying. I really take it in. Just
of
listen to
course,
what he's telling you, because he answering your question beautifully, perfectly, and very straightforward. You see what I'm saying?
I
So
don't
just
inject nothing he said, bro. Like I've been following him for years, man. That's the reason why I'm here, man. You
No,
know what I'm
it's
saying? I
all
really
good.
respect him and all of y'all, man. You feel me?
It's
Like this is
all
a
good,
good,
it's all
and
love.
vice versa,
yeah.
brother. Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Definitely,
I was
man.
just answering you about the Azazel though. Like
Right.
the whole point is nothing outside of us. It can all oftentimes be synced right back to a story about us in the simulation. But yeah, I'll fall back.
Right. Because people, you know what I'm saying? Church taught me how to believe in it in a fleshly, but spiritually, which it doesn't to make sense. But now that I'm understanding it, that you could decipher it in just by switching your mindset. See, that's what I'm on right now. Trying to, because I know the Bible so much now that now I'm trying to like rethink it in a different manner, not in
what
a spiritual, like not in a
can I ask
Christianity
you a
way.
question?
Yeah.
Matthew 6 to 22.
Matthew 6:22.
Yeah. What is it?
Brother, I can't
Ooh, you
right now
read
off
it
the bat.
13
You read it
times. Why you
113
did him
times. You
like
don't
that,
know it.
Randy?
Listen, I'm not gonna sit
All
here, bro,
right,
and
all
defend
right. I
myself.
quit. I'll
You
stop.
right.
It's all love.
No,
It's all
it's
right.
love.
all love. It's
You right.
It's all
love.
love, bro.
But listen,
But I'm telling
but I
you.
read it 113 times because
You say
because of the
that number, high
contradictions.
number, like that means something, but you just
Right.
showed me you don't
No,
even
no,
know
brother.
a
Hold on.
scripture that's a
Wait. You're
very
wrong
strong
there. Well, hold
scripture to
on.
know.
Let me speak now, because if you
Oh my
want to, we could
God.
put bread on it. But now I mean I read it 113 times. I kept finding contradictions. I didn't read it like how y'all interpret it right now. As a Christian, as a Hebrew Israelite, I wasn't taught to learn it and decipher it the way y'all doing it. I was learned how to be
That's what's
obedient
up.
to the book. You see the difference?
I get that.
You know what I
That's
mean?
facts. Me too
So
in the
I read it,
Bible,
and
bro.
I could find all contradictions in that book, and nobody can top me, and I could put bread on it. So when it comes, like, you feel me, like y'all, like how y'all could decipher it, yo, y'all got it, big. You feel me? I give you respect, and that's why I'm here, because I'm trying to learn it. It's not because I'm better than y'all or I know it. Nah, bro. I just
No, it's
read it
all
in a
good.
fleshly manner. Yeah, bro. So listen, man, it was a pleasure speaking with y'all, man. I'm gonna definitely be back, man. So y'all stay
Hell
safe, all
yeah,
right?
man. Trust that, man. Like, it's all love. Hell yeah.
Oh,
You just
definitely.
challenge.
Love,
Hey,
bro.
salute to Israel, Jerusalem, man.
Hey,
I hope to
listen,
see
but
you
this ain't
again,
my
man.
first time, because my name is Legendary Soul, man. I know you remember me, Bro Sanchez, man. I know it's
I
been
do.
a while.
Hell yeah. Much
Yeah,
love,
yeah,
legendary.
Yeah, definitely
definitely,
want you to
That
lock
was
in,
fun. I
bro.
ain't
You
gonna lie.
definitely come back.
Yeah, hell yeah. Come on
definitely,
back,
You know how
man.
many times I read the whole
Salute,
Bible?
brother.
definitely.
Not easy.
Hey, my bad, y'all.
Man, who want to be smoked? Especially when they be talking.
What up?
I want my
Hey,
one-on-one.
listen, boy. I just showed you
Yeah,
now.
I
You
want my
better sit down.
one-on-one.
I
Hey,
just showed you just
hey,
now.
just like in a real street fight.
You
Ain't
got it.
scared to jump in for you. I want to fight you
No,
one-on-one.
man.
Cause
Hey, man,
you be doing
listen.
all that
You
talking,
do
man.
that. Do you, man.
Who
You
you
do
want to
what you
fight?
want.
You want to fight me because you definitely can't fight Sanchez.
Yeah,
You want to
Yeah.
fight
cause
me?
you be the man when talking. I want to give you a black eye before I leave.
Yeah, come on.
Now
Yeah.
listen. Not because I'm gonna do flat Earth land. But it ain't nothing but two things. The first one I'm gonna do is the Stone Mountain. You probably ain't got no fight in that because that's really my general smoke. But we can have y'all can jump me with the Stone Mountain, but I want my one-on-one with you with the flat Earth because you the cheerleader. You ain't got no one hit. You ain't bumping
Let's
like
get
that.
to it, man. Stop
That's
talking. Let's
crazy.
get to it. Let's get to it.
That's
Let's stop
crazy.
All right. Now the Stone Mountain, I think it's an ancestral vibe because it's like when y'all say they got the carvers in the mountain. It don't matter what they did to the mountain, cause that mountain is natural. So
Not no
the
more.
mountain is
Not no more.
the mountain. How it ain't what they done did to
What
it.
I'm just saying
It's still
I get what you're saying, but it ain't the way nature made it. It's been altered by white supremacists, defaced or desecrated. But go ahead.
but still, it still hold the content. It still hold the properties that which we access. That
Go ahead, man.
still
Cook.
can be accessed.
Cook. Yeah.
So when you're dealing with my bad. When you're dealing with the minerals that's inside of it.
Hey, listen. If you talking to me, I ain't heard nothing you said because I was doing something. So you probably got to start from the top. My bad. I apologize.
He's
I'm listening now.
explaining written how Stone Mountain, even though it was the KKK carved their leaders on it, and it represents a symbol of white supremacy and oppression over Negroes, he's saying that don't mean nothing because I don't know what he's saying. Let's see why it don't mean nothing to him.
All right, okay. I'm up to speed.
So, yeah, man, stop talking your chicken, man. Pay attention. Now listen, the reason why it don't mean nothing because it still hold the properties. It's just like somebody.
What properties it hold? What properties it hold?
Good question.
Well, so when you thinking about Earth, Earth hold all kind of stones.
What properties does Stone Mountain hold?
Yeah,
it's that simple.
yeah,
What
yeah.
if you don't know, man? Use your phone.
Listen, bro. For you to try to argue that you don't know either. So shut up.
That's why we asking, bro. I don't
He
know. Tell
already
me.
losing the debate. He
Yeah.
don't even know what the properties of this mountain he's talking about. See what
But
I'm saying?
listen, bro. But I know this land though, bro. Like all land.
But you don't know the
got some
property.
minerals in it. Bro, listen, bro. That's not an argument.
I'm listening. You can't even answer my question.
They don't negate my point. They don't negate my point.
Okay,
Let
good.
me
What's
make
your
my
point, though? I don't get it, but go ahead. Yeah.
Listen, okay, so it's the same way, like with a tree. It don't all trees grow everywhere. Now this is what I'm saying. Inside of that mountain, ain't nothing changed inside of that mountain.
That ain't the point, though. That ain't why we go.
Listen.
Can I ask you something real quick, man? Can I hold up real quick? I swear, real quick. I get your point, bro. I get your point.
No, I ain't even made a point.
All right, bro. Go ahead.
I need everybody to feel me.
Go ahead.
So my point, what I'm making, y'all, and everybody on time in the chat is that the same property that Stone Mountain holds, that our ancestors access, is still there to be accessed. Just because somebody went over there and marked or put a little carvings on it, that should not stop you from accessing the same things.
I got you. Now let me say this real quick, bro. Here's why you sound ignorant as hell. Stone Mountain ain't got shit to do with our ancestors. That's the dumb shit. That's why I was trying to ask you, do you even know why black people go there? We go there to honor our ancestors, but guess who ancestors even made Stone Mountain a gathering place? The Klan members, which is why they carved it for their territory. Why would I meet in my enemy's motherfucking ceremonial spot to honor my ancestors? That was the point of my video. Not that you could access the energy that's still to be accessed. What the hell does that mean? Ain't nobody going there to access no damn energy from granite. We're not going there to do a science project and get no frequency
Exactly.
from the rocks and all that.
Granite.
Niggas is going there because they saying they going to honor their ancestors, but that's where the clan go and honor their ancestors. Make that make sense, which is why I said, let's go to some ancient slave burial grounds and honor them our ancestors right there. We at their grave. Don't you visit your grandma's grave? That's how you honor your ancestors. You don't go to your enemy spot and cry out for your damn ancestors. That's like me going to George Washington grave saying, ancestors we love. Who ancestors? Who ancestors? That to me, if it, I'm saying, bro, I'm saying it. Let me land my plane. I'm saying it doesn't make sense to me, and you can't make it make sense to me. But I know it's gonna frustrate you that I'm not gonna budge. You can't make that make sense to me. That's stupid to me. But go ahead, bro.
Maybe Leyland.
Alright, but alright, but I'm making sense to what I'm saying. So this is what I'm saying. Like before they, cause you just claimed that they have their ancestors buried in that mountain, correct or incorrect? Cause I never heard of such information.
Let me ask you. Hold on. I'm trying to answer you, brother. Now listen, I got a question to ask you now. Give me the history of why Stone Mountain is a gathering place for black people right now. Give it to me right now. Let me hear it.
I think it had something to do with
You think or you know?
Olmecs traveling.
You think?
I think. I don't know.
Bro, it ain't got nothing to do with no Olmecs at all. Bringing up the bro, that's crazy.
He tried.
It ain't got nothing to do with no Olmecs.
But let me ask you something. Is it true?
Oh boy.
Now he got questions.
Now you got questions. How you got questions? You telling us
something?
something?
Question, man. You can't do that, man.
I thought you were talking to me.
I told you silly.
I thought you said you were talking to me.
One-on-one.
So now you ain't talking to me now. See? I asked you what the properties. I asked you what the properties of Stone Mountain. You know it was granite.
I told you ain't like my answer.
But you didn't know that granite.
I'll get you one-on-one.
See that
I'll
easy
get you
answer?
one-on-one, boy.
Stupid.
Man,
Boy,
no,
this boy
bro.
right here.
I told
You see?
You ain't like my answer, bro. You ain't like my answer.
He the type of nigga that like to let when niggas hold you back. You lucky they holding me back.
I think there is something to this Stone Mountain stuff.
I just asked a question. Do you know the history of why blacks gather at Stone Mountain? The man said something about the Olmecs. Come on now, facepalm, bro.
Well, that's
the
what
Olmecs.
I think.
Yeah, what I think. People just
You
be
just have
coming
your
up
own
here
answer.
talking, man. Yeah.
That's just sad, man.
Check this out.
But y'all get exposed though up here though. It's the rucker.
Listen, no, I'm not talking.
It's the rucker, boy.
Man, quit interrupting me. No, quit interrupting me. Now, is it
Oh
a
boy.
fact that
You gonna tell me why it's a important spot? You gonna answer me?
Stop interrupting him and he ain't made sense yet.
He can go, but he gotta
man,
answer me.
you
Go
won't
ahead.
land my plane.
Go ahead.
You love running. Now, is it a fact that we was all over this planet, right or wrong?
Man, that ain't.
What happened to the Stone
we was
Mountain?
all
I thought
over
was
the.
about Stone Mountain.
Bro, listen what I'm telling you, bro. I'm trying to answer you. I'm trying to answer you, bro. Here's the point. You got to know the history of Stone Mountain. It ain't got nothing to do with where we was all over the place and all that.
What's the history? Somebody who knows the history just gives the history.
Hold on, man. Listen, man. Just like you got your Lake Erie, you got your rivers, you got anything that's natural. Did we not have access to it first?
What that got to do with Stone Mountain?
Man, bro, you can't be smart if you ask me what they got to do with it, dog.
Tell me, just
it's
tell
one
me
of the
that.
ancient sites across the world.
Hold on. Listen, I ain't smart. Now tell me. I ain't smart. Now tell me what they got to do with it.
Okay,
I just told you I'm not smart. Now tell me.
I'm telling you, big head. Now listen, if you know anything about your ancestors, bro, that they are very spiritual, and that how they channel their spirit into living things, bro, and how they like with bodies of waters and trees, bro. Like we the first ones to do it.
Let me hold up a second, bro. Hold up a second. Hold on 1 second, real quick, because this Stone Mountain thing was the argument I brought up, and he's so lost. I'm agreeing with him. stones hold memories, which is why we wear stones, amethyst, we wear lapis lazuli and all that. So stones can be programmed, just like my ancestors can say, listen, this stone, we're gonna put our memory on it, so much so we're gonna carve the memory into the stone like on some Mount Rushmore shit, right? So why would Sanchez go to Mount Rushmore and say, I came here to honor my ancestors, when I'm at the white man's monument that he made a shrine for his ancestors? It's dumb to me, and nothing you say gonna make it make sense. My thing is this right here. I'm agreeing with you. Stones do hold memory. Rituals are real. And guess what? The slave masters already claimed that stone to hold a memory of them triumphing over the black man. Why would I go there to have any kind of pride or show a connection to my ancestors? I'm gonna go to the burial grounds of my ancestors and show my children how great they uncle was. I'm gonna go to the tombstone, drop some flowers. I'm gonna say, look, this is your uncle who was a doctor. This is a black man right here. Boom, he invented this. That's your great-great-granddaddy, man. Give him something to be proud of. Why would I take him to the oppressor joint where he put his forefathers at to show his children what to be proud of? Now, let me ask you another question, because this gonna get real crazy for you since you're doing this, brother. Can you tell me the name of the Confederate leaders that's carved into Stone Mountain at least, man? Unmute yourself. Go ahead, Global Static.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I just looked it up and I know I'm on point now.
Tell me name
all
of
I
them.
need to know is
He just looked it up.
I don't know that.
Microwave
I don't know that.
research.
Go ahead,
Yes,
though.
I did. Yes, I did.
Well, say
Yes,
it
I
then.
did, man. Now
Say it.
listen, bro.
Say
Now,
it.
this the thing. Hold on,
What's the
bro, be
name of
quiet.
them?
This the thing. It's for the reestablishment. They did it for the reestablishment for the Ku Klux Klan. Now,
Say the
y'all tell me
names
this.
first, man.
What do?
Can you give us the
Hold on,
names
hold on.
without
I just
asking?
said I
Damn,
ain't know.
Yeah.
I just told
crazy.
Sanchez I ain't know the names, bro. Listen, bro.
You
Listen,
got
bro.
to
Y'all
know
get to
this
the point.
stuff,
The reason
though.
why it belong to us.
Oh my!
Listen,
I
though.
know.
This the
I
reason
know.
why it belong to
The whole nation belong to us. So you debating something we ain't arguing. What that's called, a red herring? We all agree that. Everybody on the panel agree that this our land. Before anybody, before the Klan even came there to Stone Mountain, that was our land. We with you. We just saying when they came, they made that as a gathering spot. Black people wasn't going there gathering. The Klan members was going there and they carved their name there as a gathering spot for them. It was a thing because of them. Now show me the history of black folks gathering there before the Confederate leaders made it a meeting spot and a gathering spot. I get that this our land. I'm saying now, what, we can't gather where our ancestors gathered at? Yeah, that's our land too. All of it our land, not just Stone Mountain.
Right, but that's where our ancestors gathered at as well. They always
We ain't
us,
disagreeing with that, man. We saying that our ancestors gathered
no
everywhere. Yeah, we were saying our ancestors gathered everywhere way before the enemy came. That's just like this, right? We're saying, like, if these people come over here and invade and they start claiming areas, and they say, look, this gonna be the area that be a ceremonial spot for our forefathers. Again, I'm saying Mount Rushmore. My thing is this. If I say, hey, all black people, we having a gathering to honor our ancestors, right? And we all gonna meet up and we going to honor our ancestors, right? And we gonna do it at Mount Rushmore or at the Lincoln Memorial, like in front of the Lincoln statue. I'm pretty sure folks will look at me sideways. They'll be like, look, can we literally go to some space that's dedicated to our ancestors and not our enemy's ancestor? That's reasonable. That's all I'm saying. I ain't hating on you, though, if you want to go to, like a Klan burial site to honor your ancestors. I don't know why you would do that. I'm saying to each his own. That's what I'm saying.
It's one of the acupuncture points.
This is what I'm
Like
saying.
as rock.
This is what I'm saying, man.
And you can go on with the
This is what
flat
I'm
earth
saying.
thing,
If
too,
my
bro.
people was,
Yeah.
Right,
We
I'm
was
finna
here
get on it.
all
If my
over.
people
We
was there
gathered there
first,
before them, and we can go back. We
right, we
get
was
it,
there
man.
first.
We get it. Right.
Right.
We were there first. We were there. We get
So
it, bro.
it shouldn't
We
be
get
no
it.
problem today.
It ain't
It
no
shouldn't be no
problem, bro.
today is what I'm saying.
It ain't no you missing the whole point. He's saying he acting like my point is the white man was there first, so he the only one can gather there. I'm saying, bro, my thing is we was all over this country before the white man, and we still had specific areas where we went to honor our dead. We didn't do it everywhere. We went to burial sites and shrines. And I'm telling you, our ancestors never went to the grave site where they buried their enemies at, because they didn't bury their enemies. That was too good. They didn't give them a site because they didn't look at their enemy grave site as nowhere to go to do any kind of honoring or anything. So my thing is, the people who killed and murdered our people, they said Stone Mountain is gonna be a place where we honor our racist ass forefathers. And I'm saying we don't gotta copy off everything that do. Just because they honor their forefathers there, it don't make no sense for us to honor ours there. Like I said, that's like Crips going to honor their dead homies at a vigil that's made for Bloods. But we going to honor the homies, and like, bro, you ain't disrespecting they stuff or nothing. Remember, them the people that killed your homies. Why you even on they shit? Your homies' energy in the hood, at the places y'all grew up, at the shrines y'all got, at the places you tag. Like, it just wouldn't make sense to me, man. We having a barbecue in the Bloods hood to honor this. Like, I hate to use the gang example, but I'm just showing you how crazy that shit is. Even though you may say, well, it's all our land, I get it. But we can agree to disagree with that. It just don't make sense to me no matter what you say. But you can go with your flat earth thing. We got a lot of more people that want to go with other stuff. So, brother, we got to move forward. Yeah.
There is
We can
something special about
we can
the
agree
mountain.
we can agree to disagree, but our people ain't gather for the same reason as this Stone Mountain. Even
Bro,
though
you
we
don't
did,
even
but
know
we ain't
why
gather
they
for the same
gathered. I
reason.
asked you that and you didn't know earlier.
Yes, I do though.
We
Yes,
can
I do.
rewind the
I do
video.
though.
Let's just
I'm
move. You
telling you, I
don't,
do.
brother. You don't. They gonna rewind the
Yeah, they
video.
go to
That's
flat
why I
earth.
asked you that, brother. I asked you that. You did not know.
When I looked
Yeah.
it up,
You
but when
just
I
looked
looked
it up. You
it
didn't
up,
know
it told
earlier.
me
And you,
everything I need to see. Yes,
I'm telling you
but
right now, if you showed up to debate about Stone Mountain, but you didn't show up already prepared and you doing this shit as you go, that's why you fail miserably. I'm just giving you some advice to make yourself better, man. Quit. You full of ego, bro. You're not right. Okay, you're wrong, bro. You came up here. I asked you two things you should have known about Stone Mountain, and you said you didn't know them, but you said I just looked it up, but you still can't tell me the generals that's carved into the mountain. They're literally, that's like saying I looked up something about Mount Rushmore. Okay, tell me the faces that's carved in Mount Rushmore. I don't even know the faces, Sanchez, that's carved in the damn mountain, but I'm going to teach you something about it.
He's going to ask you to listen after this. Watch he tell you to listen.
Like, just stop, bro. Go with your flat earth thing. Before I ask you some more shit about it. I'm going to ask you some more shit about it that I know you don't know. So let's just go with the flat earth thing, bro. I'm gonna keep asking you questions about it, bro. I'm telling you.
We can go to flat earth, but I guarantee I know what I'm talking about.
All right, bro.
We go to flat earth because I was trying to. I take in a lot of information, bro. But I got my base. So that's, for one, you got to understand my mind. So that don't mean what you said is true. But we go to flat earth. Now for flat earth, old buddy, they be talking. What a one-on-one. You hear, you ain't run, because I'm gonna make you run. I guarantee you when I make my point, you gonna be doing all that, running around, jingle roses and shit. Now where you at? I wanna make sure you here when I address you. Where you at?
I don't know, but make sure you get straight to it too.
See there? There you go. Come on, man. Quit acting scary, bro. Quit acting scary, bro, because I'm on your ass, bro. Quit acting scary. Now listen.
Substitute for all flat earth problems.
Quit being egotistical. Quit being egotistical.
Look, hey,
it's me. Just say what you gonna say.
That's my choice. That's not your choice. That's my choice. I'm the dictator. I dictate.
But don't call nobody scared
bro.
if you egotistical.
Listen, bro. I could be ego all I want. Now,
I told y'all he was saying, listen, that's all he knows. Listen.
Hey, appreciate y'all for the super chats. I'm gonna read y'all. Appreciate the
The
love.
world is a globe, bro.
Exactly,
Okay?
exactly. Listen.
It's a globe.
Keisha, listen. Keisha, listen. Keisha, you know how niggas and bitches be talking.
You ain't got no argument, bro. That's all you do. Now, about do you believe? Let me show you how cool and dumb you is. Now, you believe that the earth spin 1,000 miles per hour? He need help. He can't do no one-on-one.
Yeah, you think he think this is the best question you got? Are you serious? That's the best question you can ask. Are you serious?
Though, bro. If it's so easy, just answer it, bro. Like Sanchez was telling me to do. You do it.
I don't believe. I don't
get him ready.
I don't believe in nothing. Either I know it or I don't know it. That answer your question?
Right, bro. Right.
All right, next question.
I'm gonna make you run tonight.
What's your next question? What's your next question? I don't believe in nothing. What's next?
You weak, dog. You weak, bro.
Okay, prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
You need to take some of your flat earthers, man, and make sure they on point. I'm doing this out of respect for you, because you know a lot and you put in a lot of work.
I bet you I can
All right, bro, go against me. Fuck it. I'll take the smoke.
Fall back. I got him. Fall back.
I told you what I tell y'all, pal.
Can I ask you a question now? I answer your question. Can I ask you a question now?
Exactly. You run it. No, you did, bro. You just ran from me, bro.
You asked me a question and I answered it. How I ran?
Like a female.
You asked me a question and I answered it. You asked me a question, I answered it. How I'm running?
Hey, I'm gonna need you to hit the weed, regardless of whatever you talking about. You gotta run it.
The man asked me a question and I answered it. He said I run from him.
Man, bro, you say that.
The man asked the weakest question in the United States of America.
This is what you come out to be. That's how I know, bro.
Do you have another question? Do you have another question or not?
You do the same thing, bro. No, because you weak, bro. I want somebody else. I don't even want.
Oh, he running. Now he running. See how he running? He running now. Now he running.
All right, tell me what you got. Hit me with your best shot.
He running now.
Give me
what I did?
else, man.
What I did?
Bro,
what I did?
Sanchez.
Give me somebody else,
Hold on. What I did? Tell everybody what I did.
I don't want that, dude.
Tell the panel. No, tell the panel what I did.
Hit me with your best shot, bro.
I want somebody else.
No, hold on.
You
What did I
ran,
do?
like I said, you ran.
Okay.
You ran because you said you don't believe in nothing. That means you don't believe in globe or flat earth. So you just waiting to see what I gotta say to see if you can rebuttal. Just like a female, bro. You don't be standing on what you be saying. Give me somebody else.
He is exposing himself. Let him talk. The more he talk, the more he gonna make himself look dumb. The more he talk, the more he make himself look like an idiot.
This nigga lips should be tired. I ain't even gonna lie to you, shit.
He drunk.
I have these conversations daily offline, bro.
I bet you he drunk. I bet y'all he drunk.
Time, bro.
I bet y'all he drunk.
Bro, this me normal, bro.
Damn, that's you normal? Oh, don't tell nobody that. Don't tell nobody that, man. You better listen. I'm just saying, you drunk now. You drunk.
Bro, I'm cool with the people who are weak, though. I'm cool with the people who are weak, though. I don't need nobody to approve.
Could you ask me a question or what, man? You called me out and you embarrassing yourself.
Oh, man, you ain't answer my question, man.
I did answer you. You just said I answered your question, but you ain't said it right, though. You didn't say what I said. You didn't say what I said. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. The panel heard you.
We won.
Hey, panel. Hey, what I say, panel? What I say, panel? What I say, panel?
I don't know, because this nigga just yelling in our motherfucking ass.
Somebody, I heard somebody said it. What did I say? Somebody on the panel. What did I say?
And it recorded.
Somebody on the panel.
And you lied.
Watch it keep talking. He won't let nobody talk because he know he wrong.
Bro, you the man with
Be quiet. Be quiet and let somebody talk. Be quiet. Be quiet. All right, listen, panel. Okay, be quiet. Panel. What did I say when he asked me that? What did I say?
Which question? I don't forgot what the question was.
Well, he asked me if I believe the earth is spinning at 1,000 miles. I told him I don't believe in nothing. I know. And he said I'm running. You see that?
Man, bro.
Yeah.
Look here. Man,
now look at Now look at
You still pulling up your pants. Man, Sanchez was just swinging, bro.
Why you calling Sanchez name?
Yo, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Because
wasting our
Sanchez didn't
time.
know what he's saying.
Yo,
That's
can
the difference.
I ask a question?
Hey, you wasting time, man.
Can I ask a question?
Man, bro, I know what I'm talking about, bro.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Every
Can I ask
time.
a question? Hey, yo, is the boy yelling?
Go ahead.
I ain't worried about it.
Is the boy yelling for flat Earth?
I ain't no boy.
Yeah, he's a globe earther.
Go ahead.
Let's go with that.
Look at his name, Water
I
Walker.
got a
It's global
question. I got
status.
a question.
Oh, okay. Listen. Hold on. Wait. Chill. I know global status. My boy.
Right.
Calm down a little bit. I'm gonna tell you why.
I'm the dictator, bro. I turn over when I want to. Go ahead.
Wait, listen to me. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you this because you representing the community now. You feel what I'm saying?
That's cool.
Wait. You're not even applying no real pressure by asking him, is the Earth spinning 1,000 miles per hour? Because he can't say he know that. Because that's what they
the reason why he should have answered it with no problem.
Wait.
That's the point.
Wait, bro. Wait. Let me finish.
They say it is.
That's why you don't. That's why you're not getting your point across because you're too hyped. That's why I said you're representing our community.
Go back and forth though.
Hey, bro.
That's bad.
He ain't gonna let you talk. He ain't gonna let you make your point now.
Yeah, like come on, bro. Like
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I just got.
I'm on your team.
Go ahead.
On your team, bro. Now this is Water Walker, bro. I've been on. Listen. I'm saying,
Water Walker. Damn, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up, bro? That's why I'm trying to tell you. Like, we got Globalist beat, bro. So don't go too hard on them because you're not gonna get across. Don't even get into like arguments. Let's explain what you want to say, bro, and have a debate with that man. Don't do the. I mean, just have see where he come from. He said that he knows spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Let me explain why.
He said he know.
Yeah, he said he know. Let him explain why. How does he know that? How do you know that?
Well, explain why.
Well, for clarity, I didn't say I know the Earth spinning at 1,000 hours. He asked me, do I believe the Earth spinning at 1,000 hours? I said I don't. I said I don't believe in anything. I know or I don't know.
Okay. All
That's what I said.
Cool. So you really so kind of running from the question. Because
no, I'm not running out of question. That's a weak question. First of all, that's a terrible question, and that's weak because we know science say the Earth is moving through a vastness of space at 666 miles, which is beyond the speed of sound.
Hey, bro.
And rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, it'll never have no motion blur. So that's a weak question to even ask me. First of all,
hey yo.
So why would you even think I'm running from a question when I told him before we even got into it that I know things and don't believe things? So don't ask me if I believe nothing if you're trying to debate me.
Listen, bro, that's not a weak question because you can't do nothing but believe what he just said to you. How? How did you have beliefs when everything you just said you can't do nothing but believe it? Where's your proofs at?
Why would I believe a question he asked me? And I'm answering you.
Stop.
What you mean? I don't believe. I believe. I'm answering.
Listen, stop. We're not gonna do
Can
this.
I talk?
Listen, I'm gonna say what you said. No, because I'm trying
to get you to understand what I'm saying, because it's obviously you don't. You don't understand what I'm saying. So let me help you understand. Because it should be somebody like you should be able to understand what I'm saying. I can't believe you even doing this.
I'm listening to you, bro.
And hold on. For two,
I'm just trying to get
hold on. For two, if you in a debate with a person like me, the last question you would ask me if I believe something, especially if the Earth's spinning when I know science say that. I done studied mainstream science and know what it says.
Okay.
So that's not a question to ask me what science says.
This is where we get to the crossroads where I have to stop you again. You said you don't.
I got another question, man. I'm trying to go fight.
Man, let me talk to Water Walker, man. Y'all fall back.
Let him go. Let him go so we can get. Yeah.
This is where we get to the crossroads, bro. Because you say, yeah, I don't believe that, but we know that science says what. So do you believe what science says?
Are you lost right now, brother?
No, I'm not.
I didn't say anything about believing anything.
I know
what science says,
bro. I just said that, bro.
Hold on, bro. Let me talk. I let you talk. Let me respond to you. I know what science says. I told him I don't believe in anything. Either I know it or I don't know it. So why are you confused about that? Me responding to him, telling him, yes, I know what science says. Why would that even be a question to ask me to respond and say, yeah, I know what science says?
If you listen to me,
what's next?
Bro, if you listen to me,
time out.
Hold on,
we all know what science says.
Stop. Let me speak for myself. if you listen to me, which you're trying to, you're like trying to be combative with me, which I'm
You
not.
ain't listening to me. You being combative, because if you would understand
No,
what
I'm
I say, we wouldn't be doing this right now.
bro.
You being combative.
Listen to what I'm about to say, bro. The second time when I came back and said, okay, I hear what you said. You said, I don't believe in anything. You said, but we know what science is. This is what you said verbatim. You can rewind it. You said, but we know what science says, right? So this is what I was asking, and you just went on to some other shit. Like I was saying, do you like it? Do you go with what science says? Do you believe it? I'm asking a question, and you started debating.
First of all, you didn't say that. You said you trying to tell me what I say I believe in.
I said, do you believe what science says? It's the last thing.
Are you not hearing me? Are you not hearing me when I say? Well, let me say I then. Let me change my pronouns for you, since you keep saying I said we. I know what science says. Now what?
Okay.
What's next?
Even bro, it's the same thing. I'm asking the same question. You know what science says.
What you asking me?
I'm asking you, do you believe in what science says, though? Like, is that
I don't believe in anything.
Oh, so you just don't believe in the round Earth or the flat Earth?
See, the thing is, one don't require. See,
how are they lost? Why they don't know what I'm saying?
Let me moderate this real quick. One of them don't require belief, and one of them do. So the question would be legit if you say, do you believe in the globe? Then you would say, do you have proof for the flat Earth? Now, the thing about this, the burden of proof is really on the globe.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm asking him where his belief, where he lies at, on the globe side or the flat Earth side. But I'm asking him.
Yeah, flat Earth side, Joe, just to make go.
Well, would you even have to ask that to somebody that said they know something?
No, you're right, bro. I didn't know who was arguing on what side, bro. That's why I stopped. It started getting ridiculous. I don't know.
Well, a man named Global Status, and he asked me a dumbass question. I'm telling him,
I just listen. Hey, bro,
I can't believe this shit. Water Walker.
Listen, bro.
Water Walker must be drunk, man, or high.
Hey, broski, I just asked Global Status that, and he said he was. That's why I was confused, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Like I stopped.
It's all good, bro. It's all good.
Yeah,
when Global Status start talking, shit get confusing. So I'll let that go.
Okay.
I was just trying to
Global Status.
Look, what question you got for me, man?
Global
What's
Status,
up, man?
But I was trying
to see.
Now that I'm pointed in the right direction.
Okay, Global Status, you ready for my question for you?
Go ahead, man, because you just got guilt like hell. Go ahead, bro. I told they gonna jump it. Go ahead.
What's the circumference of the Earth?
I don't even know it, bro.
All right, I'm done with you.
It's probably like 3
Oh my God.
Every time I
this is brutal.
You don't never know every time I ask you a question about your fucking model, boy.
That's what I'm
Stop
saying,
calling me out,
man.
boy. Stop calling me out, boy. You a boy.
Hey, tell me what that's supposed to mean.
That's why I sounded dumb, because he didn't know nothing.
I'm just saying, but here's the thing. I'm gonna show you what it means.
I'm tired of teaching this nigga shit.
If somebody say, right, let's show up and debate football, and somebody say, okay, before I debate you, tell me what a pass interference is. I don't know. I'm not even gonna debate you. That's what it is. It's a checkmate. It disqualifies you to debate me before the debate even began.
Bro, tell me what the yellow flag means.
And I do this to him every time. Every time I do this to him on warm up. You get beat up before warm up, boy.
I just did you like that first, though, bro.
Wow. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah, bro.
Are you serious?
Now, guess what?
How you did it? How you did it?
You did not do that, bro.
Tell me how you did it.
Let me show you how it don't mean nothing. Let me show you how it don't mean nothing, bro. Because tell me.
He's just gonna, hey, listen, he just gonna forget everything Sanchez just said. And then still talk. You see that? Ego.
Show me on the
Ego.
No.
Now you got another question. Now you got a question. You can't answer my question.
No,
you don't know my question, but you want to answer his.
Hold up, man. Hold up.
How that work? How that work? You don't know my question, but you want to ask me a question now. What kind of debate is that?
Listen, bro. No, bro. Because you just went, bro, and you just...
Okay, stop yelling, though, bro. Stop yelling.
Global Status. Come on, man.
Can you stop yelling?
Bring it down on that.
He mad he didn't know, man. That's what they do.
Let me talk. No, bro, listen, bro. Show me on your black hard your 4 seasons work. Show me on your black hard your 4 seasons work. You can't show me that.
Oh shit.
You can't show me.
Hey,
You gotta
global
let-
status. Global
You
status.
gotta
Global
let her.
status.
We
I
can
got
show
another
you.
question.
We can show you.
Hey, global status.
Definitely
I got
can
another
show you.
question.
Man,
Name
no,
the
Hey, I can
name the
show
layers of
you.
the
I can show
atmosphere.
you how that work.
Before
I
I
don't
For
want no
sure.
before I
business, bro.
debate
You do
you,
this every time.
name the layers of the
No,
atmosphere.
you do this every time, bro.
See?
See, listen, bro. The whole thing is you talk about we ain't debating yet. When I ask my first question, that's the beginning of the debate. That's why I don't like debating you, bro, because you don't know how to do no one-on-one, bro. You get help, you get interjection, bro. Like you ain't no beef with it for real. You act like you will, but you get the help, bro.
But you
Like, no,
delusional. You
bro.
delusional. This is real
No,
delusion.
bro.
Y'all watch this
Tell me
now.
the four seasons.
Everybody on the
Tell me
channel,
the
I
four
want y'all to
seasons
see delusional
in
people.
your model.
This how
Show me the
globe
four
earthers
seasons
think.
on your model.
Look
You
how
can't
globe
have
earthers
so many
think.
four seasons on your model.
You
Explain
don't
the
even
four
know your
You
own
seasons on
gotta.
model.
that earth model.
You
Hey,
don't even know your own model.
so hold up a second. Moderation. Hold
Who don't want to take
That's
turns?
real quick. When you tell a person they can't show you something, you gotta allow it to be shown. Now it was a brother, I think that was Jay Santos, because I ain't looking at the call, but whoever would like to show him the 4 seasons real quick, that's cake. And we can move forward from that so he can show us how it will work on his model after what I show him after that. So if y'all
Now,
can
Sanchez,
go.
whoever show me Sanchez, I'm a debunk it. I'm a debunk it. I'm gonna show you how it don't.
You already been
debunk
closed
it,
mind.
so-
I'm a debunk it. Come on, man. Chill out, man.
I am.
You upset
I
me.
am. I know for a
Come
fact.
on,
I
man.
am.
No, you're not, brother.
Ain't nothing
No,
wrong
you're
with
not.
being confident.
Brother, you don't
You know
even
what I'm
know
saying?
your own. No, that's being stubborn. That's acting like you know everything. That's what that is.
I don't know. It be the person who say,
Brother,
they'll
let's
believe
stop.
in
You
something.
gotta let some. Look at how much talking you doing.
Say like
You won't stop it so that no one can even answer and deal with what you're saying. So, okay, if no one else want to do it, I'll do it.
Nah, salutes. Hey, salutes to the panel real quick,
Yeah,
bro.
for
Hold
sure.
on.
Salute Awakening.
What I gotta do? Share my screen to show him and tell him about.
Yeah,
he don't even know. He don't even know
I'm
about the
giving.
Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn. He don't even know that stuff. You see what I'm
But yeah.
saying? Because if I ask him how many
listen,
time
bro.
zones in the world, he don't even know that.
You gotta
He don't
stop
even
for
know.
a second, brother. Global status. You can't. You gotta let them. You requested something. You said you can't show how the seasons work. You gotta let that be, because you can't just keep saying that without allowing us to show you. Is what I'm saying.
But he keep talking, Sanchez, so I'm addressing him like a man.
Ain't he talking to me?
No, brother.
Who he
He's
talking to?
He's talking to me.
You can't
Who he talking
control that. Stop a second. Hold on a second. So I'm finna get ready to show him how seasons work on a flat earth real quick. Hold on. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Ironworks, what's good, man? Make sure y'all sub up to Ironwork, man.
Salute, my boy.
He can't do it though. He can't do it. That's the thing. Like I said, he can't do it. This one-on-one.
Sanchez, you want me to do it, Sanchez? What's wrong with him, man? He's serious. Go ahead, show him, Sanchez. Let him run. Let him run. He running.
That's crazy right there. But yeah, you got it. Go ahead, man. If you want. But I'm
No, go ahead, Sanchez. Share the
I'm gonna
screen
play
because
a
he running.
video.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I'm gonna
just
play a
do it.
video for him.
Bro, you always got back up.
I'm gonna play
I
a
got a
video
question
for
for
him.
him after you get finished, bro.
And after I play
called
the
you out
video.
for a reason, man.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me.
I already said I ain't want to debate Sanchez. Because Sanchez said
You
on what
ain't
he said.
debating me. Guess what? I'm telling you what this is, man. You haven't debated nobody the whole shit. What has happened is we've been asking you questions about your model and disqualifying you from any debate. You just don't know it. It's like when you playing your little brother in chess and you already checkmated his ass on the first move, but he keep moving pieces and you let him, even though the game over. That's what the hell going on with you, man. Like, relax, brother. Relax, man.
Is this like we're keeping minds fixated outward on a map model shape away from source? Like I saw the server rooms to this place the other night. Like a sandbox simulation. Yeah.
Y'all let me
Look,
know when
man.
y'all ready for the seasons video. It's about 10 minutes, 10,
I'm ready.
15 minutes. Okay.
This is the
Oh
thing.
yeah.
I know I'm supposed to be a
Okay,
Mars though.
Sanchez, can I ask him a quick question before we go to the 10-minute video?
No, man, he can't answer no
It's
questions. Don't
gonna
ask
be
him no
quick. I
questions,
know.
please.
Yeah,
Don't
I
ask the
would,
man
I
a question,
would
man.
like to.
That man
I'm
don't
gonna
know
be
that.
able
Why
to
would you ask a man a question that don't know nothing?
If you
That don't even make
go,
sense.
go on, let him sneak it in. Go ahead, Marlon. Go ahead, grab it in. Because
All right, can you tell me the zodiac signs from the southern hemisphere, the South Pole? Can you tell me the zodiac from the South Pole? This is on the bottom of the earth. We
Nope,
got
I
the
can't
one
tell
on the
you.
top.
All right,
I
next
can't
question.
tell
All
you
right,
that.
move on. He don't know. Let's go. Go ahead.
But get what? Get what? Let me tell you
Okay,
something
it's
though.
okay. It's okay. You don't know a lot of
Hold
stuff. Let's
on,
go.
man.
You
Hold
don't know
on,
nothing.
cuz. Chill out, bro. Chill out, bro. Listen what I'm telling you, bro. That don't stop me from
Okay.
observing the stars in the sky, bro.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you,
you
bro.
can't be
Like they
observing
don't stop me from
The man just
sky.
asked you. All right, man.
Yeah, you
bro.
it's crazy,
Listen,
man.
bro. They don't stop that, dog. They don't
All
stop
right, so
from me
listen.
knowing the shape of the earth is observation.
So
Whether I know the name or not.
I got a question for you about seasons on the globe model. You know, during the summertime, the Earth is tilted toward the sun, and so the top of it, where the ice cap is, would be the closest to the sun at that point. And hold on a second. Yeah, in order for 4 seasons to work properly on a globe, it can't be tilted on its axis. You wouldn't get the weather map patterns that we see. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't see why not.
Okay,
That's why
so
it's hot in the phone.
the weather map patterns that we see shows concentric circles that ain't elliptical or tilted in any way as far as how the heat. Matter of fact, I'm gonna just pull this up and well, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up real quick. Hold up a second. Pull this up. I'll show you what I'm talking about real quick. Yeah, y'all, if y'all want to speak to I grab this. Here we go. I found it real quick. Let me throw this up real quick. So right here, right? If you look at the actual temperature data, you can pull this up and you superimpose that weather map over flat Earth. You know what is, let me ask you a question, right? Do you know what I'm showing you right now? Because I don't want to lose you. Do you see what I'm showing you right here?
The first one, yeah, you show that you show me some flat Earth, but the globe I understood. That right there I don't. For that flat Earth.
All right, so look, this is a flat Earth map with a temperature data map superimposed over it. Now you see what I'm showing you?
Right.
All right, so the thing is this right here. You can see that the hottest part of this temperature data map is in the middle, and that would be like the equator, you know what I'm saying, and all that. And so it matches up perfectly. Even when you get to the ice ring, it get blue. It's right there to show where the ice ring would be. So like on a globe model, if you tried to wrap this data map around a globe, this is what'll happen. You would have to account for the tilt too. So that in order for this data map to wrap perfectly around the globe, you see, so that the equator can be facing the right angle to be the hottest spot where the sun hitting, you can't have the tilt. So that hurted them when it come to the data temperature map. But I'm getting ready to close out in just a minute. I'm pressing for time. But for now, yeah, I'm just saying this right here, if you just look at it, you will see the problem. They don't take the 23.4 degree tilt into account with seasons on the globe model. They assuming that the Earth is just perfectly standing up, and then they show you other pictures with it tilted. But if you tell them, show me how seasons work, you be like, hold up, what happened to your tilt, man? Because they can't make it work. And then even if they do that, that mean that the coldest spot on Earth, the North Pole, will be facing directly at the sun, bending toward it, bowing to it, is what I'm saying. So you would have to make this temperature data map fit perfectly on a globe. We done it on the flat Earth map, and it match up evenly with how our model work with the ice ring, where the path of the sun is, and all that. So I'll fall back right there.
But see, the reason why it's like that though, see, the heat that you showing ain't coming from the sun. That's the thing. The
But
heat
this
that you
is showing the
is coming
path
from
of the
core.
sun. Don't you know it got to be coming from the sun? Because let me explain something to you, bro. Even your model say that the equator is the hottest spot on your earth because the sun rays. So if you a globe earther and you saying that the heat ain't coming from the sun, you got to show me how your globe earth got a big red belt around the middle part that supposed to be your equator on a globe, and you saying the sun ain't doing that. Listen, the part of the globe that poke out the most, the sun rays is gonna hit that first. That's what this diagram is showing you, bro. Can you comprehend a chart? Look at here. The sun rays right here will hit the equator first on a globe, because if the earth is a sphere, that's what's sticking out the closest. They showing you this on your model, man. This is what your science teach, man. So check it out. I'm teaching you your model. This ain't a debate. You can't debate me till you learn your own shit. But check this out, right? The equator, brother. Brother, stop for a second. Stop for a second. What creates the equator on your globe model, which is the hottest part of the globe, right? Where there's a big band evenly around the direct middle of it, splitting it evenly. What makes that? If it ain't the sun, what makes it?
It's the core.
Okay, I'm done, y'all. I'm done.
Core, man.
I'm done. Y'all heard that. Nah, y'all heard that, right?
You don't know
I didn't
nothing,
say
man.
that. I didn't say that. He said that out of his mouth. I let him talk.
Listen, that's all he know how to say is listen.
Right,
We
right.
listening.
We
You
heard your answer,
listening,
man. We heard
Maybe
you.
if
You
the
answered
debate
me.
over
Thank
the
you.
tape
You
is
answered
just
me,
a
brother. You
distraction.
answered me.
I'm trying to talk when nobody's talking.
You said the
I'm trying
core,
to
but
talk
go
when nobody
ahead.
ain't talking. That's why I keep saying listen.
Talk, brother. You got it. You said the core, though.
Okay, so my thing is, even when the scientists say what they say, I have the scientists before too. It ain't like I'm just taking everything
Okay,
they saying.
brother.
I think
Cool.
for myself,
I got
man.
you.
So
We got you.
what
Okay,
seeing
cool. That's
right
fine,
here,
man. I'm pressing for time,
right.
though. You answered me. It can't go a
Okay.
never-ending thing, because check this out. I gotta conclude this 4 hours. I gotta get out of here. But here's what I'm telling you, man. We get your thing. You accepting the liar from the lies, but you want to modify it to your liking just for debates. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't take these kind of exchanges serious. Hold on, brother. I don't take these kind of exchanges serious, bro. I debate real big science platforms. I got another big debate coming up with Mac Toon. He reached out to me. These are big science platforms, bro. They know what NASA teach. If I would have asked McToon the questions I asked you, he would have spewed the answer out at the snap of a finger. You don't even know your own model. You ain't ready for the big leagues, brother. It ain't because I'm picking on you. I'm telling you, I've been debating. Listen, brother, listen to me. You're a baby. You ain't even a baby globalist. A baby globalist would even know some of the questions. If a nigga asks you some shit like, what's the circumference of the globe, and you don't know it, that, bro, you ought to be embarrassed for your own damn self. I wouldn't even want to join nobody call showing up to defend the globe and don't even know a flat earther teaching me how my globe work while we debate. And he don't think that's embarrassing.
He still got the blow up globe.
Think in my head.
He still got the balloon one.
He have no shame in that.
Global status. He call himself global status and don't know nothing about the globe. That's the crazy. That's an oxymoron. How you global status and don't even know your model?
The goal isn't
And
pick a
here's
map.
here go
It's
to deception. Here go to big deception. When he don't know his model and we expose it and I school him on it, he gotta tweak the model by saying, even though I'm here proving the globe, I don't believe it the way they teach it. And that's to get around the fact that you didn't know the answer on what they taught you about your model. So now you just freestyling a globe model like that. That ain't gonna be taken serious, man. Like, come on, man. Either you gonna teach what the folks taught and show up. See, that's what I'm saying about being lazy, bro. When I was a globe birther, I knew that damn globe. I was fascinated with space. Y'all are making a shame out of it, bro. Like you don't even love it enough to do a research to show up prepared so you can get your shine on, man.
This is the thing, Sanchez. The
You
simple
called me
fact
out.
that hold on. No, bro, because Sanchez already helped you, so don't do that.
Now Sanchez
Sit down.
helping you.
Like
I'm helping you.
I ain't help nobody.
I'm
Real
helping
talk.
you.
That man standing on his own.
No, because Sanchez didn't have to talk at all. That's the thing. That's the point you missed.
I'm talking for me. He talking for him, though, brother.
But he can't never do that without you.
Man,
So
that's
check this
crazy.
out. The
What you
thing
doing?
is,
That boy delusional,
right,
man.
that's crazy. Check this out though. The thing is,
He just
person
disregarded
ain't
everything
even-
you told him
hold on,
about not knowing his
be
own
quiet,
model.
boy. Be quiet, boy. Now listen, the thing is, a person
Yeah,
don't
it's the
even
core.
let me elaborate enough to even see how I see it. Because it still adds up with the 4 seasons. It still makes sense with everything you see from your wind patterns. I used to study wind patterns. The way your clouds move.
You don't study
It all
nothing, man.
aligns.
Yeah,
You
he
don't
don't
even know.
study none of that,
How
Bro,
you
you
brother.
study
don't
something
know
I
what
ask you
bro.
questions you can't answer? Stop
Hold
lying.
up, y'all.
He
You don't know
study
what
wind patterns now,
You don't
man.
study nothing, man.
You
God,
ain't answer
man.
my question, man. You be talking like you
Global
answer my
status.
question,
You
and you
never,
don't.
global
You don't
status. You
never answer
never
my question.
answered my
You
question.
always get some help, bro.
Okay, yeah, you got it, Marlon.
Global status.
To access the
Do you
source code
believe
and restore the
the
original
people
meaning.
on the South Pole are seeing the same stars as the people in the flat Earth?
It
In other
depends.
words,
It
there's a
depends.
top and
How
there's
far
a
the
bottom.
stars
depends.
away. It
If
depends.
you are on the
Why would
bottom,
you ask
Guess
the man the
what?
same question after he ain't answered the first time? He gonna know it now?
Hold
I'm
on.
just trying to show him that he doesn't
Listen, bro.
know how to
Just
answer the
go
question.
ahead,
You
then,
already
bro.
showed that the first
Listen.
time.
We're talking about
I know.
listen,
But
bro. Let me talk. Let me talk.
no, I'm
We're
asking a
talking about
question.
position.
No,
We're talking
I'm
about
asking you
position.
a question.
We ain't talking about the
Listen
name
to
of the
the
stars,
question,
bro. We
global
talking about
status.
position
Calm
of the
down.
stars.
Listen to the
Listen
question.
to my question. Wait, listen to my question and then answer.
If you want
Okay.
it.
Do you believe the people on the bottom of the earth are seeing the exact same star pattern as the people on the top of the earth?
So you
Like
don't
South
know
Pole,
you ain't supposed to be asking this dummy questions? You asking a dummy question.
it's a simple. I'm
Let me
simplifying it.
answer the question,
Why is you
bro.
asking a
Bro,
dummy
I
question? A
literally,
donkey.
What he gonna?
bro, be quiet, bro. He's talking to me, bro. You had your thing. Be
Okay,
quiet. Don't say
Go.
nothing.
All right, let the global status get it out so he can
Now listen, bro. I
get out the
literally
way.
just answered this question. I literally just answered the question, but dude was talking. I said it depends on what stars you looking at, cause some stars are closer and some farther. So guess what that means? The one that's farther, yes, from the top and the bottom you're able to see it is very far. Depending on how close it is, only the north can see it or only the south can see it. But let me ask you this.
Hold on, no. Wait.
No. You
Come
ain't
on,
even
let me
close.
ask my question, bro.
I'm pressing, so check it out. I let you get the mic a lot. He asked you a question. Here's my thing about the stars. Let me just point this out. This is on Reddit, right? A lot of globalists are using the time-lapse images of the stars that flat earthers use to prove our model, to try to prove a solar system. But let me show y'all the flaw in this now. Look at their model. In the middle of their solar system in the sun. Guess what star that is in the middle of this time-lapse image of the stars, Polaris. So whose model is right? Because our models say that the stars and the sun and moon and all that going around Polaris, they models say that everything going around the sun, they show this image of the sky and try to act like Polaris is now the sun. And everybody let them get away with all this because people don't really know the science. They just listen to what they told and say, yeah, like let's making a spiral down there. So yeah, that's like this crazy. This debunks your model right here. This from Reddit. You agree with them. So cause we talking about the sky right now and who see what and what part of the earth. Here go the time-lapse image of the sky and there go a picture of what's happening on your model. Just so we can be clear. Here go the argument that's made for your model, that what we looking at is the solar system. I'm saying it is the solar system, but it's not applicable to y'all model because Polaris ain't the sun. They messed up when they put the sun in the middle of the solar system when we can go outside and see everything, including the sun and moon. going around this North Star. That's all I'm saying, brother. Go do homework on that, right?
And whoever NASA is, whoever my man name what his name is? His name's Sin Nana. Nobody getting lost in the stars, bro. I mean in the map. You said don't get lost in the map. Find the coda. What you mean by that?
So nobody
Who built
understand what I
this?
said.
Like flat or globe, it's kind of a distraction. Like there's a server room behind it all. Like it's a simulation. You know,
No,
who built this?
globe is a distraction. Globe is a distraction. We know where it lead us to the simulation, which is flat Earth.
So if I'm such a distraction, show me on your flat
Nobody
Earth
talking
model.
to you, man. What's wrong with you?
Bro,
Bro, I
that's
wasn't
crazy.
done.
He ain't
Nobody
showed
even talking
nothing.
to you.
Show me
Everything he asking
me
us
on
to
your
show,
flat
we've
Earth
been
model.
showing.
No, but listen, this is what I'm finna say. This is what I'm finna say, Sanchez. Why do we gotta what it called? We got the aurora lights at the South Pole, and we got the aurora lights at the North Pole. Show me that. Show
Brother,
me that.
Brother, let me tell you something. What you just said
real.
is neither here nor there. It works on a flat earth and a globe earth, just to be honest. Like, it don't prove your model. You now talking about northern lights when I just showed you time-lapse image of every damn thing in the sky going around a single star. Can you show me another time-lapse image of other stars going around a southern star at the bottom of the globe? If you can't, fall back, brother. For real, ain't but one zodiac wheel. Do you get it, brother?
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, but this is what I'm saying in real life. When I look in the sky from where I'm at, I never see the North Star.
In real life.
I never see the North Star.
Bro, so guess what he's saying, y'all? Hold up, chill. He's saying because he don't see the North Star every night, it ain't there. Because in real life, guess what? I don't see Saturn every night. It's some nights you don't even see the moon. It's some nights where so what? Y'all hear his logic now. He don't see it, so this time-lapse photo that I just showed is wrong. Okay, bro. Yeah, you on, man. You on.
Show me something else.
I got a question
Show me
for him.
something else.
He living his
Y'all got a
own
question
world.
for him,
Bro,
y'all.
that's the dumbest shit.
If you want to learn, just say you want to learn, man. Stop acting like you trying to sneak and learn stuff.
Damn.
Yo, let me ask him a question.
Hey,
y'all.
listen.
Why?
Guess what,
Don't
bro?
ask that dumb boy no question, man.
Hey, let me tell y'all that, man. Bro, let me tell y'all this man's logic, right? His logic is, I went outside and looked in the sky. I didn't see an airplane, Sanchez, in real life. So ain't no airplanes in the sky right now. Because I don't see it.
I can't believe people want to ask a person like this question.
That's your logic, bro.
No, you said real life. You ain't say no sarcasm.
You said I go
real life or
outside and I
sarcasm?
don't
Which
see
one is it?
Polaris.
You just
I
said
don't
real
see
life.
Polaris. Okay,
Not
so it
asking
ain't
about
there,
that.
man. It ain't there because you don't see it. I agree with you.
What I'm saying, that being sarcastic. That ain't what I'm saying. See, I be talking direct, and I be talking for real. I don't talk for fake. So this is what I'm saying.
You ain't
Just
really
like the
making no
Orion
sense,
belt.
man.
I don't see the
What's the
Orion
point of
belt all
saying you
year
don't
round.
see it to what I'm saying to the
Listen
time
what I'm
lapse footage?
saying. This is what I'm. So we talk about rotation. This the whole thing. Listen, I don't see Orion's belt all year long. The reason why, because it be on the other side of the planet, because it goes through the 4 seasons.
Okay, now my question is this.
You talk about a flat Earth.
I got what you saying, brother. Now listen what I'm saying. I'm saying if there's a other side of the planet below the equator, and below there, their up is different than the people above the equator's up. The people above the equator look up at the North Star with a set of stars going around it. The people below the equator should look up at a South Star with a totally different zodiac wheel or set of constellations of stars going around it. Can you show me that other zodiac wheel? Now, I'm going to show you the first one with the one that's around the North Pole, because my model only require me to show one. Now, I want y'all to see how simple this is, right? I'm going to show you how this work. On my model, I didn't make the claim you made. I said it's only one pole, so I only got to show you one wheel that everybody in the world use together, and I'm doing it right now. Now, for your model, you got to show me the other wheel down there with the other group of constellations going around the South Star. Go ahead. I'll tell me where to go. Send me the link. I'll pull it up right now.
Hold on, explain it again. Explain it again.
All right, y'all see how
bad.
crazy this is?
My bad.
Oh my God,
Explain it
he
now.
got to be a troll. This is a
I'm
troll.
not running, bro. I'm not running, bro.
I think he a
explain it
troll.
again. I said my bad.
Billy sent them.
Come on.
You must be special
bro.
or something, man.
Come on, bro.
All right, so
Don't
check
be a
this
troll,
out.
bro.
I'm gonna make this clear for you, right? Here go the globe. You see this screen share right here?
I see the screen share. Now where the globe
All right,
is.
now look, now watch
All
this. Here go your globe. In the middle is the equator. Everybody above. Okay, everybody above this equator, when they look up, they're looking up at a set of stars going around the North Pole right here. You see this? Now, when they go down here, they got a whole nother up. They should be looking at a whole nother set. How both of these people got two different ups and they see the same thing? That's what I'm telling you. When these people look in their up down here, which would be their down, right, they're gonna see a southern star with a whole nother group of zodiac wheel. I'm telling you, besides Scorpio, Sagittarius, besides the zodiac, right, that we see going around the North Star, because look at the zodiac wheel. Check this out. This little black hole that you see in the middle of this wheel, it represents Polaris. If you put this wheel right here over the flat earth model, guess what you will get? All of the magnetic ley lines on the flat earth model lines up with all the magnetic ley lines in the sky. Is like a beautiful batch in heaven, as above, so below. Let thy will, guess what? Will, W-H-E-E-E-L. Let thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. If you look at what's happening in the sky, it's happening on the earth too in the form of magnetic ley lines. Beautiful, simple science. It's like a carousel with all the animals going around. We sandwiched, right, the sky above. What I'm telling you, and it's very simple, sir, show me this other set of stars and constellations in this South Star down there with the other set. You just made that. I just said show it to me. I showed you mine. You need two, I need one. Go ahead.
Now,
Good.
when you talking about this, the thing.
I made it simple.
So them green spots. Hold on,
Yeah.
man, because I'm
Gotcha.
still an artist and a visionary. So it might be simple for you, which I can admit on certain things. Now, them two green spots, they don't necessarily represent the constellation. Because that's why I made my art.
Wow, that's crazy.
Depending on, hold on, man.
Okay, no, I'm listening to you, bro. Quick.
Okay. So when you talking about positioning, now you talk, for one, we gotta depending on what time of year, because we talking about
I asked
the
a simple
globe being
question, man.
tilted.
Can I ask a real quick question, bro? Because I'm trying to simplify this. You said there's another set of stars below the equator. There's a South Pole with its own set of stars that people see down there, right? This is what the man said. This is what they said, man. Right?
No,
So
I did.
okay. So so let me ask you a question. Do the people below the dude? Let me ask you. You see where my mouse at? I'm finna make this real clear right now. Let me get the tool at. This getting crazy. Watch this. Is a dude that's looking down here at the southern star that's in the middle of the Earth's equator right there. That's the South Pole. Right here, the North Pole. Right here would be the North Star, that little dot. This dot would be the South Star. You got to follow the axis points to two stars, man. This is your damn model. Now listen to me. I'm telling you, y'all all say, right, that the man that's looking up down here don't see what the man that's looking up here sees, so that prove we on a globe. I'm saying, okay, show me what the man down here see, and you won't do that. Because everybody on Earth see the same. Hold up, everybody on Earth share the same zodiac, no matter where the hell they at. And if you saying that there's a whole nother set of stars at the bottom, I just said show it to me. It would. So let me ask you this question then. A dude that's looking down here, does he see the same thing that this dude see when he look up right here?
You depending on
Okay.
season.
Just look at the picture, man. It's an easy question.
I'm done, y'all. I'm done,
All
man.
you gotta do is say, you can look at the picture and see that. That's common
Because
sense.
guess what's doing, bro? Guess what? I'm gonna show you what's happening, right? I'm forcing these folks to double talk. Because to debunk flat earth, they say, man, it's a whole nother set of stars down there. What you mean earth flat? The people below the equator got their own pole with their own star. They say that all the time. Then when you say, show it to me. Well, it don't necessarily mean, you know what I said it mean everybody on the globe see the same thing now, which is what the flat earthers was saying for our model. And then guess what they would say to rebuttal that? So you mean to tell me on a flat earth, everybody look up and see the same stars? And they laugh at you and they say, boy, that's stupid. It proves we on a globe that the people at the bottom see what the people at the top don't. Then when you call they bluff and say, okay, show me what the people at the bottom see, and you wait for it, they get stupid. They go crazy. Look what he doing now. Just show it.
Respectfully, Sanchez. Listen, respectfully. I did not say a different set of stars. Hold on, listen. I said that the South Pole has its own aurora lights, which are called the Southern Lights.
And it got its. You don't have to say it, brother. Your model requires it. Your model demands that they're different. So you mean to tell me let me ask you something. Everybody on the globe, no matter where they at, they look up and see the same thing? You hear the silence, y'all? You see the silence? You see the silence, y'all? Do you see the damn silence right there? I'm gonna tell you what's going on, y'all. Bro, whoever cut me off, stop. I'm trying to talk to somebody. Check this out. I'm pumped because this is getting crazy. I don't need no help with this, bro. Bro, I just you glitch for a minute, man. Like you are you Googling as you go or something? I'm asking a simple question. Is everyone on
a think that it ain't a crime to think, bro? Let me think, bro. Come on, man. We dealing with state and position, bro.
Brother. Guess what? A liar have to do that much thinking. If you know the truth, just tell it. If you study, you got it. If you get ready, stay ready. You got to get ready, man.
Man, listen, man. Let me answer the question.
Come on, please. I'm pressing for time. Let's go.
Okay,
please.
So listen. When you're dealing, because we talking about a 360 globe. All right. So what you just showed with the temperatures, that red line.
We're gonna stay on one thing at a time. I'm pressing for time. We only dealing with. Okay, go ahead.
Listen what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, when that red line is the reason why I brought up the temperature. That red line that you showed on the globe, right. and that range. Them people will see the same stars. It's the people on the corners that will see.
That's the people that I'm asking you about. See, here's what I'm telling you. You can say these people on the globe right here will see the same stars, and that ain't even true because I know how shallow and how silly y'all think. So I made another model, and here is this one because I knew you would do that. I'm a chess player. So now you telling me that the people at the equator will see the same thing that the people right here would see. Yeah, but that ain't true over here. And that ain't true that the person that's looking directly up right here, because they forgetting where up at on their globe and they acting like they smart, right? Everyone's up is based upon perspective. It's out. Down is in toward the core. They forget what they fucking own model teach. So what I'm telling you is I'm killing you with what your model teach because it don't make no sense. You telling me that a dude looking straight up right here is gonna see what this dude over here seeing when he looking straight up. No matter how you cut this thing and try to make it work, it ain't. You faced with the same problem that you got from north to south. You got it from east to west too.
Y'all tripping, bro. Don't y'all know that it cannot be dark time in a miracle? It can't be dark over the whole
This is
planet
crazy.
at one time.
He ain't answering the question. I'm gonna tell you how you tripping, nigga. You said that your model require for everybody to look. If two people on the opposite side of the globe looking out can't see the exact same thing, y'all, it's just not fucking possible. I don't know how this is even an argument, man. Any two people on opposing side, and they even tell you that's how night or day work. They will say everybody on the flat earth will see the sun all over the earth, but everybody on the flat earth see all of the constellations all over it, all of the damn Polaris, all that all over it, and they don't realize that the sun is so low to the ground based on all of the other stars, it vanishes at the horizon point. The higher up you go, the longer it take to vanish on the horizon. They don't understand that neither. So all we doing is asking you, here, bro, you're done, bro. Because here's the thing about your model, bro. Everybody on the globe should be looking up, saying something for, like, it's so simple that the people looking up right here, where my mouse is at, shouldn't be saying what these people saying. And your answer is, well, if they standing right here, well, what if they ain't? What if you got a dude at the top of the globe here and a dude down here, right? You can't make that work. You got to say, but what about right here? No, you should be able to make this thing work unless, because listen, your thing is these people saying something different. You ain't talking about the people that's saying the same thing. We ain't making that argument. When they trying to destroy flat earth, they say on our model, two people on different sides can see different things. Then when I say, show me the other sky, the other thing you said about the people at the bottom, then they play this game with y'all, what we playing now. When all they got to do is show me another zodiac wheel, I don't need but one. I told him that earlier. He can't produce another one, so now we got to play these damn kind of games. You see what I'm saying?
And there's somebody on the panel with a better question that I'd rather debate than him, but I know you got to go.
Bro,
but listen, hold on, listen, time out. Hold on, time out. Then the same dude sitting out to say, the shape of the earth ain't important. He said that he said the real awakening isn't about the shape of the earth. It's about remembering you're the architect of the worlds. Like,
guess what? Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me say some of that real quick. When he said the word architect, he daggered himself. That's like saying the real conversation ain't about the shape of the building. It's about knowing you're an architect, but you can't be an architect without knowing the building's dimensions, without measuring the damn building, without knowing its layout, its mechanisms. Quit claiming titles, but you don't want to do the work to earn the damn title. So when somebody say, yeah, I'm a grand architect of the universe, they saying I know the layout and schematics of the cosmos. I'm a Gnostic, aka a flat earther. Quit calling yourself an architect, but you don't know the blueprint. Y'all capping. That's what everybody doing.
Sin nada.
Man, look, man. Listen, bro. It's so many people who call themselves a god and don't understand
Hey, my man, I gotta go real quick. I ain't even being funny, bro. Your voice just wore me down. I ain't even, and then no disrespect. It's all love, bro.
I give it to you. Yeah, wait. I give it to you. If you talking about, if you can prove that the people in Alaska, not Alaska, but Antarctica, and
all you got, if you get, and I'll do all that when you give me that other set of stars that y'all talking about. That's all I asked for earlier. And the thing about it is, y'all said y'all had that. I just said, give me what you said. You asking me for stuff that I ain't even boast or brag about, and I'm still giving you what you asked for. Y'all show up saying, well, our model got, man, bro, it's you. If you know your model, if you know your model, it's impossible for everybody. Okay, I'm through with that. In his mind, everybody on a globe can look up and see the same thing, and that's when I got to stop debating a person because they ain't on my level. I'm wasting my time, and he don't have the honesty and integrity to ever say he wrong. He full of ego, think he know everything, and then in order to refuse correction, he'll say, well, let me go and argue with Retton like that's an easier match or something. And the same thing happened everywhere he run to on the panel. And he get frustrated.
Man, Retton weak, man. Retton weak, man. You ain't supposed to be debating. I'm supposed to be debating him. He the one.
Bro, you can't debate while we teaching you how your model work. How y'all call it a debate? I call it a teaching. Cause you show up and learn your model. One day you'll be able to debate me after I teach you your model enough and you learn it. But you won't learn it because you saying you making up your own globe model. So now we just debating your little belief, your little cult now. But anyway, I gotta get out of here.
Listen, I try to give it up to you though, bro. This is what
I'm debating the ancestor cosmology. You debating your own shit that you freestyling, brother. But listen,
Hey, bro.
go ahead and get your last word out, everybody, and I'm gonna wrap it up. The dogs let me know it's time to go. Go ahead, global status, everybody. Y'all can close out.
Salute,
Yeah.
awakening minds to everybody in the channel, man.
Hey, I
This
just
all I
wanted
was
to say
saying,
this,
Sanchez.
Sanchez, too, bro. For next time we do the next one, I wanted to ask you about what you think about them doing the whole deportation thing with Trump, but then they're saying black people can't be deported. We're gonna ask how you felt about all of that, but we'll talk about that next time.
We did a show touching on that. I think we can, and we gonna definitely schedule that one. That's a good idea, man. Please don't let me forget about that one. That is important too. But yeah,
Hey, bro,
we gotta do that. We gotta revisit that.
bro, we need to do that
Hey, look.
financial one while we still got time, because time ain't gonna wait on us. We need to do that one just so the people that can hear it, you know what I'm saying? And search it for themselves. We gotta do that financially.
Hey.
I do my thing, Sanchez, because I ain't that stubborn. My thing is, if I had proof, like real life proof that you had the North Star at the North Pole and the South Pole, I drop the whole globe. But it can't just be like I have to experience that for myself. I'm not that
This is
stubborn.
crazy, bro. Think
That's
about
all I'm
this though.
saying.
Think about this.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna show you why you stubborn, right? Because you should know that on a globe model, everybody on the globe can look up no matter where they are and see the exact same damn sky. You ought to have enough honest to say, well, yeah, that ain't possible on my model, and then have a way to explain why it shouldn't be possible and make it work on your model. Now, here's the thing about you, global status. I'm pretty sure that your model and your physicists have a good little explanation, because they always can wiggle their way out of something. I'm telling you, your best bet would be to learn what your physicists and what your scientists teach about the globe model, because they've been debating flat earthers for centuries, and they put the best lies together. And the reason you don't want to go with their lies, because we beating them up like crazy, and y'all trying to edit the lies and mutate them lies, and them ain't gonna work either, man. So your best bet would be to go to what they saying, and we got y'all not even want to do that. Y'all trying to morph they shit because it got beat on so much. But we'll see what you do next time.
I just know they lie a little bit, and I just know that. Don't y'all know that they stay on one side of the planet? It don't rotate, and night stay on the other side for eternity.
Right.
Y'all know that, right?
Now go and learn how big your Earth is, brother. And go on, like, you learned so much today about the model you trying to debate, that he just want to get back at y'all by teaching y'all now how day and night work on the globe before he go. Ain't that sad?
This is hilarious.
He said niggas taught me so much tonight, at least let them know. Y'all know that, right? How day and night, bro. Just stop, bro. Good debate, man. You did good, man. Psych, I was just playing. You know I gotta keep it real. Let's go, man. Peace and much love.
Hey, peace and love.
Hey, Globe Earth, man.
Indeed.
Y'all
Stay
know what's
iniquitous.
up.
Hey,
Globe Earth, man.
you did horrible, son. But yeah, go ahead, man. Go on, do your research and homework. And yeah, peace and much love. See, he gonna go home like, I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time. And he never gonna get Gadget. Peace and love, bro. Hey, appreciate all the love, man. This was fun. Real talk. Shout out to Global Status. It was a good spot. Shout out to Jay Scaramella. He said it's a big spiritual warfare against flat earth. Oh yeah. It's been that way for centuries. Shout out to Wise Humble One. It's deeper than flat earth. You know, it's so much deep, and we went into a lot of it, but you get it. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to Wise Humble One. Hey, welcome to the channel, man. to benevolent bishop. Salutes to the new member for sure. Much love, man. He leveled up. Edgar Anderson said, power to all flat earth warriors. Appreciate the love. Shout out to Fela B. The natives of South America then called them pyramids. That's a Greek name referring to the Greek god Pyramidos. You can do the etymology of the word pyramid to see its original use when it first came into the English lexicon too, along with your Greek god syncretism, Fela B. That's good stuff. And that'll give you a little bit more as well. Because you can link it to like pyra is fire or something like that. Like the word pyra is fire, and meadows is like mound, and it was like fire mound because it was originally volcanoes or whatever. It's deep. Go and check it out, etymology. Shout out to Charlie Thomas. Peace and much love. Thank you for the support. Shout out to Marlon Wells once again. He says Sanchez on fire tonight. Marlon, we got to get you back on when we have this debate about the border thing and the people, you know, protesting at the border. So salutes, Marlon. You gonna shine on that one. And shout out to Awakening Minds. He was on as well. You appreciate the love, my brother, as always. He said, death is hated. It's obvious why this system don't teach about elevating self. Much respect, though, fam. Salutes to the panel and chat. Great stream. Salutes, Awakening. He says, great stream, fam. Retting is hell. Salutes to the panel, though. Yeah, Retting, I ain't gonna lie, he went in on these guys today. Facts. Shout out to Ananya Anushka. Thank you once again for the support. And shout out to Peach Rose. I really appreciate y'all. We out. And oh, my bad. The cat people hit the Cash App. Let me thank everyone that hit the Cash App. Let me open it up real quick and let me give y'all. I appreciate y'all. If you watching this on a replay, appreciate all of the hitting the like button, the share button, the commenting, and the donations. Shout out to Leonardo and to Dr. Vegan X for sure. Hopefully we can get you back on DX, Dr. Vegan X. Hey, appreciate you and Leo, and we'll see y'all on the next one.